Ricochet back here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Glad to be with you as you have a look at the 2019 team statistics for our countries. On the left side of your screen, this is bowling coming up for these teams. As you see, a course that we've used a few times. For these countries that will attempt to score the most points in a couple of frames of bowling to advance and move on with a chance for a championship. Here are the teams competing: France, Spain, Chile, and the United States. In the bottom left quadrant, in the top left, it is Japan, Argentina, Ecuador, and Ghana. England, Colombia, Brazil, and the Netherlands. Bottom right quadrant, and the final quadrant, the top right of the tournament, is Uruguay, Portugal, Costa Rica, and Mexico. A large group of onlookers will first watch this matchup between France and Spain. France gets the first look, and they will make their way down the winding course. Encounter one half pipe, and now a decision on which way to go. Down the left, or I guess the top of the screen is the blue slide. The bottom of the screen is the green slide, and they went down the green and picked up only one. You see at the end there, they tried to pull it around and pick up an extra pin there. That didn't work, and so France picks up only one. It's one full frame and two turns for France, so two opportunities to score. And they need a big second run if they're going to beat Spain, who early on doesn't look like they have to do too much. Blue or green is the decision, and it'll be blue this time, and it's going to be three more pins knocked down for France. As they put up a little bit more respectable of a number, they end up with 4, and that is the number to beat for Spain in this 16-team tournament, something that we're very used to here on Marble Fubeca. Seen a lot of 16-team fields for these tournament-style competitions, and Spain picks up only one pin on their first go. So sitting here as Spain gets their second turn, and it is a very even matchup. One pin for France on their first go, one pin for Spain on their first go, and now it's going to come down to the final matchup, as Spain will make their way down one of the slides and head for the pins. If they can knock down 3, it's a tie. If they can knock down more than 3, they'll advance. Less than 3 gives the win to Spain, or to France. Here we go, and it's just one pin for Spain. Very disappointing for the Spaniards as they pick up only one, and France moves on with a 4-2 overall score. And so from the bottom left to the top right, it is Mexico against Costa Rica, and that is Costa Rica who will go first. Red and black marble will choose green and pick up only one. They head out right off the course after knocking down that first pin. And that has been a very common score so far. All 3 teams that have gone have scored just 1 on their first bowl. And out of the 5 now turns, 3 of them have been 1 pin. Very interesting. Definitely not ideal, as that's the lowest amount you can score if you score at all. Down the green again, and 2 more this time. It's a total of 3 for Costa Rica. Almost out of third, but it's able to hold on. And so Mexico will go, needing 4 for a win. 4 was enough to win it for France in the previous matchup. And their first go will be down the green and result in 3. Big run on Mexico for their first bowl. They pick up 3 pins, and they've already notched what'll be a sudden death matchup. And that's before they even have their second turn. So one will do it. Mexico can make a statement with a large score here. Down the blue, they knock down 4 more, and it's a score of 7 for Mexico. They move on easily. An impressive round for Mexico as they beat Costa Rica, and they move on to the quarterfinals. It's now Ghana against Ecuador, and Ecuador will go first. Ghana's a newcomer, haven't seen them very much. A lot of these countries have been a very common participant. Down the blue very quickly, and 6 for Ecuador. What a bowl there! Right through the heart of the pins, and a 6 spot for Ecuador gives them a huge advantage very early on against Ghana. Wow. That is a very impressive run by Ecuador. Let's see if they can finish them off and give Ghana almost no chance to win. Down the blue, they pick up an extra 1 and will score 7. And it's turned over to Ghana. They'd have to have a heck of a run. They'd have to score more than anybody else if they want to beat Ecuador. No one scored more than 7. That was Mexico and now Ecuador, both scoring 7. Ghana's first turn will pick up 6. How about that? What an answer for Ghana. They pick up 6. They did it on the opposite side, going after the pins that were towards the bottom of your screen the way that we're viewing it. But either way, that results in the same amount of points. If they get 1, we tie. If they get 2, they win. A 0 will give the win to Ecuador. Either way, it's going to be disappointing to see one of these teams go home. They both showed up very well. Down the blue, they score 3! Almost knocked them all down, but it's a 9. And Ghana, with a very impressive run, they beat Ecuador and they move on. Very impressive from both teams in that matchup. Wow. As England will take on Colombia now. That's a tough act to follow. England making their way to the half pipe. Decisions looming. Blue or green. As you can see, through early on, both sides can result in high scores or low scores. That's a 3 for England. And a respectable first score. England will make their way down for the second time. Bowling such a difficult sport because one wrong movement doesn't even matter which way you go if you just come off at a wrong angle, as there's 2 more for England and they'll pick up 5 as their final score. Respectable. And Colombia will have to knock down more than half the pins if they want to take out England. Out of a group of 10 pins, 5 went down at the hands of the English. There is 4 for Colombia. Almost knocked down 2 more. A powerful throw. And Colombia in a good position. They need 1 to tie, 2 to win. What I was saying at the beginning of this matchup is that there's, on either side, you can see 1 wrong move, whether it's going down the blue or going down the green. If you come at it with the bad angle, or 1 wrong move, that's a strike. It's a spare as Colombia scored 4 on their first. They knocked down the remaining 6. They score the first spare of the tournament, and they beat England. Well, we were trying to say that mistakes can be made, and it can cost you. There was no costing them there as they score the first spare. Colombia beats England, and now Chile takes on the United States, who has been a heavyweight in these standalone challenges. And England, who has also been a pretty strong competitor, taken down early in this tournament. First round knockout loss. That is 4 for Chile. Good first score. And nearly knocked down a 5th, but could not get the power behind one pin to knock down the other. Chile moving very quickly through that first portion of the course, picking up a lot of speed. Heading for the half pipe with a ton of speed. And we'll see if it slows down or not. Speed not necessarily your friend here, as that can cause some wildness. And being wild can become a problem. That is 2 more. Ran into another, but couldn't knock it down, and it's a total of 6 for Chile. And the U.S. will need to beat 6. That's a pretty good score. And we'll see what the United States can do to answer. So Chile put themselves in a good position. The United States trying to answer. Or will we see the U.S. and England go down in back-to-back matchups? It's a 3 on the first go for the U.S. And they are in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna have to be a good run here if the U.S. wants to tie or defeat Chile. And very slowly making their way. It's going to be green. It's going to be an empty run for the U.S. And they go down. Chile moves on. And it indeed is back-to-back losses for England and the United States. Yeah, that hurts. As Uruguay stands in facing Portugal. Uruguay goes first. And their first throw will eventually make its way down toward the board. Here it comes, and there it goes. It's going to be 3. Uruguay knocked down the 3 over in that one corner of the bracket there. And they will try to better that score. And make it a little harder on Portugal. Down the green, they knock the rest of them down. It's a spare for Uruguay. Second of the tournament. Colombia had the first, and Uruguay answers, and that's going to make it extremely difficult for Portugal to move on. They're going to have a hard time with this one. Let's see what they can do. You really need to pick up something. They go blue and they get just 1. And now it's going to be a really tough one for Portugal. They have to knock down all 9 to even Uruguay. Otherwise, deservedly so, Uruguay will win, and they do. 5 pins go down for Portugal. Pretty good run there, but it was not enough, and too late anyway, as Uruguay gets the spare. They get the win. And it's Japan versus Argentina. Japan in a very slick and sleek look with their marble as they make their way to the half pipe for the first time. Mostly white, very shiny for this marble. We always love to see the Argentinian marbles, and that's just 1 for Japan. Second go for Japan as they will try to add on to just that 1 scored from the first time. Try to perform a little bit better and see if they can make this a little harder on Argentina to score. Love that different angle. They went right down the middle and knocked down 3, including the 1 pin. They score 4 overall, and now Argentina knows what they have to do. They need 5 to take out Japan. As they make their way down the course the first time. You can see it is 6. Very impressive for Argentina. They get the win, and they will take 1 more, a victory try this time for Argentina as they are advanced into the next round automatically after that first one. Scored 6 after Japan took 2 turns to score only 4 points. Argentina made it look easy there. And they will pick up 3 more. They score 9 overall. Nearly knocked it down for our 3rd spare. Argentina is moving on. And now it's the Netherlands against Brazil. Brazil goes first, and their classic yellow and blue look. The Netherlands has gained a reputation for winning very close matchups. That's 5 for Brazil on the first run. Have to be a good run for the Netherlands if they want to beat Brazil here, who still has 1 more to go. 5 down, 1 turn left, and maybe 5 more pins to go for Brazil as they will look for a spare. Just looking to add on some more points and make it a little more difficult on the Netherlands here. They go blue this time and knock down 4 for a score of 9, and it will have to be very impressive for the Netherlands in their dark red, making their way down the course. We've seen them in many different colors of marbles, including orange, but they've gone with dark red and black here. And they need a big run. They'd have to knock down all of the pins if they want to get the win. They knocked down 3 on their first turn, and they'll have to come up with a big one here. Last try for the Netherlands. I think this is our last matchup of the first round. Might have a couple more. I think they probably want to try to go blue here. They do go blue, and they knock down 3, but that's all they're going to get. They needed to knock down 6 at least. They only get 3, and they are knocked out by a score of 9-6. Brazil moves on. And now our quarterfinals begin with France against Chile. Both of these countries being represented in red, white, and blue. It's France who goes first. And Chile knocked out the United States, of course. Their national colors of red, white, and blue as well. France's first run is going to knock down only 1 pin, which is exactly what they did in their first matchup. They ended up being able to win, but France only knocked down 1 pin the first time, only knocked down 4 total and got the win. That would not be good enough in a lot of the first round matchups, as the teams later on in the first round seem to have a little bit more success than early. 1 pin down, that went down the blue for France. Let's see if they try green this time. As they look to add on to their score, they go blue again, and they hit the side and score only 1. Wow. So an empty run that time for France. As Chile will potentially wrap it up here. All they have to do is score 2 and they'll have it finished off. And they just went empty. They can't score on their first try. So now it comes down to the final matchup. 1 last turn. If it's a 0, France wins. If it's a 1, it's a tie. If it's a 2 or more, then Chile wins. Down the green, here they go. They're going to knock down 4 and move their way into the semifinals. It didn't look pretty, but ultimately, that's enough to move on. Chile is into the semifinals. And now we get Mexico against Uruguay. Uruguay will go first. They had one of a few spares in the opening round. We have not seen a strike yet. That's going to be a really difficult ask to get one of these teams to bowl a strike. Down the blue, and 1 pin. Low scoring start to this quarterfinal. 4 matchups. And we are already done with 1, and we saw only 5 total points, and through the first bowl of this second matchup, only 1 point scored. Blue or green is the question. Answer is going to be green, and it's going to pay off. 6 more for Uruguay. They score 7 and have put the pressure on Mexico. Classic green and black. Winding down the snaking course here before we get to the bowling alley portion of the course. Into the half pipe. And down the green, and they will pick up 3. Did a good job, picked up nearly half of the score. And now Mexico in crunch time. Winner to the semis, and the loser goes home with no chance for the podium. Blue this time, and they got 5, and they get the win. Mexico comes up big. Pressure was put on by Uruguay, and Mexico answered. They move on 8-7 the final. They're going to the semis as Argentina and Ghana will face off for a spot in the semifinals as well. It's Argentina to go first. And that is 8 for Argentina. Whoa, almost got that strike that we were talking about, very elusive. And nearly picked it up. Argentina putting on a show early, and all of a sudden, these teams are revving up the engines. Trying to put the hammer down on their opponents and try to lock their way into the next round. In this case, it would be the semifinals. That's going to be a miss for Argentina. Tried to go around to the left side and did, but could not make contact. So they finished with 8, and now it is Ghana, who had a pretty high number to go against in their first round. Pulled it off. Now they need to score 9 or 10 if they want to beat Argentina. They picked up 8, and then an empty run on their second. Down the blue, and 3 picked up for Ghana. So immediately they are thrown into the fire. They need 5 if they want to tie. They need 6 to get the win. Making their way down the course. I'm pretty impressed with what we've seen from Ghana in this competition. Let's see if they've got anything else left in the bag here. Try to get it to the semifinals. Argentina watches on. Ghana goes down the green and or the blue, and they didn't make contact with anything. They missed the entire structure. And so Argentina moves on. They fill the 3rd semifinal spot, and now it's Colombia against Brazil. Colombia was the first team to get a spare. And we will see what they do here in this second round matchup with Brazil. Go down the green and missed it all. And if they want to get a spare, they're going to have to knock them all down. We've seen some high scores here in this quarterfinal round, but we've also seen some clean misses. Each of the last 2 teams have a clean miss, and now a 3rd team in a row, if you include Colombia, who missed everything on their first run. They will hope that they don't repeat history there. Down the blue this time, and they knock down 3. That'll be their score, 3 for Colombia. And now Brazil, who could finish it off before they even get to their second throw, if they can knock down 4 or more. Which is a very doable thing, I would say. Seen that happen a few times. Brazil choosing which way. They'll go down green or down blue, and they knock down none. They moved that bottom pin, as you see there, but it stayed on. And so they'll reset. And now Brazil, after an empty run, will have to have some work to do if they want to move on. That was a very uninspiring run for Brazil. Last 4 have all had an empty run. Last 4 teams, that is. And they knock down 4, and Brazil survives at the very end there to move on to the semifinals by a score of 4-3. Boy, that was close. They face Mexico, but first it's Chile against Argentina. Here is Chile. They'll make their way down. And they'll go blue. And did not even make it to where the pins are. Got stuck in the corner and never even entered the pin area. That is a very disappointing run. That's 5 teams in a row that have had an empty set. And now Chile will have to see what they can get here. We're going to hope for something. So blue didn't work very well for them. Couldn't even get near the pins. Green is going to knock down only 1. And Argentina has nearly had it handed to them as they will go for their first time. And you would hope if you're Argentina you can finish this one out before you even have to take that second bowl. However, we've seen quite a few issues with these teams recently. 5 in a row have gone empty-handed on one of their turns, and each of the last 3 teams have all been unable to score on their first run. That changes right here. It's 7 for Argentina. They scored an 8 in their quarterfinal matchup, and they just sent a message. As they will have a victory run, they are on to the final, and Chile is relegated to a third-place matchup. So Argentina, who was a part of that issue with having empty hands, that was after they scored 8, though. That's not the problem here. They knocked down 2 more. It's a 9 for Argentina, and they win it 9-1. A statement heading to the finals for Argentina. And they just sent shivers down the spine of their potential opponents, Mexico and Brazil, who first have to deal with each other, and then the winner is given the pleasure of having to face the juggernaut that has been so far Argentina. Brazil goes first. Loser gets Chile. Winner gets a shot at the title against Argentina. Brazil will go green and knock down 4. Or 3, I should say. That's a good run. Almost knocked down that 4th, but it slid into another pin and held its stance upright. Now a chance to add on and make this a little more difficult. They'll go blue this time and knock down just 1 more. So 4 total is the score for Brazil. As their marble nearly left the arena with the high spin rate on that one. Knocking down 1 and setting up us up in a situation where Mexico, if they can knock down half of the pins over the next 2 turns, are going to move on to the finale. They'll go blue and got denied by the side of the course. They get nothing, and now they'll have to score 5 pins here on this throw if they want to beat Brazil outright. That was a devastating run for Mexico. First one wasn't too kind when they went blue. Let's see where they go this time. They'll go green, try it again, right down the middle, and they pick up 7 and advance to the finals. A clutch move by Mexico to win it. They face Argentina, but first we go to the third place matchup, and it's Chile against Brazil. Chile's out of the gates first, and they will make their way down. 2 tries here. As always, a disappointing semifinal matchup for Chile. They scored only 1 in the entirety. Oh, almost got entirely stuck. And a very good start. It's 6 for Chile. And you know they have to be thinking, where was that after their first run? That ended with just 1 pin down after 2 tries. Let's see if they can add on here. Go down the green and knock down 2 more. They'll score 8 total. Good run from Chile, and they have put the pressure on Brazil. And the Brazilians will have to come up with a very impressive run if they want to claim a third place finish and get on the podium. Go green and knock down 5 on their first run. That was pretty good. And they're in a spot where if you go blue, you can have a very good opportunity here if you're Brazil to come out and beat Chile, which was a good run for them. They did a good job of forcing a tough situation there. But if you can get this one to go down the blue slide, you've got a real opportunity. It does go down the blue, but they only knock down 1. They'll finish with a total of 6, but Chile gets 3rd place. And now all the eyes are going to turn to the starting gate. It is Argentina and Mexico, and the Argentines out first. They have scored 8 and 7 on a couple of their respective runs, just on their own, on one single bowl. They've combined for 15. And they just missed everything there. A clean miss, Argentina. Oh boy, that was a very big disappointment for the Argentines. And now, you got to get everything you can muster. Good thing is Argentina has shown that they can score high numbers in one turn, and they just did. They pick up 7. Argentina trying to bail themselves out after a very unimpressive run. There's the last one going down and helping out the cause. Now it is Mexico. Eight will win it. And you have 2 tries to do it. Not an easy task by any means. Down the blue they go first time. They pick up 3. And it'll come down to the final matchup. This one is for a championship, as Mexico makes their way down for the final time, encountering the half pipe. Here they are. Blue or green. Mexico with green in their flag colors, green on their marbles. Is that where they go to try to win the championship? The answer is no. They go blue, and they did not make contact at first. They just tapped a pin at the very end, and that's the way it ends. Argentina with a big run on their final throw. They earn the title. 3rd place to Chile. 2nd place to Mexico. But Argentina gets the win. They take home the trophy and win the bowling title. So congratulations to Argentina, Mexico, and Chile on placing on the podium. But the championship this time goes to Argentina. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. have a packed house here for the first event of the 2021 Marble Champions League. As we welcome you inside of Marble Fubeca Stadium, you have a look at our gigantic trophy here for our winner, which will be determined not today, but a little bit later on. We've got 12 teams competing. We've got fans from all 12 teams from across their countries and across the world here to see today's first event, as well as some fans who are just in it for the fun. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersea, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's coverage of our first event of the 2021 Marbles Champions League. In just a few moments, you're going to see all 12 of our teams that are competing make their way onto the stage and get a chance to show themselves in front of their fans and in front of the entire world watching today. As I said, 12 teams competing to be named the ultimate Marble Champion. Let's meet the teams. Nobody knows how to do an opening quite like Marble Fubeca here at the Marble Fubeca Stadium. It was an exciting moment just moments ago as these teams made their first appearances in front of their fans. You see some of those amazing marbles, the different designs, and the great logos for these teams as they were getting a chance to become acquainted with these fans who will watch them over the next few weeks, find their favorites, and root for their ultimate winners. The teams are ready, the fans are ready, we are ready, let's go. It's event number 1, this is target shooting. So you look inside of today's event stadium, where we will be doing target shooting as we just said. We were in the main lobby moments ago, now we turn our eyes toward center court. And an opportunity for these 12 teams to make their first impressions in front of their fans. There are the pins, those orange pins that they will be shooting for. There are 21 pins, so an opportunity for 21 points. Similar to the way that you would score in bowling, you're looking to knock down those pins just like you would in bowling. There is the single lane course, which includes an upward hill that they're going to go over. I believe there's a shooting mechanism inside of that tunnel there, which should help with some speed. Be interesting to see as there are 7, I believe that is. 7 different levels on this pyramid here where our pins are located. I'm going to try to see where is the best location. If you've been with us for a while here on Marble Fubeca, you know how the tournaments work. There are 4 groups, Group A, B, C, and D. Top 2 will qualify from each group, move into 2 semifinals. The top 2 from each of those semifinals will advance into the final round where they'll place first through fourth. First team out of the gate, Group A, it's the Archangels. Here we go. And a score of 19 pins down, so 19 points on the board for the Archangels. Let's have a look at the replay here. A great slow-mo. There are, misspoke, 6 levels there, and it looked like that was a hit on the 3rd level, a little bit off to the right side. So not exactly even from the Archangels, but still 19 points. Can't do a whole lot better than that, so a strong start for the Archangels. We'll see if that's enough to survive Group A. But a strong start for them, as the Savage Jackal will be the next to go, and they are released. And a score of 15. They left some to be desired there. 6 pins on the bottom left alone. Let's see. That was a little bit too high. In between the 2nd and 3rd levels there, didn't have enough of a centralized location there for the Savage Jackal, so they leave a little bit more to be desired. and score 15. They move into second here, the Vikings, and they will pick up 17 points. And with that, the Archangels are locked into the next round, and the Savage Jackal are out. So it'll come down to the Vikings, as we'll have a look one more time at their replay. It looks like it's very similar to what the Archangels put up, just a little bit higher. And so it didn't get a whole lot of contact with those bottom two layers. Had to rely on pins falling on top of pins. Worked out a little bit better than the Savage Jackal, but not as well as the Archangels. Last team up is the Janitors here in Group A. Let's see what they can do. They're up, they're through, and it's a clean sweep. 21 on the board for the Janitors. They're through. Advancing with them are the Archangels, and the Vikings and Savage Jackal are eliminated. Let's see where the Janitors located this one. Looks like it's perfect, right in the middle between the bottom two rows there, and you can't do it a whole lot better than that. The Janitors off to a strong start with 21 points and did it in 2.7 seconds. It was the slowest run, likely because they were the lowest where they made contact with the pyramid there. So advance the Archangels and the Janitors into the first semifinal. And Group B now will begin with the Steel Brothers. We'll see what they can put forward. They're off. Going through, and they have a clean sweep. 21 points on the board for the Steel Brothers. At a time of 2:6.67. Let's see where they made contact. Was it the same as just moments ago? Looks pretty similar. A little bit further to the right side there, so it wasn't as even in terms of being centered up, but still worked just as well. A lot of speed carried, and the Steel Brothers off to a strong start, likely advancing into the next round. But you never know as we move on to Tatu Bola. Stands for the 3 balls. Let's see what they can do. They're hoping they're going to score more than 3. They didn't score anything. Oh my, it's a clean miss from Tatu Bola. And they are in trouble. Wow, that is extremely disappointing. So they are almost guaranteed to be eliminated, as here are the Trojans, and they pick up 19 points. So that'll move Tatu Bola out of here. We'll lock in the Steel Brothers, and let's have a look at this replay here for the Trojans, see how it worked. Looked like a little bit better location than we've seen on a couple of these, but only able to even what the Archangels did at the beginning of this tournament in Group A. The Trojans are on the hot seat here. Can they advance, or will it be Swiftblade? We'll see what they can do. They are released from the holding cell. Off they go, and a clean sweep. They do it in a time of 2:7.53. They take the second transfer spot. The group win will go to the Steel Brothers, but Swiftblade puts up our third clean sweep out of the first 8 competitors to go. And you can see a pretty solid run there. So 8 teams done, 8 teams to go. I misspoke earlier and referred to our tournament with 12 teams. It's 16. Obviously, I mentioned them all, just got the math a little wrong there in my head. 16 teams, 8 down, 8 to go. Here's the Lynx Ruffus. And, oh, that was interesting. We'll have to have a look at this and see what the replay shows us. Almost looked like they missed. Let's have a look. They put up 16. Sure enough, they didn't make contact with any of the pins, made contact with the surface that's holding the pins together, enough to kind of ruffle them around, and a few of them fall, and a pretty good score there, considering the fact that they didn't make any contact whatsoever with a single pin. 16 points on the board. Here's Flush. And they will knock down all 21. Certainly made contact there as we have a look at this replay. Not very solid contact, though. So Group C has done it in different ways than our first 2 groups did. Making pretty solid contact with the pins early on were the first 2 groupings. Not the case, though, in this Group C. One completely missed, but got away with 16 points. The other, not a super solid contact, but all 21 pins are down. Here's the Snow Wolves, and they put up 20. So the Snow Wolves in a strong position. The Lynx Ruffus, they are going to be eliminated here in the group stage. Flush is officially in. And it will come down to the Snow Wolves, With 20 points, can't do a whole lot better than that, so they are in a pretty good spot, but you've seen it's not impossible to score these strikes, for lack of a better term, as the Speedy Hunters will try to do just that and advance into the semifinal, and they'll come up just short. 19 points on the board, not good enough, as we look at the replay and see where could that last pin have come from. Oh, wow, you can see the one that's on the left there kind of wiggled a little bit, couldn't get it done, and so the Flush and the Snow Wolves advance to the semifinal. And this will bring up our final group. Here is Oris 1. And they knock down all 21. A pretty common theme. Seems as though it's not too incredibly difficult to hit them all, which means that you might get a time tiebreaker at some point later on here. And that one looked very similar to the first 21 we scored at the beginning of this matchup, and that was a pretty solid one there from Oris 1. That will bring up now Onyx, and they put up 18 points. Left 3 on, a little bit off to the right side. That was perfect location in terms of height, where you want to put that in between the first and second level seems to be the way to go. But off to the right side caused a little bit of a problem. They moved to 18 points. Here are the Blue Jackets. Looked like they were moving a little slow there. Yeah, no, actually, in fact, they had the fastest run. Guess it just looked a little strange there, and they put it right in the middle. Put up 21. They are in now because of that time tiebreaker, so Oris 1 is not technically in. Onyx is out. And now it'll be up to the Sphery Spiders to determine our last member of the semifinals. They're going to knock down 17, and I don't think they hit any of the pins either. Yeah, again, they make contact with that surface that's holding up the pins, and the vibrations there, able to knock down a few, but not enough. And so we will not see somebody that knocks down all the pins not advance. It got close there at the end. If they had knocked all of them down, somebody was going to not fail at all, but yet not make it into the next round. As our semifinals are set now, Group D advances Oris 1 and the Blue Jackets. There are the semifinals, A and B. And so the semifinals begin again where we started the first round with the Archangels. They're off and running, and they put up 20. You can see that one lone pin that stayed up had a little bit of a hard time remaining on the platform there. In fact, it looked like it was off just a little bit, but not enough to be able to, yeah, as you can see there, not enough to be able to actually knock it off. And so they put up 20. Here are the Janitors who had the first 21, and they just missed. Happens for the second time. A complete whiff from the Janitors, who were so strong in their first group matchup. Let's see, how close was it? Not very close at all, it seems. Hard to tell the depth perception there, but it looked like they may have just missed it pretty badly. Here's the Steel Brothers. They put up 21 as well, and they'll put up 19 this time. So that will move the Archangels into the final. The first team to go will seemingly be the first team to go all the way into the final. As they advance with a score of 20, the Steel Brothers are in a strong position, but certainly not guaranteed. Here's Swiftblade. Let's see what they can do. They need a big score, and they get it! 21 for Swiftblade. They're advancing. The Archangels pass with 20, and it's a score of 19 for the Steel Brothers, but they are not going to advance into the final. Swiftblade left one on the platform there, but what you need to do is knock it off, in terms of, or knock it over, I guess I should say, and that's what they did. It was laying on its side, so it counts as a point. Either way, they would have advanced, but Swiftblade is through. Into our second semifinal, we begin with the Snow Wolves, and they put up 21, another strong run. And perfectly done. That is where you want to go, in the middle of the either bottom row or right in between the first and second levels. There is really where you want to be. Let's see what Flush can do to try to answer that score of 21. They went a little bit too high. They'll pick up 18. The Snow Wolves are through, and you can see, like I said, you want to be between levels 1 and 2. Meanwhile, they're all the way up there in between levels 4 and 5. That's pretty high. And in fact, that's a pretty good score for how high of a contact location that was for Flush. But they do put up 18. Not a bad score at all. Here's Oris 1. See what they can do. And they're going to put up 20. So that will eliminate Flush. The Snow Wolves are through. And yeah, just left one on there. Will that come back to haunt Oris 1? We'll find out. The Blue Jackets hope it does. And it will! The Blue Jackets put them all down, and they advance to the final. They will join the Snow Wolves out of semifinal B. And it is the one pin that Oris 1 left on the board that will come back to haunt them as they will finish in the second grouping, unable to get to the finals. That is a disappointing end for Oris 1, and in just such a disappointing fashion. So the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets advancing into the final here of target shooting. Been a very up and down. We've seen a lot of 21s. We've seen a couple of zeros. Here's the Archangels, and they will put up a modest 17. I don't think that's good enough, to be honest with you. Certainly not going to be enough to win it for the Archangels. See if they can maybe place on the podium for second or third. Obviously, there's that awkward fourth-place finisher who gets to the final but doesn't get to be put on the podium there. Here is Swiftblade. They hope that they're not the one that has that happen, and they won't be. 21 for Swiftblade. They're in the driver's seat. And keep an eye on the time. Not the fastest time by any stretch. A 2:7.53. It was faster than the Archangels, but certainly not the fastest time we've seen. And it might come down to that if you get multiple that are going to score all 21. Let's see what the Snow Wolves do. Swiftblade trying to hold on to the lead. There is 20 points on the board. And Swiftblade remains in the lead. The Snow Wolves take over second. They guarantee themselves a podium finish. They will not win. And it looks like it was just a little bit too low and off to the right. And I think that it may have been... Yeah, it was one of those two pins that are right in the middle on the bottom row that stayed. Last hope is the Blue Jackets. Will it be Swiftblade or the Blue Jackets? They are off, and they missed it! And the Blue Jackets, with our third whiff of this tournament, it will cost them a spot on the podium. But they do finish fourth. The Archangels slide into a bronze. Silver for the Snow Wolves, and of course Swiftblade with a very strong statement. You see their fans are excited. Cheering section going crazy with the Swiftblade flags. Very nice touch there by that fan base. They were ready, hoping to see their team do well, and they did. Swiftblade wins event number 1, target shooting of the 2021 Marble Champions. As you have a look at the results, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, Archangels, Blue Jackets, Oris 1. The top 5 go all the way down to Tatu Bola, who finishes last, does not score a point. Savage Jackal picked up just 1 point. A disappointing start. Here are the overall standings. Swiftblade, the Snow Wolves, the Archangels, the Blue Jackets, Oris 1, Steel Brothers, Flush, the Janitors, Trojans, Speedy Hunters. That's the top 10. Keep an eye on our podium finishes. Those will show up at the end of every event, showing you how many medals have been won, as well as how many first place finishes for our different teams. But ultimately, you want to have the most amount of points. We've seen that in previous events here on Marble Fubeca, different tournaments in which it's not necessarily just about wins, but it's about consistency. Congratulations to the Archangels. They finished third. A silver for the Snow Wolves, but today they all aspire to be Swiftblade. 20 points, a gold medal, and the lead in the championship standings. They are automatically now, after one event, they are the team to beat. One down. The anticipation and the nerves of opening week are through, and now these teams look to continue either a strong start or build on something that maybe wasn't the best start as we begin the real bulk of this schedule in the Marble Champions 2021. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki. Glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. This is our second event of the 2021 Marble Champions.
a more traditional event, as you see the starting gates for this sprint-style event today. An opportunity for these teams to show off their speed after a little bit more skill and precision was needed in our first event. This one's pure speed. It's just a long sprint right in front of the home stretch and all the fans in the stands. Glad to have them here as always. And there is the entire course. So the starting gate's up the front. On the left side, on the right side, you'll have the finishing gate. Here are the overall standings after one event. Swiftblade won our opening event, so they are in the lead with 20 points, leading by 3 over the Snow Wolves, who took silver, and the Archangels, who took a bronze, leading the group. But everybody really still in it after just one event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 2 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the sprint race. So again, as you see, this course, typically you'll see winds and curves and different obstacles for these marbles to avoid. That is not the case today. All about pure speed. Here are the groupings for today's event. Different groups. The style will work the same. Top 2 from each group will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal will advance into our finale. We'll start with Group A. They are the Steel Brothers, Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, and Flush. And they come out of the gates. Here we go. And out in front, it looks like it's Flush and Steel Brothers coming across the line. Steel Brothers takes the lead, and Flush takes the second advancement place. They get the transfer spot over the Snow Wolves, who finish third. Tatu Bola finishes in last in that grouping, and so they will not advance. You can see Flush in the green. Look like they got out to the lead at first. Those are the silver marbles of the Steel Brothers. Not surprising based on the name. And there is the pass for the lead right at the end. A little bit of contact between the top 2 finishers. Let's have a look. And everything within at least a marble length there. Nothing too crazy. And so the Flush and the Steel Brothers will advance into the first semifinal out of Group A. Group B, the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, the Archangels, and the Savage Jackal. They release, and right now it looks like it's the Savage Jackal in the lead, followed by the Sphery Spiders. But here come the Janitors, and did the Savage Jackal advance? They did. They just beat out the Archangels. And the Janitors come from behind after running in 3rd or 4th for the majority of that short sprint. Let's see where that run happens. They run the fastest time so far at a 4:9.45. Yeah, they just picked up a lot of speed toward the end. How close was it for second? Looks like it was pretty close. Pretty close all the way around. With the exception, really, of 4th place. Looked like the Sphery Spiders weren't really in it as much as the other 3, but that was a tight run there. And so the Janitors and the Savage Jackal advance into the semifinal. They will take on Flush and the Steel Brothers. Moving to Group C, this is the Vikings, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Orus 1. They come out of the gates, and it's the Trojans and the Vikings in the lead, and they look like they've got a pretty big lead. Yeah, it's just no matter who's going to win, it's the Trojans. Pretty significant there. That was over 0.2 of a second between 2nd and 3rd, and it was never close. Orus 1 finished 3rd, Onyx takes 4th, but neither will advance, obviously, through one of those transfer spots of the group stage. The Trojans led wire to wire there. The Vikings with a strong finish as well to take 2nd place, and they both advance into semifinal B. And the final grouping will include Swiftblade, our points standings leader. Also the Lynx Rufus, Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets. And they are off. Bad start for Swiftblade. It's the Speedy Hunters and the Blue Jackets. They will advance. Exactly 1/10 of a second between 2nd and 3rd. That was Swiftblade. And almost another full 10th back to the Lynx Rufus. They struggled. Let's have a look. It just looked like Lynx Rufus banging off the walls caused some problems. Side by side for the majority of the race for 1st place. But in these group stages, you only need to be 1st or 2nd. Wow, yeah, it was close coming across the line for who was going to win the stage or win the group staging here, but not close for who's going to advance. It was a pretty easy win there for the top 2. So we have another look at it. Let's see, coming across the line, how close? Pretty close. And so that will move the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters into semifinal B. And here's the first semifinal. We go back to the Janitors, the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, and Flush. The Janitors have the fastest time so far. Can they do it again? They are in the lead. Here is the Flush in second. Savage Jackal making a run. Cannot get it done. The Janitors and Flush advance. Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers will have to settle for a 5th through 8th place finish. Savage Jackal made a run there. Yeah, the Janitors are they're pretty darn fast right now. It'd be interesting to see if they keep that through the final. If they do, there's nobody that's going to beat them. They have the most speed right now. To see if they're able to get a clean run in the final, because they're in, as are Flush. Savage Jackal made a strong run. Steel Brothers struggled, in fact, because they made contact there with the Janitors. They never crossed the finish line. So the Janitors and Flush are into the final. And now semifinal B. With the Trojans, the Speedy Hunters, the Blue Jackets, and the Vikings. Here we go. And right now it's the Vikings and the Blue Jackets in the lead. Here come the Trojans. They're going to take over second place. They're going to get it done at the line. And that was the fastest time. Yeah, the Vikings just ran a faster time than the Janitors did in the first round, which was the fastest time to that point. A 4.658 is the best time now of this event, and it belongs to the Vikings, and they do it en route to a semifinal win and an advancement into the final, and did it by a pretty large margin. Second place was pretty close. The Trojans got it done, and so they get to fight for a win here in the sprint race. Blue Jackets were close, but just could not get enough at the end. So moving into the final, here we go. Flush, Trojans, the Janitors, and the Vikings. And they're off. And if it's not the Janitors or the Trojans, it'd be a shock. They are side by side, cutting in front, and getting the win are the Janitors. Unbelievable move. Shut the door. Have another look at it, and that was a great move by the Janitors. Pretty strong run by Flush as well to stay up there with those top two that clearly had the speed. Almost looked like there was some drafting going on as Flush tried to go from one side to another. And watch right here. You can see cutting a little bit farther in front, just clearing the Trojans. And that's where the Janitors make their move, shut the door, and will win this one. Boy, that was an unbelievable move. We'll see it again from this angle. I mean, you just can't do it better than that. So the Janitors get the win and do it with 1 speed and 2. A great move to make sure that they stayed in front of the Trojans. They are the winners of event number 2, the sprint race. And congratulations to them. A huge win for them and a show that clearly the Janitors have speed. And so you better watch out if you're doing a speed event here in the Marble Champions League in 2021, because the Janitors may just be the team to beat if that's the case. Great run by them. They'll make their way up to the podium as well as our 2nd and 3rd place finishers. But they're the ones that get the big trophy. Look at the overall standings from today. The results, the Janitors pick up 20 points with that win. The Trojans finish 2nd, Flush 3rd, Vikings 4th, and the Savage Jackal 5th. They're all the way down to Onyx, Lynx Rufus, and Tatu Bola, who finish in the final last 3 positions. In fact, that 4th last position was actually Swiftblade. So Swiftblade's going to drop to 4th. The Janitors take a 4-point lead. It's a tie for 2nd between the Trojans and Flush. They each have a medal. Gold for the Janitors as they get it done today. And get it done in pretty impressive fashion. It was a show of speed and a show of precision as well at the end, with that move to cut in front of the Trojans and not allow any kind of last-second shenanigans from them. So they get the win. Congratulations to Flush. They pick up 24 points with a 3rd place finish. Or they're now sitting at 24 points, with a 3rd place finish. So are the Trojans after a 2nd place finish. They're now at 24 points. Both are tied for second, but all today, they all aspire to be. After an event all about speed, we shift our focus back to the skill as we begin event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bittersiki, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. Our grand arena once again today, as we are 2 events through, and now just one speed event and 1 skill event. We should go back to the skill side of things. There's the cup that they'll be fighting for today and throughout the remainder of this season. Let's have a look at how the teams are doing so far. Right now, the overall leaders are the Janitors by 4 points over the Trojans and Flush. Swiftblade, after a win in event number 1, has dropped to 4th. The Janitors are the leaders. They are ready. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Let's do it. It's event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the soccer dribble. As you have a look at this soccer field down there with the Marble Champions and Marble Fubeca logo, and there are some obstacles to navigate. A couple of goals down at the end, and we'll see what this event is all about. As you can see there, got some scoring opportunities. You know how it works in terms of the setup for today's tournament. As always here in the Marble Champions League, the groupings change, so there are the groups for you. We begin with Group A, which is the Vikings, the Lynx Roughest, the Blue Jackets, and the Steel Brothers. They are off, and we'll see who can get through. And a couple of goals, maybe. There's one, and another! And the Vikings score at the very end. They advance, as do the Steel Brothers. Lynx Roughest and the Blue Jackets, they were the first to get down, but they do not score a goal. And they are eliminated with 2 and 1 points, respectively, as you see them go down on either side right there. Have a look. Easy goal for the Steel Brothers, and a little bit of a knock there from the goalie. Almost cost the Vikings their goal. But they are able to advance, as well as the Steel Brothers, into the first semifinal. And here's Group B. This is Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, the Janitors, and the Speedy Hunters. So our leaders are a part of this group. Let's see where the scoring goes, and nobody will score a goal. The Snow Wolves picked up 4. The Speedy Hunters pick up 2. And so the Janitors are championship leaders, as well as Tatu Bola. They are eliminated here in the group stage. Let's have another look and see how it happened. You can see up at the top of the screen there, even coming out of the lines there. Not a good run at all for the Janitors. Not really a good run for anybody. Nobody got close to a goal whatsoever. But good enough for the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. They are advancing into semifinal A. And so the group stage moves to Group C, which consists of the Savage Jackal, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Flush. And let's see what happens. Do we have a goal? Oh, we almost did. The Onyx picked up 2, nearly scored a goal. They'll still advance, as do the Savage Jackal. And the Trojans, by way of the time that it took them to score, are going to be eliminated after a 3-way tie with 2 points. The Trojans did it in the slowest time, as we'll see here on the replay, and so it will cost them their opportunity to advance into the next round. For what it's worth, they were significantly slower, so at least it wasn't a close one there, but still a disappointing end for the Trojans, and then the Flush unable to advance as well, as we make our way to the final group, including our first event winner. That's Swiftblade. The rest of the group, Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, and the Archangels. And will we get a goal? The goalkeeper's going to block that shot. The Archangels will not score. They're eliminated, as are Swiftblade, Oris 1, and Sphery Spiders. They're advancing from Group D. How about that move from the goaltender there? Not allowing the Archangels to score, which would have almost guaranteed, even if they had not gone in the goal, they probably would have scored right off to the side, which was 4 points, would have advanced. Instead, the Archangels unable to score. Wow. And so they are eliminated, as are Swiftblade. And so therefore, Swiftblade and the Janitors both eliminated in this group stage. We will, for the 3rd time, have a different winner here through 3 events. Moving on to the semifinals. First semifinal, it's the Speedy Hunters, the Snow Wolves, the Vikings, the Steel Brothers. 2 advance. Here's a 2. There's an 8. There's a goal. 2 on the side, let's see, 2 in the middle, and it will cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Steele brothers, who got down there the fastest by a pretty significant margin, almost a full second ahead of anybody else, and they were, what was that, somewhere around the 4-second range higher than any of the other 3 that scored 2 points. There was their 2, there was the goal, and then the last 2 both scoring 2 points, one all the way on the bottom of the screen. There it is. Other right through the middle, made contact with the post, and it cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Vikings and the Steele brothers both out of Group A, advancing into the finals, or the 2 members from Group B to advance done in the semifinal. Here is semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Siri Spiders. They go down hectically. There's 2, another 2, another 2, and a 1. Onyx, the last of the 2s to get down, they're eliminated, as are the Savage Jackal, the only team not to score 2. They put up just 1 point, and so Oris 1 and the Spheri Spiders advancing into the final for today's event. Again, not super close. In fact, it was the Onyx who were the slowest, despite the fact that they'll finish ahead of the Savage Jackal because they did score more points there. And so the final is set. The Vikings, the Steele brothers, the Spheri Spiders, and the Onyx. As you have a look at the crowd for these 4 teams, hoping to see something amazing. So here we go. Vikings, Steele brothers, Spheri Spiders, Oris 1 for the win. Here we go. Who's first down? It might be the Steele brothers. They've got 2. There's a 3 and a win for Oris 1. They were the slowest, but they score the most. Just got it done at the end. A silver for the Steele brothers. The Vikings, by virtue of time, pick up the bronze, and the Spheri Spiders will finish in 4th. In today's event, there are the fans. Congratulations to them as Oris 1 advances all the way through and wins this one. Just barely advancing out of the second semifinal. Let's have a look at the replay here, and you can see they're not the fastest, although they weren't the slowest to begin with. Once that contact was made, really slowed them down. There's a lot of contact there with the Spheri Spiders as well. Right there, that contact made with that orange marker may have been the one to kind of set them up for that success. And there they go with the win, across the line, 3 points, and a victory. So congratulations to them, as Oris 1 becomes our 3rd different winner through 3 events. An interesting event here with the soccer dribble. Have a look at our fans again in attendance for today's event, and in just a second we'll have a look at the standings, see where it looked first at the results of today's events, and then what that does with the overall standings of this this tournament, the 2021 Marble Champions League. And here are the results from today. So Oris 1 gets the win, the Steele brothers 2nd, Vikings 3rd, Spheri Spiders 4th, and Onyx picked up the 5th place. All the way down through the rest of that crowd, here are the overall standings. Oris 1 and the Steele brothers now in a tie for the lead. The Snow Wolves are 3rd, the Vikings are 4th, the Janitors dropped from 1st to 5th after failing to get out of the group stage today, and so they have work to do. As you have a look at the podium today, 31 points now after that 3rd place finish, 31 points on the season for the Vikings, and a tie atop the standings between our top 2 finishers from today's event, the Steele brothers at 35 points, and Oris 1 at 35 points. Congratulations to both of those teams, but today everybody aspires to be Oris 1, as they're the winners of event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. They will look to continue that momentum and now maybe break a tie for that lead, as it is definitely heating up as we get closer and closer to the really meat of this schedule, and then later on throughout the rest of it. We are 3 events in to the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it is anybody's game as we begin event number 4. This is mini golf. Welcome everybody into today's event. I'm Keanu Bittersea, glad to be here with you for today's event, presented always by Marble Fubeca here as we look inside our grand arena. As always, large gathering of fans supporting their teams, all going for that cup right there in the middle of today's event. And there are the overall standings on your side. It's a two-way tie between Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers at 35 points. Third place is the Snow Wolves. The Vikings are fourth. The Janitors and the Trojans are tied for fifth, after the Janitors were in the lead going into the last event. They failed to make it to the group stage, and so they fall back a little bit. Today's event, mini golf, which will be an interesting one. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 4 of the 2021 Marble Champions. Welcome to mini golf. You see our greens, if you will. Point variations depending on where you're going to finish here. And of course, some distance will factor in as well. There's the Plinko board style obstacle at the beginning of this course, just out of the starting gate. You make your way down through a couple of funnels and through as you have a look at the groups for today's event. As always in the Marble Champions League, the groups change from event to event. We'll start with Group A today. It's Flush, Lynx Rufus, the Archangels, and Swiftblade, and they are off. And the first one down, there's 4 points. There is 7. Let's see what happens with the last one. The Archangels, they will not score. Lynx Rufus picks up 7 points with a distance of 84. 4 more points, as we'll have a look at the replay here. For Flush, they're the two to advance. The Archangels and Swiftblade failing to score here. Again, points above all else. You see the first one down were Flush, and they took advantage of it, scoring 4 points, just missing the 2 were Swiftblade. Either way, it would not have been enough, as the 7 points and the 4 from Lynx Rufus and Flush were enough to get them through to the next round. So they're advancing to the first semifinal, and they will take on the 2 advancers from our second group, Group B today. Again, you have a winner of the group stage, and then you also have a transfer spot, able to advance 2 teams. Here's Group B, the Sphery Spiders, the Savage Jackal, the Blue Jackets, and one of our leaders, the Steel Brothers. They are down. We have a 10. We might have another 10. Close to it is the Savage Jackal. They'll fall back. They will not score, but they will advance as the Sphery Spiders pick up 10 points. And the Savage Jackal, by way of distance, are going to advance over the Steel Brothers and the Blue Jackets, who struggled mightily. You can see them all the way back at the initial M at the beginning of the green period. The greens were not kind that time to the Blue Jackets. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened. The Sphery Spiders had an uninterrupted view of the 10 points. They score it there. The Sphery Spiders didn't quite score, but you can see there, almost had it. But they finished with enough distance to advance into our first semifinal. So the Savage Jackal through, as are the Sphery Spiders, who dominated. And here into Group C, it's the Vikings, one of our leaders, Oris 1, the Trojans, and the Onyx. Strong grouping here. There's 4 points. There's a 10. Let's see what happens at the end. That looks like 7 more. And no score from Onyx, so they will not advance. Neither will Oris 1. The Trojans pick up 7 to advance, and the Vikings, a second straight team to score all 10 points in this group stage, as they go a distance of 135, scoring 10 points and advancing into semifinal B. We'll have another look at it here. You can see everybody kind of slowly made their way down the Plinko board. And again, first one out, uninterrupted view of the longest target, and it was a perfect shot from the Vikings to score those 10 points. The Trojans rolled into a 7, which bests Oris 1's 4. No points for Onyx, so they were an automatic out essentially there as we make our way into our final group. This first portion of each tournament, the group stage, dropping our teams from the 16 that we start with down to 8, and then the 4 into the finale. Group D will have some at the top, some at the bottom. The Janitors, who have an event win and were very strong, drop back to 5th, and then all the way down to Tatu Bola. They're the worst team out there as well, the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. The Speedy Hunters are close. They will not get enough distance, though, to score. The Janitors and Tatu Bola advancing. The Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves will not advance through this group stage, as they will place in toward the bottom of the standings for today's event. Let's have a look, and let's see what Tatu Bola, the tan marble, can do here. Oh man, almost lipped into a 2 and ricocheted right into a 7. And the 8 points scored there from the Janitors. So pretty strong run, and then the other two unable to even score any points whatsoever, let alone trying to advance. Pretty easy win there. An advancement for those two teams, as you have a look now at our full semifinals, A and B. And the other 8 teams that do not advance from the group stage, so they fall into that bottom tier as we move into the first semifinal. Savage, Jackals, Fury, Spiders, Lynx, Rufus, and Flush. Let's see who will advance into the finale. There's a 7. There's another 7. Do we get more points? No, the Savage, Jackal, and the Fury Spiders cannot score. Lynx, Rufus, and Flush advancing. And you can see here, as you look at the replay, they had a chance. The two that were unable to score had their opportunity. There's an easy 7 and another easy 7, but right there, if it was a little bit stronger, the Savage Jackal had a chance. Even on a ricochet, potentially maybe 8 points could have gone for the Fury Spiders, so they had an opportunity as well, but neither could score, and so they automatically unable to advance here, which means that our first half of the finale is set. You see it on the big board. As we get ready for semifinal B. And here they are. Tatu Bola, the Janitors, the Vikings, and the Trojans. This is a pretty heavy metal group here. There is 10 points for the Janitors. Does anybody else score? The answer is no from both the Trojans and Tatu Bola. All the way down at the bottom, though, 4 points for the Vikings. They sneak through to the finale. Not a strong run at all for the Vikings. They only went a distance of 54, but they were able to score, which is ultimately that tiebreaker. That's what you want to do, is score points first of all. The Janitors score 10 easily, but nothing from the Trojans or Tatu Bola. They will fail to advance into the final. I said it was easy, but it didn't look actually that easy on the replay there for the Janitors. They had to work for with a couple of ricochets to get those 10 points and advance into the finale. Great job by them, and doing just enough for the Vikings to advance into the final, giving themselves a chance to maybe redeem not a great semifinal run there, but a chance to advance into the final and maybe redeem themselves with a win or a strong showing in the final, as they'll join Lynx, Rufus, Flush, and the Janitors. They are ready to go. Here is the finale of mini golf, and they are off. First one down is going to be the Lynx Rufus. They are up there. Let's see if we get any scoring. We might not get any. Here's an 8 for Flush, and it's going to do it. Flush is going to win. They're the only team to score. They take the gold. And by way of distance, it's a silver for the Lynx Rufus, bronze for the Vikings, and the Janitors, who end up way back at the front of the green, they will finish in 4th. They do not medal after making it into the final, but a strong bounce back for them. Let's have a look at the replay. It was nearly a complete shutout, which we haven't seen at all. This is the first time we've seen 3 fail to score. You can see just a denial there from the flag in the hole of the 2. And let's have a look at a couple of bouncing around and a helpful spin there, a little bit of a twirl from Flush to get into the 8-hole and advance, or I guess not advance, but rather win themselves a gold medal. So Flush really showed themselves to be productive today. They are the winners. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Vikings all unable to score in the final round, and so they shuffle out based on distance. Here are the results from today's event. 20 points to Flush. Lynx Rufus picks up 17, 15 for the Vikings. The Janitors finish 4th, and the Fury Spiders, off of the tiebreakers there, will finish in 5th, all the way down to the Blue Jackets, who finish in last in today's event. As we have a look at the overall standings, new leader, it is Flush. They pick up their first gold. They become the 4th different winner in 4 events, and they take a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not won a gold. They haven't won a silver, but they've won 2 out of the 4 bronzes, so they move into 2nd place with 46 points. And as we are 4 events in, things start to get a little more interesting, and not necessarily clearer as you would expect, but rather a little foggier as we go further into this event. 3rd place goes to the Vikings. Congratulations to them. Congrats to the Lynx Roughest. They pick up a 2nd place victory, and they now have 46 points. But today, everybody aspires to be Flush, not only because they won, but because they also take over 1st place overall in the standings. So congratulations to them, as we are now 4 events into the 20... 4 different events and 4 different winners in the 2021 Marble Champions League so far. This season could not be more wide open as we get into event number 5 of this season. Glad to be here again, folks. Keanu Bittersicki for Marble Fubeca. Everybody competing again for that cup as always as we have a look inside of our gigantic stadium. Here's the overall standings. Flush, after getting their first gold, our 4th different winner in 4 events. They hold a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not placed better than 3rd, but they've done it twice. They're the only team to medal in the same spot multiple times so far this year, earning a couple of bronzes, and that has moved them just 1 single point behind the lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, very similar to our event from last time. Have that Plinko style board. Should be a fun one. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is pinball. Have a look at our groupings here for today's event. As you know by now, each event has different groups, still the same style, groups A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal make it to the finale. Groups change every time. We will start with Group A, which today is the Steel Brothers, the Janitors, the Leaders, the Flush, and the Snow Wolves. Down they go, making their way. And let's see what the scoring ends up as. You get scores based off of where you're hitting. And you can see there, it's based off of how far you're going. And then if you land in those certain big spots there, that's going to either increase or decrease your score. The Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. Let's have a look again. And as we kind of make our way through this course and kind of figure out exactly how it's going to run, have a look at the replay and see how we got to where we got. So you can see there, they're going to ricochet off of those barriers in the middle. You want to avoid those negatives and maybe land on the positives if you can. The Flush scored 79 points because of the distance they went. So they're eliminated. As were the Snow Wolves there. So the Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. So that first group kind of showing you exactly how this is going to happen. The rest of the groups know exactly what to do now. You want to get as far as possible. Group B is Swiftblade, the Sphery Spiders, the Trojans, and the Blue Jackets. Down they go. Looks like a big opportunity for the Blue Jackets. They kind of have an issue. And in the corner, we're going to have a couple of scores that will be good. It'll be Swiftblade with 113, the Trojans with 111. They're advancing as the Blue Jackets and the Sphery Spiders are eliminated. It's about as far as you can go for Swiftblade and the Trojans. And you can't go a whole lot less than the Sphery Spiders did. Nobody landing in either a positive or negative spot. So it's really just based off of how far each marble able to carry its distance. And so far, that's worked out for Swiftblade and the Trojans. Hard contact there for the Sphery Spiders directly into one of those pylons there, and that really stalled any momentum whatsoever. Caused them not only to not advance, but rather to finish in last. So a disappointment for them. They will not advance. And our first semifinal is set up as Swiftblade and the Trojans advance from Group B. Group C today is the Vikings, Tatu Bola, Onyx, and Oris 1. First one down are going to be the Vikings. Can they do something? Yes, they can. Looks like a pretty strong run everywhere. Is there a plus 20? Not quite. And did the the Vikings, did they advance? The answer is no. Tatu Bola with 110 points, 108 for Onyx. They advance over the Vikings 107. Wow, what a crazy round that one is. Incredibly close. A little bit too much in terms of speed there, it looks like, from the Vikings. Actually ends up costing them, as at the end there you can see There's the pass made at the last moment. Boy, is that close. Just enough to eliminate the Vikings and advance the Onyx. They're into the second semifinal. And our final group today, Group D, as always, you know that. Well, today, Group D is going to consist of the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Rufus, the Speedy Hunters, and the Archangels. And let's see what happens. Looks like a couple of hard contacts made. Uh-oh, maybe a negative 40 for the Savage Jackal. Is it enough to keep them alive? The answer might be yes. Let's have a look. It is. So a loss of 40 points for the Savage Jackal because of where they landed. It's still enough for them to advance. They beat out the Archangels 65-51. Lynx Rufus scores 113. And they advanced pretty easily anyway. It was a score of 105 for the Savage Jackal before you take away the 40 that they lost. As you have a look at the replay here, not close for the Speedy Hunters, ran directly into a pylon. Let's look there. A little bit of contact, in fact. It was the Lynx Rufus that kind of sent the Savage Jackal into that negative 40 spot, but they were able to hold on. Despite losing 40 points, they still advanced by 14 into the second semifinal. So our semifinals are set, 8 teams down, 8 teams to go. And the first semifinal here, Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Janitors, and the Steel Brothers. Janitors have been a strong competitor. Can they continue that here? Top to advance. Let's see. Might have some scoring. There's a negative 25. It's going to go back. Maybe they'll pick up plus 30. Will they? The answer is no. But it's still enough to get it done. The Steel Brothers passed the Janitors at the last moment. They advanced to the final, joining the Trojans, who scored 113. 94 for the Steel Brothers. They beat them out by 7 points over the Janitors. 43 way back with Swiftblade. We'll have a look at the replay here and kind of see what happened with Swiftblade. Yep, pretty hard contact there with that first pylon. And boy, I'll tell you what, the Janitors and the Steel Brothers all over plussing and minusing their scores. Ultimately, neither landed on a bonus or a negative. And it just happened to be a last-minute pass by the Steel Brothers to advance to the final. So how about that one? As again, there's a good chance we're going to end up with a first-time winner. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Oris 1, and Flush are the winners through our first 4 events. And so there's a pretty good chance with what we're looking at that you're going to end up with, again, another first-time winner through these 5 events. Here's semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Tatu Bola. Who will advance? Hard contact a couple of times there. All the way back, maybe a negative 40 going to come and play. How about that move by Onyx? They will get it done. 113. The Savage Jackal with a score of 112. Another strong run for them. Again, they lost that 40 points in their group stage, but again, a strong run down all the way to the end. Tatu Bola scores over 100, yet they failed to advance with a score of 101. And the Lynx Rufus struggling there. They scored just 40 points, and so an easy maybe an easier pill to swallow there. They almost landed on the spot that automatically eliminates you. But either way, they were done, and pretty significantly. They were over 70 points behind the next closest, or behind where they needed to be to try to advance into the final. So the Trojans, the Steel Brothers, the Onyx, and the Savage Jackal, we will have another first-time winner in event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. There are the winners. See it up on your screen there. And here we go, the finale. The Trojans trying to get it done. They have been successful mostly throughout this year, but they have not had a win. And they're not going to get it here. Who will? Is it the Savage Jackal? Here come the Onyx at the last moment. They are going to run out of room, and it's the Savage Jackal that will win it with 105 points. The Steel Brothers take silver by a single point. 104 for them. Bronze goes to the Onyx. They pick up 98 points, and the Trojans struggling there in the finale. They score just 49. They'll take 4th place in today's event. Let's have a look at the replay and see how it shook out. Got pretty close there at the end. For a second, I thought the Onyx might pull it out and just roll their way to a victory. In fact, they made pretty hard contact with that middle pylon there. but still able to just have a solid, slow roll. The Savage Jackal very nearly landed again in the -40 spot, which would have cost them, but ultimately just not enough speed there from the Onyx Marble to be able to continue past the 100 part. So the Savage Jackal, they are the winners. Congratulations to them. They become our 5th different winner in 5 different events, as they win pinball here, event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Congratulations to them. Up on your screen now, the results from today's event. They pick up 20 points. The Steel Brothers finish 2nd, Onyx 3rd, Trojans 4th, Tatu Bola kind of picking it up here as they finish in 5th, all the way down to the Sphery Spiders. They do not pick up a point after finishing in last in the overall standings now for the season. After we calculate in today's event, the Steel Brothers, they retake the lead, and it's a 3-point advantage over the Vikings. We'll see what we can get from the Savage Jackal. They move up to 6th. They're just 6 points behind. But it's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, and the Flush right now all atop the leaderboard in what is still a very tight, very wide open competition. Congrats to the Onyx after a 3rd place finish. They get up to 38 points. Still a long way to go for them, but they're getting a little bit better. The Steel Brothers, after another silver, they are now your overall standings leaders. But today, everybody aspires to be the Savage Jackal. They get the win with a gold medal performance in pinball. And they put themselves maybe in a driver's seat to get further up the leaderboard. We are through 5 events now, and the front-runners and competitors for this championship making their way clear in the 2021 Marble Champions League. Glad to have you here again on Marble Fubeca. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki as we get ready for event number 6 of our series. We're going to look at our championship standings on your screen. The Steel Brothers have moved into first place despite not winning. 2 silvers have gotten them to 56 points. 2 bronzes for the Vikings. They're just 3 points behind. Interesting note, but the Flush and the Janitors are the first 2 teams that have a first place win, but they sit 4 points behind our current leaders. So getting a win in an event not necessarily going to guarantee that you're going to have success overall in these championship standings, and ultimately that's what you're looking for as you are looking at the screen. And you see the course for today's event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 6 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Marble Tennis. As you have a look at our bracket for today's event, as you know, A, B, C, and D groupings, top 2 will advance. You see the groups for today's specific event. As we have a look at our tennis court, going to look to score the most points that you can. You have to get through this large structure here. Coming directly out of a funnel early on. Here's Group A. It's Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets, and they are off. First through looks like it's Oris 1 and then the Sphery Spiders, and the other 2 having a hard time getting through that funnel as the first 2 are through. Down onto the course, a 4 and a 3 for the Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters, see what they can muster up. And doesn't look like either is going to score. They will not. The Blue Jackets and the Sphery Spiders, the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters eliminated. A 4 for Oris 1 and a 3 for the Sphery Spiders. Scoring early ends up being enough as they advance into our first semifinal. Wow, look at that, some contact there with that net, which could have caused a real issue for the Sphery Spiders, but they're able to get over and have a clear run. 4 and 3, the 2 opening scores. That's the best you can do. 4 and 3, not too shabby either. So Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders, they are through to the first semifinal. As we have a look at Group B in today's event, and they are the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Ruffles, and Flush. First one down, looks like it's the Savage Jackal and then the Lynx Ruffles. Steel Brothers and Flush with a slow run early on. Savage Jackal, can they score? They do, they put up 3. There is 2, and I think another 3 for the Steel Brothers. Hard to see where they came out. They do pick up 3, and a 3 as well for the Lynx, or for the Flush, but they, due to their time, are going to be eliminated. So 3 threes and a 2. The Savage Jackal and the championship leader, the Steel Brothers, able to advance from this first grouping. You can see there is the first 3, and it was a pretty significant run, almost over 2 full seconds in between the first and second finishers. That was actually the Lynx Ruffles who were the second fastest, and then the Steel Brothers just behind them. followed by the Flush, who picked up 3 points, but not enough because of their difficult time getting down the court. So it's a speed, both a combination of speed and of point scoring potentially. So the Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers, they are through into semifinal A. Now let's meet the Group C competitors. It's the Trojans, the Archangels, the Onyx, and the Vikings. Vikings, as we mentioned, they are the second running team, but they're having a hard time getting through that funnel, as is Onyx. Here come the Trojans and the Archangels, and 3 for the Trojans. The Archangels are not going to score. That's going to open up the door for the Onyx and for the Vikings. That's 3 for the Onyx. They're going to need a 4 out of the Vikings. They put up just 2. And the Vikings going home with a slow run and not able to score enough. The Trojans picked up 3. Onyx gets it done with 3 points as well. After the door was opened by the Archangels failing to score, they never really made contact with any of the openings there. Maybe right there, may have made some contact with the opening of the 2. That wouldn't have been enough anyway. And the Vikings very nearly didn't score, but even with the score that they did get, not enough. They needed a 4 because of their time in order to advance. They can't get it done. The Trojans and the Onyx are into the second semifinal. As we meet our final group today, it's the Snow Wolves, Tatu Bola, Swiftblade, and the Janitors. The Janitors come out first. They're in the lead, followed by Tatu Bola, then Swiftblade and the Snow Wolves. Here come the Janitors. What can they put up? Oh, there was a block ball, and they're both going to score 3. Going to need a 4. They're going to get a 4 from Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves. If they can score 4, they will advance. Otherwise, it's over, and they put up 3. And so the Janitors are going to advance based on timing. Excuse me. They're going to rule Tatu Bola out of this competition. Oh yeah, if you hit the net there, you're eliminated. You're disqualified. And so Tatu Bola, despite putting up 3 points, they do not advance. Swiftblade, I don't think they wouldn't have advanced anyway because the Janitors were down before they were. But Swiftblade, you'll see the 4 points for them. Oh man, they made some contact there as well before they put up the 4 points. And so they advance. The Janitors advance as well, and the Snow Wolves put up 3, but they had to have 4 because, again, a slow run really puts you in a bind there of what you can do. You have to have high scores, or you at least have to better the score of whoever you're going up head-to-head with. You can't tie because that does not go your way. And so through the Janitors. As we move into the semifinal here, Savage Jackal, Steel Brothers, Orus 1, Sphery Spiders. 2 spots in the finale on the line, and the first one through is going to be Orus 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. And the other 2 still struggling to get through. We've seen that happen quite a bit. First one down is Orus 1. They put up 3. Here comes 3 more for the Savage Jackal. They have set the stage as the other 2 make their way down. Looks like a problem for the Steel Brothers. They're not going to get anything. Here's a 2 for the Sphery Spiders. They will not do enough. And the championship leaders eliminated here in the semifinal as they got blocked by the Sphery Spiders. They failed to make it down the large course and onto the court. And so the Steel Brothers eliminated, and that will cost them by way of how many points they're going to earn because they didn't score anything, which is likely going to be a last place finish out of this grouping. And 3 was enough for both Orus 1 and the Savage Jackal to get it done. 2 would have been enough, in fact. All they had to do was score ultimately because of the slow run by the Sphery Spiders and a lack of score in general by the Steel Brothers. And here's a look at the replay where that happened. Oh, just a denial by the Sphery Spiders as they came down at the exact same time. But clearly the Sphery Spiders were carrying more momentum at that point. Blocked the Steel Brothers from having a chance to score, eliminates them. Ultimately, they're eliminated as well because they didn't score enough. They needed 4 points in order to advance. And so, Orus 1 and the Savage Jackal advancing into our finale. The Trojans, Onyx, Swiftblade, the Janitors, all now looking for those final 2 spots. Let's see if the Janitors can come back. Who's going to get down first? It's the Trojans, then Onyx, followed by Swiftblade, and the Janitors in a precarious position. First one down is going to be the Trojans. What do they put up by score? That is 4 for the Trojans. And now another 4 and a 3. And the Janitors Although they're going to run this one out, they have no chance to win as two competitors score 4. They won't score at all. And so the Trojans and Onyx advance. Swiftblade puts up 3, but it's still not enough. After a couple of 4s, our first time with multiple teams scoring 4 in a single round. As you have a look at the replay, I mean, that's about as well as possible to get it done for the Trojans. And a couple of ricochets there helped out Onyx as they score 4 more points. And by the time the Janitors hit the course there, they really had no chance. They quite literally had no chance. Couldn't have gotten it done with 2 teams scoring 4 ahead of them. They ultimately don't score at all, which will hurt their chances in terms of where they're going to finish in this overall event standing. Into the final, the Trojans and the Onyx, and we have the finale set. Speed and scoring ability is going to come into play here. Trojans, Onyx, Oris 1, Savage, Jackal. Let's do it. First one down are the Trojans. They've had a lot of success this season, and they are dominating this course right now, but they still have to score. Here they are onto the course. They're going to put up 4, and that's going to do it. Another 4 for Oris 1 will give them second place. The Trojans win it. Here come the last 2. It's a 3 and nothing for the Savage Jackal as they will finish in last. We can give the gold to the Trojans, silver to the Onyx. Oris 1 picks up a bronze. As we have a look at the replay, and it was just an easy, quick one for the Trojans. They got through that funnel, as you can see, gaining that inside run. It looked like they actually may have hit something that may have helped them along the way there. They got down way before anybody else, a little bit of a swirl around effect for Oris 1, and they were already a couple of rungs below by the time that they had gotten through the funnel, and all the Trojans had to do was execute on the scoring, and you cannot execute better than that. 2 ricochets right into the 4-hole, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Not a bad job at all by Oris 1, as they rolled their way into a 4 and a guaranteed second place. And then at that point, it was all about who's going to pick up third place, and it was 3 points for Onyx. They got it done. No scoring from the Savage Jackal. They got really close to a 3, really close to a 2. Either way, they wouldn't have won it after the tiebreaker with the scoring going toward who was the fastest down. They had no chance to take that third place once somebody else had found the hole first. Here are the results overall from today's event. The Trojans take first, second place to Oris 1. Onyx takes third, Savage Jackal fourth, and Swiftblade picks up 5th there based on the way that they scored from the semifinal rounds. And our overall championship standings now, after 6 events, has the Trojans in the lead. They pick up their first goal. It's back and forth about as much as possible. It is, however, a 6-point lead over Oris 1, the Steel Brothers in 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, and the Janitors run in 5th, ahead of Flush, who are in 6th, as those overall standings may be spreading out a little bit now. A 7-point lead, about as big as we've seen from anybody in this event, really at any point in time in this championship series. A 7-point advantage now for the Trojans. As I said, they got a lot of success this season, and finally they capitalize on it and take home a gold. Third place and a bronze goes to the Onyx. After that, they picked up 53 points. Second place in silver goes to Oris 1. They're at 65 points. But today, they all aspire to be the Trojans, a gold, and they take over first place in the championship standings. Six events through, and still anybody's game here in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we make our way to event number 7 here at our large stadium. Once again, packed with a ton of fans ready to watch the action today. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bugurski, as always, glad to have you here. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings for the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Trojans, after a win, have moved their way into the lead, and they have a 6-point advantage over Oris 1, then the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, and the Janitors, the top 5, all the way down to Tatu Bola, 9 points back to the next closest team. They have really struggled so far this year. As you have a look at our course for today's event, this is a much more traditional style, as we've got a lot of funnels to go through on this course, and it is pure speed. You'll see at the bottom there, the finishing platform. That is where you need to get, and you need to be one of the first 2 in our group stage to finish. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 7 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Quadrilla Funnels. As you have a look at our matchups here, The grouping A, B, C, and D, you know how it goes. Top 2 from each will advance into our semifinals. The groups change each week, but the way that this competition works does not. In our bracket format, as always, we have 8 funnels that these teams will have to make their way through. You can see they're numbered for you, make it a little bit easier to be able to see where each competitor is at. Group A today are the Speedy Hunters, Flush, Swiftblade, and Tatu Bola. They are off, and the first one through very quickly is Tatu Bola, followed by Swiftblade, Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. Now, this is interesting. You don't want to be the first one through here. You can see Tatu Bola, and then the Flush. Here comes maybe Swiftblade. Yep, there's Swiftblade, and there. Now, in the lead is Swiftblade. As you can see, takes everybody getting through before that funnel's going to tip over for you. But very early, the lead now, not so early, as we're all the way down to the third funnel, is Tatu Bola. They're down to the second funnel. Still nobody through. Here come the Speedy Hunters running in second, looking for that final funnel, making their way through, and finishing first is Tatu Bola. They will advance. Swiftblade has an easy advantage now. Here comes to the second hole. Here comes the Speedy Hunters. They're going to try to make a pass at the last moment. They will! Speedy Hunters get it done. Ahead of Swiftblade, and now the Flush will finish last. Unbelievable. At the last moment, the Speedy Hunters make the pass, as we'll have a look at the replay here. They will join Tatu Bola in the first semifinal. You can see Tatu Bola really dominated this event. We mentioned in the Open they are the worst team, and by a pretty significant margin. 9 points separate them and then the next lowest of the 16 teams. But they had a lot of success here in the group stage, and at the last moment a pass by the Speedy Hunters advanced them into the semifinal. So an impressive run by Tatu Bola and a last-second pass allow us to have our advancers from Group A. Now Group B, which includes the championship leaders, the Trojans, then Lynx Ruffus, the Janitors, and the Archangels. Couple of big competitors. Right now it's the Lynx Ruffus in the lead. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be the Archangels. They will be followed by the Lynx Ruffus, then the Janitors, and the Trojans are going to be the last one through. However, it might put them in the lead. Taking their time, they'll finish out second here. As we enter through, it's the Archangels. Now everybody's very close. And now, all of a sudden, you've got the Trojans in the lead. They're the first to hit funnel number 3. Now they're going to make their way to funnel number 2. Who's in second? All the way down to the first funnel are the Trojans. It's Lynx Ruffus running in second. Lynx Ruffus gets their way to the first funnel. They're trying to make a pass on the Trojans. They will. Lynx Ruffus going to win this one. Now the Trojans are going to get passed by the Janitors at the last moment. And the Janitors advance. The Trojans, the championship leaders, going home. And they will be joined by the Archangels, who will finish this one out very slowly, apparently. Trying to give me as much time to talk as possible at a time of just over 57 seconds. So the Trojans become the second straight team to lose it at the last moment. Lynx Ruffus, they made a pass on the Trojans, and they actually set up the Janitors to make another pass as well. There was the pass for the win by Lynx Ruffus, and then you see on your screen entering the first funnel were the Janitors, and they just knocked the Trojans right out of the way to advance. Very disappointing from the championship leaders, and the Janitors, again, they're one of the top 5, and they advanced to the semifinals by making that pass on the Trojans. Group C is the Savage Jackal, the Onyx, the Steel Brothers, and the Oris 1. Another big group. 3 of the top 5 right here. It's the Steel Brothers in the lead, followed by Onyx, then Oris 1, and Savage Jackal struggling to make it through. Oris 1 is through first. Finally, here come the Savage Jackal through the 8th funnel there. They're going to actually make a pass for second, followed by Onyx and the Steel Brothers, they were in the lead. They now are the last to get through, and they'll end up in second. Let's see who gets through first. It's Oris 1 in the lead. Everybody else still trying to get through. The Savage Jackal. Look at Oris 1 all the way down at funnel number 3. They've got a big lead. Here come the Savage Jackal. Now these two are competing. They've got a pretty big advantage over the other two. Again, you need to finish in the top 2. Here come the others now. Nobody can take advantage. Now the Steel Brothers take the lead. They're all the way down to funnel 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. Savage Jackal make a pass. They're going to win this thing. They're going to be followed by the Steel Brothers. Onyx and Oris 1 will not advance as Onyx makes it through the final funnel. They'll finish in third, and Oris 1 will come up fourth in today's event. From Group C. So those two are eliminated as the Savage Jackal made a pass again at the end to get that win. You have a look at the replay here and see how they did. Saw the Steel Brothers came through that first funnel in the lead. They really struggled after that, but ultimately they got their way into a spot where they could have had the win. But the Savage Jackal made the pass. Steel Brothers, though, still get through on the transfer spot, and ultimately that's all you're looking for, is to be one of the top two from your grouping. And again, in the semifinal, you want to be one of the top two as well to advance into our finale. So 3 groups are down. We've got one more grouping to go. This is the only group not to feature, or our second group, Group A, and now Group D, that does not feature one of the top 5 in the standings. So Group D, consisting of the Spheri Spiders, the Blue Jackets, the Vikings, and the Snow Wolves, and they are through, and very early it's the Spheri Spiders, followed by the Blue Jackets. Then the Vikings and the Snow Wolves pull up the rear. The Vikings get through first, then the Spheri Spiders. Here's the Blue Jackets, and they're very well going to be in the lead. It's the Blue Jackets now ahead of the Snow Wolves. Now the Snow Wolves make a move. They're in the lead after coming up slow early on. Let's see if they can get down first. They will. They'll be the first to enter funnel number 3. Followed by the Vikings. A slow run right now for the Spheri Spiders. They're in some trouble. It's the Snow Wolves down to funnel 2. Now they're down to funnel 1. And they're going to advance. The best time of this first round will belong to the Snow Wolves. Here come the Vikings. They're circling the final funnel. Can they get it done? The answer is yes. The Vikings advance over the Spheri Spiders, and pulling up the rear are the Blue Jackets. The fastest time of 31.87 for the Snow Wolves, who came out slowly at first. In fact, they were the lowest, or the slowest to get through that first funnel. They really picked up speed, got very quickly through the second funnel, which helped. And then honestly, a pretty quick final funnel as well. Had a lot of success there on those final 3, which ultimately have clearly shown to be the money-making funnels. Doesn't matter where you are necessarily at the beginning. If you can get through those final funnels quickly, you've got a chance to do some damage. So they are through into the semifinals, and you can see there, semifinal A and B are set. Our group stages are done. Those 8 that are knocked out will compete, or will rather be situated based on timing as far as their placement in today's event. Semifinal A, the Janitors, Lynx Ruffus, Tatu Bola, and the Speedy Hunters. Big opportunity for the Janitors. They were in the lead. They're going to finish through funnel number 7 in second, which will really probably put them in about third. And in the lead now is the Speedy Hunters. And it's very close right now between 3 of them. Big lead now for Tatu Bola, doing it again. They had a lot of success earlier. Can they get it done? They're falling all around funnel 3. They're going to get through. They're going to get through funnel 2 quickly. Down to the final funnel. Tatu Bola trying to make the finale. They will as they advance. The Speedy Hunters will follow them. And the Lynx Ruffus and the Janitors will be going home in this second, or this first semifinal, as the Janitors look like they're going to make a pass. They will. They'll finish third. Tatu Bola does it again. After winning their group stage, they will win semifinal A, and they are in the finale. And they'll be joined by the Speedy Hunters as our second member of the final showdown here for event number 7, the Quadrilla Funnels. You can see on the replay, very quickly making it through Tatu Bola. They were followed by the Janitors, although the Janitors really struggled at the end, unable to do a whole lot after that. And Tatu Bola got it done. They had a big lead and struggled a little bit at the end there, getting through those funnels, but ultimately able to do enough. They didn't win it by all that much. A little less than 2 seconds, despite a pretty big lead initially. So Tatu Bola and the Speedy Hunters are through. And now the Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers, a chance for them to move up in the championship standings. They're followed by, or joined by rather, the Snow Wolves and the Vikings. And let's see who gets through. First, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. They won their heat, and they will advance first. And they are the first through funnel number 7. That's really not where you want to be. Where you want to be is where the Vikings are. They're going to end up in the lead here, as again, it's the Steel Brothers who take their time getting down. And the Snow Wolves retake the lead. They're followed by the Savage Jackal. Those two are in funnels 5 and 4 respectively. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be very close, but again, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. Then the Savage Jackal. The Savage Jackal has the inside lane. Can they make the pass through funnel 3? The answer is yes. And now they're going to be followed by the Snow Wolves. The Snow Wolves quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1, and very close to getting their way into the finale. Here come the Vikings out of nowhere. It's the Snow Wolves who take 1. The Savage Jackal advance with spot number 2. As the Vikings made a run, they can't get it done. In fact, they're going to get passed by the Steel Brothers, and they will finish 4th. They nearly made that pass and advanced into the finale instead. Pretty disappointing 53-second time there, finishing 13 seconds off the pace. I'll have a look here very quickly through where the Snow Wolves, they get the win here, and they, for the most part, looked pretty successful. Watch here. You can see the Vikings all over it, nearly had it. Oh, just couldn't get it done. And there a little bit of contact. Oh, man, they really had a huge opportunity to be able to make a pass, not only just for the transfer spot, but to actually win that second semifinal. They can't get it done either way. And so they will not advance. It's the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal in the finale. You can see the reverse restarting area, which we've talked about, funnel number 7. You don't want to be first. You really want to be the third to finish there. That should put you in a good spot. Here we go. Savage Jackal, Tatu, Bola, Speedy Hunters, and the Snow Wolves. It's the Speedy Hunters ahead of the Snow Wolves right now, and the Speedy Hunters will get through first. Again, you really want to be that third team through. Second is the Snow Wolves. Here come the Savage Jackal and Tatu Bola. They will really now fight for the restart lead. And it might be Tatu Bola. It looks like they're circling, and it will be Tatu Bola. They're going to take the lead here. And they're going to be the third team down. Pretty close right now between the Snow Wolves, the Speedy Hunters, and Tatu Bola. Now the Speedy Hunters trying to make a little bit of headway here. They are circling around funnel number 3, as are the Snow Wolves. They're going to quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1. Here's where a championship is won. And the winner of this event is going to be the Speedy Hunters, followed by the Snow Wolves. Tatu Bola is down to funnel number 1. They're looking for a podium finish, which is something you wouldn't think that you'd see from them, but they're going to get it done. They'll finish ahead of Savage Jackal, who will make up the rear here and finish in 4th place of this event. And did it in just under a minute. 59.385, 37.885. That's the winning time for the Speedy Hunters. As we get our last look at the quadrilla funnels. And the Speedy Hunters and Snow Wolves, it's interesting, even with the restart area, where you want to finish 3rd or 4th, that puts you in 1st and 2nd. It was still, for the most part, those teams that made it 1st and 2nd that were still, even after that restart, reestablishing themselves as the leaders in the clubhouse. And you can see it right there. 1st through funnel 6 were the 2 who finished 1st and 2nd in this event. And the Speedy Hunters did what needed to be done, which is quickly get through the funnels at the end. We talked about it. They actually used, it seems, a little bit of a contact there with the Snow Wolves to help them through as they win this one and they take home the gold. So congratulations to them. A very interesting finale with some teams that have had success, some that have not. And the Speedy Hunters, as you have a look at the results from today's event, they will pick up all 20 points. They ran their best time in the finale. So congratulations to them. The Snow Wolves ran the fastest time overall. They'll finish in 2nd. Tatu Bola 3rd. Savage Jackal 4th. And by the timing of the semifinals, it's the Steel Brothers that pick up the 5th place finish in today's event. Overall standings, the Trojans still have the lead, but they have dropped it to just one single point over the Steel Brothers. One more point back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors are in 4th, the Vikings are in 5th. Despite the win, the Speedy Hunters are in 11th. They are the worst running out of any of our 7 winners that have medaled with a gold so far in this championship competition. So they still have a very long way. Probably not going to happen for them, but they do get a gold, and they are who everybody wants to be today. So congratulations, 3rd place for Tatu Bola. They take home the bronze, and after that, they're up to 35 points on the year. 2nd place to the Snow Wolves. They get the silver. They're at 62 points, just 52 points for the championship. But overall, today with the gold, everybody's aspiring to be the Speedy Hunters. They take home the gold, and they move their way a little bit further up those overall standings. Again, the Trojans unable to get through the group stage, but today they still hold on to the championship by one single point over the Steel Brothers. It's getting awfully tight at the top once again.
We are on to event number 8 as we hit the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. And as we begin our 8th event, some of the championship contenders trying to make themselves a little bit clearer as we get toward the home stretch of this championship. There are the overall standings on your screen. As you can see, it's just a 1-point lead from the Trojans over the Steel Brothers. 2 points back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors sit 5 points behind, and the Vikings in 5th, and Oris 1/6.
All of those competitors within 11 points of the championship lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, we have, as we said, 6 teams within 11 points. A great opportunity here on this road course. More of a traditional marble racing event to maybe see if some of those teams that are toward the middle of the pack can make their way back up toward the front, or can the Trojans and company continue to space themselves out from the rest of the field. As you have a look at today, what we have for event number 8, a beautiful course here on this road course. You see some of the competitors' trailers and some fans on the inside infield of this course, as well as, of course, the large group of fans that we have packing this house today for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Daytona 615 meters. As you have a look at the starting gates for today's event, and the luscious green hills on the infield here of this long road course. And again, you can see there's a couple of areas where you're going to get maybe some movement, a couple of those barriers there. And we are ready to go. For the first time ever, all 16 of our teams are on the course at the same time. Here we go. This is a 41-lap race, something we have never seen in the Marble Champions League. And early on, it's the Steel Brothers ahead of the Onyx, and the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola, and the Archangels. As we are on to lap number 2. Quick laps here. And we'll see if the Steel Brothers can continue to have success. Nowhere to be seen in the top half of the field right now are the Trojans. It's still the Steel Brothers in the lead with a slight advantage over Onyx. Then the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola showing well, and the Speedy Hunters running in 5th. Flash and Savage Jackal running in the top half along with the Lynx Ruffus right now. And Onyx just ran the fastest lap here, and they are closing in on the Steel Brothers, trying to make a pass for the lead as they come across the start-finish line again. It is close, and there's a pass! The Onyx take the lead on a little bit of a mistake there. It looked like the Steel Brothers may have ran into a barrier, but they retake the lead now. The Savage Jackal have moved their way up into 5th. And it's still the Steel Brothers as we are now on to lap number 8, and the Steel Brothers running about 0.3 of a second ahead of Onyx. It is a 2-team race right now, and now a pass by Onyx. They take the lead and will try to lead this lap as we go to lap 10. They do just barely. It is close at the top right now. Here come the Speedy Hunters. They're trying to make a pass on the Steel Brothers for 2nd. See if they can get anything done here. The Janitors, one of our top 5 competitors, they've moved into 7th. And now Onyx has again run the fastest lap. It's a lap 11. They are now in the lead over the Steel Brothers and trying to kind of build an advantage here. Flush has had success this season. They're up to 3rd. Right now, Onyx with a 1.8 second lead over the Steel Brothers. We'll have a pretty good advantage over 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on from there. And now 3rd place is the Janitors as they have moved their way up. Like they may get past, maybe not. Here come the Trojans. They're up into the top half for the first time, running in 7th, seeing if they can maybe climb this leaderboard here. Look at the pretty big lead right now by Onyx. Now it is a large advantage. They have pulled away here. Oris 1 just ran the fastest lap, interestingly enough. Here on lap 17. They're running in 13th though, so not much success to show for it here. All of a sudden, here are the Trojans running in 3rd. And they may have just made a pass for 2nd. Yes, they did. The Steel Brothers have dropped back to 4th. Disaster strikes as they're trying to take advantage. And now this lead is down to 0.9 of a second. Here come the championship leaders. With the Flush and the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets all in the top 5. Here come the Trojans. They make a pass for the lead. They're followed by Flush. And the championship leaders are once again in front here at the Daytona 615 meters in lap 23 of 41. It's the Trojans, Flush, the Blue Jackets, the Archangels, and the Steel Brothers. Out of the top half are the Onyx. And it's over a second lead now between the Trojans and Flush. Right on their tail are the Blue Jackets. The Archangels, the Sphery Spiders, both up there now. The Steel Brothers running in 4th. And now the Trojans with a little bit of pressure. Here comes a pass for the lead by Flush. They're in the lead as they make their way through lap 26 onto 27, trying to build an advantage here over the Trojans. See if they can get it done. It's a 3.5, or a 0.35, 3.5 tenths of a second. Clarify that. Right now the lead
for Flush as we enter lap 29. Here come the Trojans again. The Steel Brothers have worked their way back up to third. Trying to get closer here, get back in on the action. Again, they come in 1 point behind the Trojans in the championship standings. And right now they're 1 spot behind the Trojans in this event. That lead is less than 1/10 of a second. Here come the Trojans again, trying to make a block. Uh-oh, a little bit of trouble there. Jumping over a barrier are the Flush, and they nearly lost the lead because of it. That's a great piece of work by them to stay alive. And again, they make contact. Here come the Steel Brothers. The Trojans get pushed into the lead by the Steel Brothers, who take over second. Third are Flush, and now they're going to make a pass. Uh-oh, the Trojans get pushed out of the way. Flush back to the lead. Here come the Sphery Spiders into second place. With the Steel Brothers running third, the Trojans are fourth now. They switch back again. The Trojans back to third. Meanwhile, it's a 2/10 of a second lead for Flush over the Sphery Spiders, Steel Brothers running third. Oris 1 is up to fourth, and the Trojans have dropped back to fifth. All over the Flush are the Sphery Spiders. We're getting down here, folks, as we enter lap 38. Only 4 laps to go in the 615 meters. Oris 1 has taken the lead. Can they come out of nowhere and get this thing done? The Steel Brothers are running fourth. The Trojans have just dropped back to sixth. 2 more laps to go. Oris 1 nowhere to be found for the majority of this race. Now all of a sudden they've got the lead as we come across final lap at Daytona. Oris 1 the leader. Here come the Flush. They're right up on their bumper coming across the final line. It is Oris 1 that gets it done. They win it. Flush will take second. The Steel Brothers will take third, and by the way, they're going to move themselves into the championship lead because the Trojans fell way behind. Oris 1 comes from behind in the last handful of laps to get it done, winning it by just under a half a second on Flush. The Steel Brothers third, Sphery Spiders fourth, Archangels finished fifth. The Trojans dropped all the way back to ninth at the end of that race after pulling away a pretty large advantage. You have a look, there are the full race results of all 19 competitors, and officially there are the overall standings. As you can see, Oris 1 and their fans celebrating a win today. They come from behind win as we have a look at some of the highlights of today's race, and you're not going to see our winner in much of it. You can see even just from the beginning, Oris 1 settled in somewhere, looks like in the double digits. And it was the Steel Brothers who got off to a good lead and led for a pretty good portion before Onyx had a dominant stretch. That was really the majority of this race, was a lot of dominant stretches by different teams. The Steel Brothers had one. Onyx had another. As you can see, what you're looking at right now is the moment in which Onyx made that pass. They both ran into the barrier, but Onyx got back up to speed there a little bit more successfully and was able to make that pass. But it was the Steel Brothers and then Onyx. Flush had the lead for a good period of time, as did the Trojans. As you can see, that's what we're looking at right now. The Trojans having the lead. Then at the end, it was Oris 1. It really comes from nowhere. We saw they ran the fastest lap of the race, which was lap 17 pretty early on, but they were running in 13th at the time. So a little bit of a surprise there. As you can see, pretty good move made there by Flush, and then a block of the Trojans. Another point there where the barrier right after the start-finish line caused problems, and there you can see Oris 1 kind of popping their way through at the last moment. And this is where things got a little bit too crazy there, as it was Flush ahead of the Trojans, and then Oris 1 comes out of nowhere. And right there was the pass into the lead for Oris 1. That was the winning move that got it done for Oris 1, as they were able to take advantage of a mistake by the two teams running in front of them, build a lead, and despite only leading about a handful of laps, they get the gold and win event number 8. So congrats to them. Congrats to the Steel Brothers. They still pick up
third place, and after that, they're the new championship leaders with 90 points. Second place to Flush, they get the silver. They're at 79 points overall, and Oris 1 gets the gold, and they are now up to 85 points. So an impressive run for them, as today everybody aspires to be Oris 1 in the last few laps. After struggling for the majority of the race, they get it done, come from behind, and they can call themselves winners here in event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Daytona 615 meters goes to Oris 1. As they 8 events down and 8 events to go. We're officially on the backstretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. Glad to have you again here, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersky here for today's event number 9. We are halfway through and still halfway to go. There are the overall standings right now. It's a 5-point lead for the Steel Brothers, leading over Oris 1. The Trojans, Flush, and the Janitors, the top 5. And within 20 points of the lead as well are 6th place Savage Jackal and the 7th place Snow Wolves, going all the way down to the Archangels, who have dropped to last place 16th in our standings. I'll look at our course for today's event, another more traditional style race. We had that in our last event, and do it again today. An oval, it appears, for our event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 9 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the slalom race, 30 meters. Have a look at, again, a beautiful course here. Green infield. And a very small course, but that can provide, as we've seen on the past year on Marble Fubeca, with some very interesting action, some very fast-paced action as well. And here we go. This is another group staging matchup, so we will again go with our bracket style. There are the groups A, B, C, and D. It's a quick 2-lap race. Tatu Bola, the Vikings, Onyx, and the Archangels. In Group A, top 2 will advance. And right now it's Tatu Bola with a big lead over Onyx, and then the Vikings and the Archangels. We go into lap number 2, a large lead for Tatu Bola, up by 1.7 seconds over Onyx, by about 0.2 of a second over the Vikings, who just made a pass for second place. It is Tatu Bola across. They're going to get the win. The Vikings take second. They transfer, followed by Onyx, and the Archangels, who continue to struggle. They will finish in last out of this grouping, and obviously not going to advance into the semifinal, as we have a look at the replay here of this first race. Quick sprints here. The style of event that we're running with today. Provides for not a lot of time to make up any kind of mistake that you might make. As you saw the Vikings make a quick pass, but not much passing otherwise. As Tatu Bola and the Vikings advance to semifinal A. And we make our way to Group B of this opening stage, and they are consisting of the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, those are championship leaders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Sphery Spiders. Lots of S's all over the place here for this matchup, and right now it's the Sphery Spiders and the Steel Brothers, and it looks like the Steel Brothers are going to make a pass for the lead. It's close right now between the top 2, but they're trying to distance themselves between the Speedy Hunters and Savage Jackal. The Steel Brothers pulling out to a little bit of a lead. It's the Sphery Spiders trying to hold on. Steel Brothers win it, and the Sphery Spiders will advance, transferring over by about 0.6 of a second over the Speedy Hunters, and then the Savage Jackal finishing in last out of Group B as we have a look at our replay. You saw the Sphery Spiders actually jump over one of those barriers there. Nothing illegal about it. It's just a matter of whether or not you can make it work for momentum's sake. They did not, as they got passed out of that first corner by the Steel Brothers, but they're still able to advance. As the Sphery Spiders get that transfer spot and the last spot in semifinal A. Here's Group C. The Blue Jackets, the Trojans, the Janitors, and Oris 1, another heavy-hitting group. And right now it's the Janitors with a big lead over Oris 1, then the Blue Jackets and the Trojans. They're all pretty close, but it's a gigantic lead for the Janitors, who'd have to really mess it up if they don't advance.
Here we go. It's the Blue Jackets still in the lead. They're trying to gain a little bit of momentum and maybe upset this group. Across the line, it's the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets do get it done. They advance over Oris 1, and the Trojans with a rough run there as they struggle. Let's have a look at the replay. That was a pretty easy win for the Janitors, winning it by 1.2 seconds over anybody, all the way back almost 4 seconds before the Trojans crossed the line after the Janitors did. A pretty dominant run there by the Janitors. They grabbed the first spot along with the Blue Jackets in semifinal B. And our final group, the Lynx Rufus, Flush, Swiftblade, and the Snow Wolves. And they are off, and it's Swiftblade in the lead right now, but here comes Lynx Rufus. They're going to take the lead. Followed by Swiftblade, then the Snow Wolves, and Flush falling behind a little bit. Let's see if there could be a pass, maybe. They're right up on the bumper. Swiftblade trying to get to Lynx Rufus, cannot get it done. Here comes Flush with a nice move. Can they make a pass? They're into third, but you need to be second in order to transfer, and they're not going to be able to have enough to get it done. It's Lynx Rufus and Swiftblade advancing from Group B. Look at the replay here, and again, not a lot of passing really going to be done. As you can see, Lynx Rufus made that pass by going over a barrier. We saw one of the teams try to do that earlier. It didn't work. I think it was the Fury Spiders maybe that had attempted to make that move happen. They got it done, but they didn't they weren't able to hold the spot. This time, Lynx Rufus does hold the spot. They're able to take a more traditional turn around the track. In their second lap, they grab a spot in semifinal B. Joining them are Swiftblade, and that is the end of the group stage. So you can see on the left side, those are the teams failing to advance to the semifinals. 8 down, 8 left. As we make our way into the semifinals, we'll start with semifinal A. Again, this is just 2 laps. It's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, Tatu Bola, and the Fury Spiders. Couple from the top, couple from the middle to bottom of the standings, but that's not going to matter necessarily. It's the Vikings and then the Fury Spiders. Here's a pass for third by the Steel Brothers. They're going to have to get up into second, though. It's the Vikings in the lead. The Fury Spiders have pressure all over them from the Steel Brothers, who make that pass. They go into second place as we come around for the final 2 turns. Here we go. It's going to be the Steel Brothers holding on. They take second. The Vikings get the win. The transfer go to the Steel Brothers. They're into the final as well. The Fury Spiders put up a tough fight there, but they're unable to ultimately get it done against the Steel Brothers, who advance into the finale, joined by the Vikings, who win that one by a little over a half a second in semifinal A. And on the replay here, you can see that pass had to be made. The Fury Spiders very nearly spoiling the party for the Steel Brothers, but ultimately they're able to make that pass, which is not easy. We've seen here, has not been easy to pass, but they get it done to advance into the finale. Here's semifinal B. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. The Janitors had an incredible run in their first matchup, but they are struggling early here, really far behind the pace. Right now it's the Blue Jackets and then Swiftblade and Lynx Rufus, and a pretty significant portion behind are the Janitors. They are not going to be able to get this thing done. The Janitors will fail to advance. It's the Blue Jackets. Can Swiftblade do it? Yes, they can. And they take it rather easily. Nearly a second between second and third. It was not an awfully close race there. 1.2 seconds from first to second, and then about 9/10 of a second from second to third. So a pretty easy advancement there for, obviously, the Blue Jackets with that win, but also pretty easily done there for Swiftblade. And so our final is set. It's the Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and Swiftblade. Couple from the top, couple from not the top. In fact, I would even call it the bottom of the standings. But that is what's so great about this tournament and the way that this Marble Champions League works, everybody's great, so anybody could do it at any point in time. Here comes the finale. Again, just 2 laps. It is a quick sprint. Right now, in the lead are the Blue Jackets, followed by Swiftblade. Then your championship leader, the Steel Brothers, and the Vikings taking on 4th. The Blue Jackets really trying to stretch out that lead. They lead by 1.3 seconds over Swiftblade. Coming around to that last propelling system, and they are going to get it done. It's the Blue Jackets who take gold. 2nd place and a silver to Swiftblade, and the Steel Brothers take bronze. 4th place goes to the Vikings. As we have a look at our replay, that one again, not close. Won it by 0.7 of a second, as it was a pretty easy run there. And for the Blue Jackets on that 2nd lap, it's all about just coasting it home, to be honest with you, as they were able to really build a lead on that first one. They're the winners of this event number 9, the slalom race 30 meters. As you have a look now at our official results from today's event, Blue Jackets take 1st, 2nd place to Swiftblade, 3rd to the Steel Brothers, 4th to the Vikings, and the Sphery Spiders end up in 5th, then Tatu Bola, Lynx Rufus, and the Janitors rounding out the top half of the standings, all the way down to, yet again, a very bad run for the Archangels. They continue to struggle. As we have a look at the updated overall standings, it's still the Steel Brothers, and they are now pulling away with a 14-point lead over Oris 1. How, by the way, the Steel Brothers still yet to win an event, but they have 2 silvers, 2 bronzes, and have been far more consistent. 3rd place, the Janitors. 4th place, the Trojans, who struggle a little bit in that event, and then Flush right now running in 5th. So maybe we're starting to see somebody try to pull away with this thing. We're a little more than halfway through now with this overall championship, and now it's a 14-point lead. Congratulations, 3rd place to the Steel Brothers. They've now got 105 points. They're the championship leaders after a bronze today. 74 points for Swiftblade after taking silver, but today they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. They take gold at the slalom race 30 meters, and really definitely something maybe that will allow them to turn around their season as we go into the 2nd half of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Until next time. After a couple of heat races and real speed-based tournaments in our last couple of events, we are back to the more interesting events here, as we've got a brand new event here for today's number 10 event of this season. This is the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Biderzuki. Glad to be here with you. As you see your overall standings on the left side of your screen, the Steel Brothers advancing their lead a little bit further, up to 14 points now over Oris 1, and then the Janitors running back in 3rd, and then the Trojans and Flush your top 5, as they were able to take 2nd place in our last event, the slalom race. We again ran a more traditional marble race, but we are back to some of the more interesting events. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you guys ready? This is event number 10 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Collision Soccer. You have our course here. You can see it's a very interesting one, a mix of a couple of different styles here. You've got that rail racing that's going to start out. This is not, by the way, going to be a group event. This is going to be 8 different runs of 1-on-1, which will advance us into the quarterfinals, then we'll go into the semifinals, then down to our finale. This is a round of 16. We'll start with the Savage Jackal and the Archangels. This is a full team event. We've got a couple of goals going on. Looks like it's 3-2, and everybody else is going to hold still. 3-2, the Savage Jackal knock out the Archangels. And the first 2 were the Savage Jackal, or excuse me, were the Archangels. So a great job by the Savage Jackal to put in a couple of scores there at the end, because they were down 2-0 quickly against the Archangels, as you can see there on the replay. But the Savage Jackal into our first quarterfinal. They'll face the winner of this next matchup, which is the Steel Brothers and the Lynx Rufus. And they are off. Down the rail they go. Going to try to get down first. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case of a tie. There's a goal. There's another one for the Steel Brothers. And that's all, I believe. Yep, everybody's going to hold still now. The Lynx Rufus unable to score. Steel Brothers pick up 2, and they advance to take on the Savage Jackal.
Not a ton of scoring early in that one. Took a little bit of time before the Steele brothers were able to score, and obviously we didn't get any scoring whatsoever. On the other end from the Lynx Ruffus. First quarterfinal is set, and our next matchup is the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. There it looks like the Snow Wolves have spread out a little bit. You want to stay as close as you can. There's a couple of goals. There's a third. There's a fourth for the Snow Wolves. What a run. The Snow Wolves are going to score everything they can. Only one on the board for the Speedy Hunters, and so it's the Snow Wolves coming off of a pretty strong run in the last event, keeping that momentum up. And look how quickly they scored. Yeah, wow. Got a couple of them, and really, they all went down pretty easily and pretty quickly, but two of those scores were incredibly fast. The Snow Wolves advance, and they'll take on the winner of the Onyx and the Sphery Spiders in this round of 16. Sphery Spiders, the white, the black of the Onyx, and there's a couple of goals, maybe just one. Yeah, just one so far. There's a second for Onyx. That's going to seal the deal. They're going to pick up a third for good measure. There's one at the end for the Sphery Spiders. But 3 on the board for Onyx. They get it done to advance. So far, we haven't had to use that tiebreaker, but you'll see up on the score bug there at the top of the screen, that time that's going to pop up is what time it was that they made it down onto the course, onto the soccer field here. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case we happen to have a couple of teams score the same. Haven't had to use it yet. And in fact, every time so far out of the 4 we've run, the first team down scores the most points. Let's see if that holds up here between Oris 1 and the Trojans. If it does, it bodes well for, I think, the Trojans. Here comes one score for Oris 1. There's one for the Trojans. A second for Oris 1 is going to get them the win. Pulled it out at the last second there. I think we may have lost one of the... Yep, you can see on that replay, one of the Trojans' marbles came back up and out of the course. So I was going to say, I only saw a couple on the playing surface there and then one in the net. So Oris 1 put at an advantage there because they had more marbles on the course, as you'll have like one more replay. There it is, right back up and over the fencing there for the Trojans, who continue a not-so-great streak. They're knocked out in the first round here again. And Oris 1 will take on the winner of Swiftblade against the Vikings here. Off they go. Swiftblade looks like they're in the lead early. There's 3 goals for the Vikings. Swiftblade trying to make something happen at the end. They will pick up just the 1. And the Vikings pick up 3. They continue their hot streak. They're advancing into the quarterfinals. And they just became the first team to get to the bottom of the field second, but still advance. A 4.345 on their time to a 4.128 for Swiftblade there. Doesn't matter, they get it done. The Vikings will take on Oris 1 in the quarterfinals. Now it's the Janitors against Flush. How fitting there, this matchup. The Janitors have been successful all season, but they're in some trouble here. 3-1, that's it. It's Flush that will get the win. And a second straight time that the first team down is not going to advance. Have a look at the replay, and just nothing happened there for the Janitors. They just didn't have anything really going. Able, after a little bit of contact, maybe they would have been able to pick up 2 if their 2 marbles on the left side hadn't made contact, but even if that happened, that's not enough to get it done, because there were 3 points on the board for Flush. So they're advancing into the quarterfinal, and they will set up our final matchup, which is the winner of this last matchup of the first round. That's Tatu Bola against the Blue Jackets. Blue Jackets coming off of a win, and they have 2-3 points, and that's enough to get it done. Blue Jackets advance, and they will take on Flush. 3-1 the win over Tatu Bola. As we have a look at the replay, there was the one pretty easy for Tatu Bola. Then there is a quick one for the Blue Jackets. There's another one and another one after that. 3-1, they get the win to advance to the quarterfinal. And we'll go back up to the top of the bracket. It's the Savage Jackal against the Steel Brothers. Savage Jackal trying to do everybody a favor and knock out the championship leaders. There's 2 points for the Steel Brothers. Nobody else is going to score, and they will advance into the semifinal. Go the Steel Brothers with a 2-1 win. How close was that? Look at the timing. 4.258 to 4.263. So if they had tied, still would have been the Steel Brothers on what would have been awfully close. Look at the replay there. There's the winner. It goes in for the Steel Brothers with their second point. They nearly added a third, and you can see none of the Savage Jackal marbles really anywhere close. As we move our way down to our second quarterfinal, the Snow Wolves against Onyx. For the second straight time, white versus black when Onyx is involved. There's a couple of scores for the Snow Wolves. Onyx is going to have to make something happen. There's 3, and it's a 3-0 shutout for the Snow Wolves to advance into the semifinal, where they get the Steel Brothers. And we move forward now with the Vikings against Oris 1. Oris 1 second place. They really need this to keep it going. 1-1. Here's a second for Oris 1. Close off the side of the net there. Made contacted one of the Vikings marbles, but they cannot get it done. And Oris 1 advances to the semifinal. So they're trying to stay step by step along with the Steel Brothers. They have to make up points. They're 14 points now, but you definitely can't be eliminated when you see the other team that you're chasing continuing to go further and further into the tournament. Steel Brothers making it awfully tough on anybody. They continue to have success into the final last time. They're in the semifinals at least here today, which is the equivalent of the final from every other event with the grouping. As the Blue Jackets look for a second straight win, there's 2 points for them, and the Flush aren't going to get it done. The Blue Jackets into the semifinal. Look at the replay here. The Blue Jackets now trying to get on a hot run as the second half of the season is underway. And this is a 16-event season. Our 10th event here. As we make our way to the semifinal, the Steel Brothers and the Snow Wolves. Can anybody knock off the championship leaders? Trying to get it done. There's a goal for the Snow Wolves. There's their second goal. There's their third goal. There's 2 for the Steel Brothers. They cannot get the last one to go. The Snow Wolves advance into the finale. They knock out the Steel Brothers, who still will finish with an impressive run in today's event, but they're unable to get into the finale as 1, 2, 3, about as quick as possible for the Snow Wolves. Just unable to get that third marble to go. The Steel Brothers, you can see right there is the second one that falls, and then on the left side of the screen you see hovering around that goal, close, made contact with the side post, but unable to score. And so the Snow Wolves advance into the finale. And they'll take on either Oris 1 or the Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets trying to win a second straight event. Oris 1 trying to get to the finale again. They've won 2 events already. They're the only team to win more than 1. There are 2 goals for Oris 1. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. Did we get a... No, there's a third for the Blue Jackets. There's a fourth for the Blue Jackets, and they get it done. Their time was slower than Oris 1, so they needed to score more points. They did, and they advanced to the finale again. What a run in the last couple of weeks by the Blue Jackets. Winning in event number 9. And now trying to do it again. What a great run by them. They'll take on the Snow Wolves in the finale. As Oris 1 is going to best out the Steel Brothers just barely, just by 1 spot. Not going to do a lot toward the championship points, but it will at least help them get just a tiny bit closer. But now the finale and everything that we have worked for today comes down to this. The Blue Jackets on the left, the darker blue, the more of a white color with the blue is the Snow Wolves. They are off. The finale is underway. There's a couple of goals there. The Snow Wolves again with 3 more, and that's going to do it. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. They will not score a third. And the Snow Wolves, again with that quick attack, which is exactly what they did in the semifinal. Got it done so quickly in a blink of an eye. You're already having to score 3 or 4 and just barely the Blue Jackets were down first, so they would have only needed 3. They get 2, but could not pick up that final one they needed. They're both close to the goal. Neither would go in, and so it's the Snow Wolves that win this event in our collision soccer. Congratulations to them as you have a look at the results for today's event, and it's 3 points that Oris 1 is going to make up on the Steel Brothers. From 3rd to 4th place, they take that bronze medal. Silver, of course, goes to the Blue Jackets. Gold to the Snow Wolves. Steel Brothers 4th, Vikings 5th, Savage Jackal and Flush and Onyx are 6th, 7th, and 8th, the top half of our bracket from today in this 1 versus 1 matchup. The lead for the Steel Brothers is down to 11 points, 117 to 106, and then another 12 points back to the Snow Wolves, who get their first win. They're in that win column now, as we've got a bunch of winners. Only one multi-time winner in 10 events, but it's an 11-point lead for somebody who hasn't won at all. The Steel Brothers continue to be stopped from getting their first event win, but they continue to hold a double-digit point lead when it comes to the overall standings, which is ultimately what you're going for. Congratulations to Oris 1. They pick up 6 goals over the course of the event, taking a bronze. They're up to 106 points. The Blue Jackets picked up 7 goals en route to a silver. 10 goals for the Blue Jackets, for the Snow Wolves. They deserved it, as they got it done in a pretty impressive fashion with 10 goals, well more than anybody else, and they do it with 3 in a matter of a second coming down in our finale. So congratulations to them today. They all aspire to be the Snow Wolves as they get it done in event number 10.
We are on to event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League as the second half of our season continues. Glad to have everybody here. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki for today's event, the 11th, as we're back into a basketball-style event. Here's the overall standings as they stand at the moment. It's the Steel Brothers up by 11 points on Oris 1, then 12 points back from there to the Snow Wolves in 3rd, then the Janitors 1 point behind them, a two-way tie for 5th between Flush and the Vikings, as that is the top 5, well 6 technically, with that tie for 5th place. Starting to spread out a little bit, the Steel Brothers, despite still not winning an event through 10 events, holding a commanding now 11-point lead heading into today's event, trying to maybe stretch that out even further, maybe win their first event, take home their first gold of this season. As you have a look at the course for today's event, there's the starting gates. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is basketball. As you have a look at the back portion of the course, there is the basketball hoop. You see 9 options on where you can score. As you see at the bottom there, 2, 4, 3. Those are the potential points you can score, depending on which hoop the marble fits through. We are back to our group style. And so we have A, B, C, and D are groupings. You see there they are. We'll start with Group A, which is the Janitors, the Vikings, the Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. They are off through the propelling system they go, and it looks like we're going to get 2 scores. It's a 2-pointer for the Vikings, a 3-ball for the Flush. They're going to both advance. The Janitors, who needed a good run to try to get back in this championship race, they fail to score, and same can be said there for the Speedy Hunters. Actually, you can see they had too much speed going there, ended up dropping off the course and down into that gutter ball, if you will, unable to put up any points. Have a look one more time. That's a pretty solid run there by Flush, and then the Vikings able to rim out of one and into another, and those 2 points enough to get it done for them. So they both advance into our semifinal A from our Group A. Vikings and the Flush advancing from our first group. This second group is going to feature the top 2 in the championship standing. So Oris 1 in second, then the Spheri Spiders, Tatu Bola, and of course the Steel Brothers. Looks like the Steel Brothers didn't score. No, they did not. Oris 1 puts up 4. The Spheri Spiders will transfer with 2, and the Steel Brothers opening the door for the rest of the contenders here, unable to score.
And so obviously not advancing into the semifinal. Oh, they rimmed out of what would have been 3 points. That would have been enough to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Look one more time right here. Oh, it was a beautiful shot there. Just couldn't get it to fall. And that is going to cost the Steel Brothers and put them in a precarious position. Oris 1, second place in the standings, advances. And so they put themselves in a spot where they can definitely pick up quite a few points. Coming 11 points behind, they're going to make up quite a few as they advance into the semifinal, knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. That's a huge group decision there as we move to Group C. And looks like we got 2 more scores and an easy advancement for the Snow Wolves, who pick up 4. Lynx Rufus picks up 2. The Onyx and the Archangels, who continue to struggle mightily as we have a look at the replay, neither able to score. Look one more time. First up was the Onyx, and did it cost them? They were pretty solid off the backboard. Oh, they made contact with the Snow Wolves. That's what cost them. And looked like a little bit of contact as well, as we'll have a look one more time, maybe between the Archangels and Lynx Rufus. Let's see, did they? Nope, actually it's a clear miss by the Archangels. Didn't make any contact with any of the openings there. Just a lot of contact with the blue surface, unable to put up any points. They are eliminated as well. That's a disappointing end for Onyx there, as they made contact with the Snow Wolves and were unable to advance. Kind of get knocked out of their course. Final grouping, Savage Jackal, Trojans, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. They are off, they are up, and... Uh-oh, did somebody get stuck? Yes, Swiftblade is going to get stuck and not put up any points. The Trojans don't score. Oh, wow, I don't even know how that happened. 2 points for Savage Jackal, 4 for the Blue Jackets. They advance, but I think that would have been 2 more points for Swiftblade there. They had the slowest time, so they likely weren't going to advance, but let's have a look and see if we can figure out what happened. I don't know. I guess the kind of test tube bottom portion of the rims here kind of lend itself to potentially something like that happening, but that is a pretty shocking outcome there. And obviously a disappointment for Swiftblade, as they will not advance through our group stage here. And probably the strangest outcome you're going to see in today's event. They're knocked out, as well are the Trojans, and our semifinals are set. We're from 16 down to 8. First semifinal, the Spheri Spiders, Oris 1, Flush, and the Vikings. And everybody's going to score except for Oris 1, and it's 3 4s. And the tiebreaker by time is going to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Let's have another look at something we haven't seen yet. There is 1. There is 2. And oh man, if the Spheri Spiders hadn't rolled around the rim for a little bit, they very well may have been able to get in ahead of that second score, which was by the Vikings. Right there, yeah, if they had gone down, it would have been nearly simultaneous. Not the case. Meanwhile, Oris 1 unable to score at all, and so they're not able to pick up as much as I think they would have liked on the lead from the Steel Brothers. That's going to be a disappointing semifinal run for them, as they didn't score any points either, which means they're likely looking at probably an 8th place finish in today's event. On to semifinal B. We'll see who gets through, and a couple are going to score, a couple are not. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets are eliminated. 3 points for the Savage Jackal, 2 for Lynx Rufus, as they will transfer on. And the 2 with the more unique names here from this semifinal B able to move on. Savage Jackal with 3 points on the board. Lynx Rufus picks up 2, both transferring into our finale. As you have a look, there was the 3. Oh, rimming out for the Snow Wolves, as they very nearly came up with some points and probably a chance to transfer. One more look, let's see. Oh yeah, actually, it's very similar to what we just saw from the Steel Brothers in their group run, where they almost were able to, maybe the equivalent of nothing but net there, almost swishing it. Unable to get it done were the Steel Brothers then and the Snow Wolves now, both eliminated in the group stage and now in the semifinal, sending us to our finale. Final 4, and we have some top teams in there. The Vikings and the Flush both trying to make up some of those times, or some of those points that they are trailing back from the Steel Brothers. They're joined by the Savage Jackal and Lynx Rufus. Savage Jackal not all that far behind either. First one getting a chance is Flush. They're going to pick up 2. It's a tie there, and we're going to give the win to Flush on the time tiebreaker, a 2-2-7-9, beating out the 2-5-8-1 from the Savage Jackal. They'll take silver. Bronze for the Lynx Rufus, or excuse me, for the Vikings, with a time of 2.710. They did not score a point, but they beat the time of Lynx Rufus at a 3.183. I don't think Lynx Rufus finished on the course. So we have a look at the first replay. There was the first score. Here's the second. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but as you can see, Lynx Rufus never even made it to the court. See if we can find out on the second replay what happened here. I don't know. It just seems like there was no speed. Yeah, there's just no speed coming off there from Lynx Rufus. I don't know what could have possibly happened there in that propelling system to stop Lynx Rufus from being able to at least have a chance, but they were given no opportunity. Although they would have had to score either a 3 or a 4 to make it happen. But then again, if they score anything, they would have gotten that tiebreaker over the Vikings, and they'd be sitting with a bronze. Either way, what happens, happens, and what happened today is a win for Flush. That's a big one. A lot to kind of talk about here at the end of today's video, as you see the fans for Flush celebrating their gold medal today, their first place finish in event number 11. As we get closer and closer towards the home stretch of this season. And the standings from today's events, here are the official results. Popping up on the left side of your screen. They pick up 20 points. Savage Jackal picks up 17. Vikings 3rd, Lynx Rufus 4th, Fury Spiders 5th. Oris 1 ends up in 6th place. And the Steel Brothers end up in 14th place. They pick up 8 points on the 11 that they were behind. So a big gain there. The Janitors pick up just 1 point. That's going to hurt them. As we now bring in the overall standings through 11 events, the Steel Brothers by 3. It's just 7 points back to Flush, who become the second team to win 2 events. 11 points back to Savage Jackal, and 12 points back to your 5th place team, the Vikings. The Snow Wolves move into 6th, as they are the final team over 100 points, passing the Janitors after just 1 point in this event. The Janitors severely struggling here today. Rough for them. Congratulations to the Vikings after 6 points today. They are going to, scoring 6 points. They're going to pick up a 3rd place. 2nd place goes to the Savage Jackal. But today, they all aspire to be Flush. Not only do they pick up the gold and win the event, they become the second team to win a second event through 11 here in the 2021 Marble Champions League. They also really close the gap, as they are within just 7 points, moving up to 3rd in the championship standings. Still a lot to go as we are through 11 events. We are heading back to our roots for event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League with an exciting mixed style event of classic marble racing. Hello again, friends. Glad to be here. I'm Keanu Bittersicki for today's event. We'll look at the beginning of that course. As you see the overall standings popping up on the left side of your screen through 11 events, the Steel Brothers lead has closed to just 3 over Oris 1. Getting in on the action now after their win in event number 11 is Flush. They're just 7 points behind. Just 11 back to Savage Jackal, 12 back to the Vikings. Those are our top 5. And as we said, there are 6 teams over 100 points now through 11 events of our season. Glad to be here for a more traditional style. We've kind of been jumping back and forth between the more unique events and the more traditional style marble events recently, which I'm sure these fans here inside of the arena today have really enjoyed, as we hope all of you have as well. You see the course laid out for you, funnels and mixes, backs and forths. Lots of opportunity for passing, definitely, in today's event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the mixed race. Look at the finish line there. Really going to have to make a lot of those passes, one through that portion of the course, as you can see, where you can kind of switch back and forth. And of course, the funnel's a big opportunity for passing, as you see just about every time that you get one of these events. But definitely an interesting event, interesting style with this mixed event. Group staging, as always, are back. A, B, C, and D. You see them on your screen on the left side.
And as always, we'll begin with Group A, which today are the Onyx, Sphery Spiders, the Vikings, and the Speedy Hunters are the top 5. And the Vikings representing, let's see who gets through the first funnel in the lead. And the answer, eventually somebody's going to have to do it. It's going to be the Sphery Spiders. And the Vikings come out last there. Here comes Onyx taking over the lead, followed by the Speedy Hunters. And then the Sphery Spiders, the Vikings still running in last here, but everybody's in the same funnel here. That's really the opportunity. There go the Vikings, just what I was about to talk about. You can still get there. If you make a mistake, it can cost you everything, though. Oh, gotta get bailed out there a couple of times by the Speedy Hunters were the Vikings. Back in the lead now are the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Vikings trying to make another huge comeback. Lots of contact being made, and it's going to be the Sphery Spiders, and the transfer is going to go to the Speedy Hunters. The Vikings are knocked out in the first round, and they will finish 3rd in this event. 4th is going to be Onyx. That was a back-and-forth battle, and ultimately, it's about a 6-second, almost 7-second difference between 2nd and 3rd. Let's see how we got there. First of all, right there, Onyx nearly knocked out the Vikings for good, but the Speedy Hunters kind of came in from behind and got a little wild and a little bit too generous, it seemed, there, as they made a couple of contacts, and then they did it again, making contact with the Vikings. Ultimately, though, they're still able to advance along with the Sphery Spiders, and a big opportunity missed for the Vikings. They need to go deep into these events as we get later and later into the season. Here's Group B, Swiftblade, Flush, Savage Jackal, and the Snow Wolves. Flush, of course, coming off of a win. They are now in 3rd place in the standings. They're trying to get through this funnel first, and they will. And they're going to be followed by someone eventually. It's going to be Savage Jackal, then Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves very slowly. Everybody kind of taking their time here through this one. Snow Wolves going to get out to the lead now, followed quickly by Flush. And now they start to pick up speed here. Everybody's into that funnel. Now another lead change. It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Snow Wolves. Savage Jackal and Flush still running up in that 2nd funnel. Now all the way down to the 3rd funnel and really kind of putting a distance between themselves. It's Snow Wolves now in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here comes Flush, trying to make a pass. They can't get it done yet. Now it's the Snow Wolves in the lead. They're going to get the win. They'll advance. Let's see if Swiftblade can do it. Savage Jackal trying to make a pass. Not going to happen. And Flush again, a top 5 team eliminated. They'll finish 3rd, and Savage Jackal will come home 4th. And that is the fastest time so far on the course through 2 groups, belongs to the Snow Wolves with a time of 42.227 seconds. Part of the way they got it done was maneuvering quickly through that portion of the course, the graphing portion, which is very difficult. But you can see they didn't do all that great of a job with it. Able to really navigate those funnels very quickly, and they are into our semifinal A, as you can see now set on your screen. Here's Group C. It's Orus 1, the Archangels, the Steel Brothers, and the Trojans. So the Steel Brothers needing to come back. Orus 1 hoping that they can advance, and the Steel Brothers won't again. That would give them a championship lead. Meanwhile, the Archangels, who are in the lead here, have been just about as pathetic as anybody could imagine so far in this season. And the Trojans have been kind of back and forth so far. Here are the Steel Brothers first into that funnel. First out of the funnel, though, are the Orus 1 and the Archangels. They're in the lead. Archangels first down to that final 2 set of tunnels. Here comes Orus 1. They're going to try to make a pass. Everybody else pretty far behind right now. Orus 1 down to the final funnel. Here come the Archangels as well. Steel Brothers have to make up time. Archangels are through. They're going to win the grouping with the fastest time we've seen. Here comes Orus 1. They are through, and the Steel Brothers fail to advance again. Let's see if they even finish 3rd. I don't think they are. It looks like the Trojans have the inside line. They do. They get the win. And the Steel Brothers struggle mightily in that final funnel, had a chance to advance. Instead, they finish 4th, and they are in significant danger with a very slow time. That was nearly, what is that, over 18.5 seconds slower than the Archangels, who, as I mentioned, maybe it took me calling them out to get it going. They run the fastest time so far, a 40.335 second time. Like I said, over 18.5 seconds faster than your championship leaders. The Steel Brothers not going to be able to say that after this event, because the Orus 1 are through, the Steel Brothers are not. That's going to cost them enough points that no matter where in the grouping they finish, they're going to have the lead at least over the Steel Brothers. Here's the final group. Atubola, Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets. You can see this first funnel awfully slow.
First one through is Tatu Bola, then the Janitors, who need a really good run because they struggled mightily, picked up just 1 point in the last event, and they are through that second funnel in the lead. Let's see if they can get through the third funnel. Everybody's in that third funnel right now. First one to drop is going to be Tatu Bola. They're going to be followed by the Janitors, who got stuck for a moment. They're going to drop the third, make contact. They're in all sorts of trouble right now. Down to these final 2 funnels, it's still anybody's game. Blue Jackets and Tatu Bola down to the final funnel. Here come the Janitors. Let's see who can make the pass. It's Tatu Bola. They're going to get the win. There goes Lynx Rufus, who ran in last for the majority of this race. They're going to get the transfer spot. The Janitors will finish third, but again, that's not enough to advance. Blue Jackets will be last in Group D. A little bit of a surprise there. You can see the Janitors really struggling with the graphing portion of this course. Just couldn't get anything going there. Really, really struggled. And right there and there. A couple of good moves. And Tatu Bola learned to maneuver the funnels pretty well. That's going to treat you well throughout this event, as it did in the group stage for them. And here comes Lynx Rufus. There's the move that everybody wished they could make every single time. That was an impressive run at the end by Lynx Rufus after struggling through the majority of the course. They're able to get it done. And will advance into the second semifinal. So again, a chance for these middle of the pack or even lower portion, bottom half, to potentially, again, make some big moves in the overall standings. We're getting late, and so it's hard. You have to kind of string a lot of those together and hope for continued struggles from other teams. First semifinal featuring a lot of these teams that are not necessarily at the top of the standings. So this is a big one for all 4, trying to really maximize what they can when the leaders struggle. First through is the Sphery Spiders, then the Snow Wolves. Sphery Spiders quickly through the second funnel, and they are trying to get through this third funnel maybe before anybody gets to it. Almost did it. They're going to get through pretty easily here. They're down to the graphing portion of the course with a large lead. Can they handle it quickly? Down to the fourth funnel here. There's 5 funnels in this course, and right now it's not close. The Sphery Spiders have now been joined by Swiftblade in the 4th funnel. Now it's the Sphery Spiders down to the 5th and final funnel. They're again joined by Swiftblade. Those two are going to probably advance. There is a nice run by Swiftblade. They're going to end up getting the win. And at the last moment, the Sphery Spiders starting to struggle, but they're still going to get it done. Second place will advance them through into the finale. Speedy Hunters will take 3rd. And 4th place in this one for the Snow Wolves. Boy, that's going to be a disappointing run in the sense that you didn't win this semifinal if you are the Sphery Spiders, because they dominated this one for almost the entirety. But this is an entire course race. You have to do well for the entire portion of it, or at least what Lynx Rufus proved in their group stage. You have to do well at least at the very end, because that's what ultimately is going to matter, and that's what Swiftblade did there. Got to the inside lane, made that move on the Sphery Spiders. They got the win, but still enough to advance for the Sphery Spiders as they're into the finale, joining Swiftblade, knocking out the Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves, and they'll join the top 2 finishers from our second semifinal. Forest 1, again, did not advance to the finale last time after knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. They really want to do that here, and they can start out with a good run if they can do that, but that's not what's happening. They're going to start into the second funnel last, and meanwhile, the Archangels, who really showed me up after I called them out for performing poorly, off to a good start, but now they're starting to struggle. Horus 1 still running last. It's Tatu Bola in the lead, followed by the Archangels now. Tatu Bola really picking up the speed in funnel number 4. They're down to the final funnel. Horus 1 still in the graphing portion, trying to get through. And here come the Archangels. They're in a transfer spot right now. It's Tatu Bola who gets it done. The Archangels will join them in the finale. Lynx Rufus couldn't pull off the final funnel pass this time. They'll finish 3rd, and Horus 1 again struggling in the semifinal for the 2nd straight event. They cannot advance to the finale after the Steel Brothers, who they are chasing in the standings, are knocked out in the group stage. However, that time was better than either of the teams that did not advance
from the first semifinal, so it won't be a complete loss, just not as good as it could have been. But it will still be enough to pass the Steel Brothers in the standings. So certainly a positive event for Oris 1 as you have a look at the replay of this event, but certainly not as well as they would have liked. If they had been able to do just a little bit more, they could have really maybe started to put a little bit of separation between the top two teams in the standings. But that wasn't to be, as was Lynx Ruffus pulling off another last-second pass, unable to do it. As Tatu Bola and the Archangels, what an interesting final grouping we have. Swiftblade, the Sphery Spiders, Tatu Bola, and the Archangels. Certainly going to be a lot of celebrating from one of these fan bases and one of these teams, whoever comes out on top here of this final group. Here we go, let's find out. In the first funnel they go. First one down looks like it was Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make that pass. Who's going to get it done? It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Sphery Spiders, and Tatu Bola, and the Archangels, the final one down. Everybody's in funnel number 2, and the Archangels make a pass to get into funnel number 3 first. They're followed again by the Sphery Spiders in second, and Tatu Bola down into the graphing portion first, followed by Archangels. And then I think, no, they're both still up in that funnel. Here comes Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make a pass, and they almost got stuck with each other. Here we go into funnel number 4. Tatu Bola makes the pass. They've had a strong, strong event. Archangels following in second. Can they do it? Archangels circling. They're going to get the win. Archangels takes gold with a 44-206. The Sphery Spiders second. Bronze to Tatu Bola. And Swiftblade, when they finish, will take home 4th. What a run by the Archangels in today's event. That is unbelievable. Let's look at the replay. Oh my goodness. As the Archangels, who didn't do all that terrible very early in the season, have really been on a very, very significant slide recently. And that is, when I say recently, been the majority of this season. Right there, I thought they had the pass. And then there, they nearly caught each other up, which could have been a disaster. I thought Tatu Bola might be able to get it done, but the Archangels got that inside track, and right there is the one that got it done. Congratulations to them. As the Archangels go ahead and take a screenshot of that, folks. The Archangels, an event winner in event number 12, trying to get their season back on track for the final few races of this season. Congrats to them. There are the results. They ran the fastest time, by the way. It happened in the group staging. They pick up 20 points. The Steel Brothers picked up 0. That is huge. Oris 1's going to gain 10 points on them. And the Flush going to gain 7, which should put them in a tie, shockingly enough. Boy, that's a huge event with some huge ultimate overall implications. New leader by 7 points. It's Oris 1. Flush moves into second. A tie, technically, with the Steel Brothers. Vikings are 4th. Snow Wolves are in a tie for 5th with the Savage Jackal. By the way, still 6 points out of 15th place, even after the win, are the Archangels. But they'll try to carry some momentum into events number 13, 14, 15, and 16, and see if they can't do something about it in the final portion of this season. Congrats to Tatu Bola. They're up to 77 points after a 3rd place finish. Congrats to the Sphery Spiders. They get over 100 with now 102 points total. But today, everybody's aspiring to be the Archangels. Believe it or not, they get the win in event number 12. The mixed race certainly provided a lot of fireworks, a lot of passing opportunities, and proved very, very clearly you have to learn how to navigate a funnel if you're going to have success in a marble race, as these teams you could see who could and could not navigate that funnel well. Still a lot left to be determined, and after we thought maybe just a few events ago that it was all coming together for the Steel Brothers, they've combined to score just 1 point in the last couple of events, and this thing is awfully close now. It's a The 2021 Marble Champions League rolls on into event number 13, our first season of this new series, the Marble Champions League. See a large crowd here. Once again, everybody packed in to see their teams compete. As you see the overall standings, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the 16-event season. Oris won. If you missed it last time, they took over the lead overall. They've got a 7-point advantage. It's now a tie for second between Flush and the Steel Brothers. The Vikings sit in 4th, and it's a tie for 5th between the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal. Those are the real championship contenders that are within 15 points of each other for our overall standings. As we are in for another more traditional, not exactly a traditional race all the way, but a more traditional race from what we've seen early on in the season. It is a couple of funnels involved in today's event. A lot more of those portions of the course where it's almost like a switch. Depends on where you're going, which side you're going to head to as you try to maneuver your way down the course. As you see the fans, as we said, packed in. They are ready to go. There's the finish line, and we'll see who makes it down first. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 13 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Maze Race. Again, a large course, and as always with these courses, we'll start high in the altitude there and work our way down, not only the course, but down closer to ground level as well. As you see, where we'll have a lot of chances for passes. And again, today's event, like most of these events, are group events. We've got 4 groups of 4, then to our semifinals and our finale. We'll start with our first grouping. This is Swiftblade, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and the Snow Wolves. Into their first funnel, and first down looks like that was the Snow Wolves. Now it's the Blue Jackets in the lead, while the Steel Brothers and Swiftblade still struggling to get through that first funnel. Down to the second funnel are the 2 blue marbles, Blue Jackets and Snow Wolves. And looks like the Blue Jackets, nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves who take that lead. They're down to this Plinko portion of the course, which can really cause a lot of problems for these teams. It's the Blue Jackets in the lead. Meanwhile, the other 2 marbles, the Steel Brothers and Swiftblade, struggling to get through a funnel. A little bit of contact there, and it looks like a pass. It's a lead now for the Snow Wolves. They're trying to make their way down. Again, you want to be one of the top 2. It bodes very well for these 2 blue marbles. Down for the final time. There's a pass, maybe? Nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves, followed by the Blue Jackets. They'll advance through the group stage. And again, the Steel Brothers failing to advance. They struggled mightily in the last couple of events. They're struggling again today. Let's see if they take 3rd out of this group. They won't advance. They will take 3rd, as Swiftblade will be the final to finish with a 68-second run. 20 seconds slower than the leader. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets, they are through. As we'll have a look at the replay here. And it was really not close between the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets and then everybody else. It was just a matter of who was going to win and who was going to get the second transfer spot. They're into the first semifinal. And into Group B, Tatu Bola, the Archangels, Flush, and the Janitors. The Archangels, the ultimate underdog story. And they won an event recently. Everybody, they're going to be keeping an eye on Flush. They are 2nd in the point standings. Currently in that second funnel along with Tatu Bola. The Janitors running in 3rd right now, trying to get to that funnel. There they are. Flush trying to advance the lead here. Trying to build a large portion of the lead. They're down into that orange portion now, the Plinko portion of the course. Making their way down a slide, down to another portion of this back and forth area of the course. How about the Janitors making up time? They've moved into 2nd. And they've moved into the lead. Down to the final portion. Here come Flush. They make a move. They're blending in a bit with the stadium there, or with the course, I should say. Flush is going to get the win. The Janitors come across with an easy advancement in the transfer spot. The Archangels and Tatu Bola, who got off to a strong start, they fall apart here towards the end, and they finish in 4th. Along with the Archangels, they're eliminated from the competition. A little bit of a surprise there. Tatu Bola got off to such a strong start. Look at the large lead they had going into the first funnel. And ultimately just couldn't keep that success going. And there are the Flush and the Janitors into the semifinal. We go to Group C now. This is the Trojans, the Sphery Spiders, the Onyx, and your championship leaders, Oris 1. First event for them as the leaders. And the second into the funnel, and the first through the funnel. Down to the first portion of this course that involves the twists and turns. In the lead right now, followed by Onyx, then the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Trojans. And down to the second funnel now are Oris 1. And they'll be joined in that funnel by Onyx. Did Onyx get the inside lane? Looks like they did for a moment, but it's still going to be the lead for Oris 1. They're followed now by the Sphery Spiders, who may have made a pass, couldn't complete it though. Oris 1 going to try to take a slide job, and they will take the lead back after getting passed momentarily by the Sphery Spiders. They're pretty well ahead of the Trojans and Onyx. And it's a matter of who's going to take first, who's going to take second. It's the Sphery Spiders back in the lead, and they'll get the win. And they've got the best time so far. Here comes Oris 1. They advance. Now the Trojans will try to make a pass on Onyx. They will. Close at the end between those two. That was just all about positioning there after Onyx and the Trojans will be eliminated. Let's have a look at the replay. And you can see early on the Sphery Spiders had the lead. Missed it there. We didn't quite see it on the funnel, but a very quick funnel maneuver by Oris 1. Back and forth between the Sphery Spiders and Oris 1. And ultimately it's the Sphery Spiders who get the win. Oris 1 advances anyway to the semifinal with that final transfer spot. On to our last group. As you know, it's going to be Group D. There they are. Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Speedy Hunters, and the Vikings. A couple of our top 5 are involved. Savage Jackal and the Vikings get into it again. They're really going back and forth trying to get to that second funnel. It's the Vikings who get there first, just ahead of the Savage Jackal, and we'll see who gets out of it first. It'll be the Vikings. And they both get out before the Speedy Hunters or Lynx Rufus entered that funnel. They've got a pretty large lead again. Hasn't been awfully close between second and third yet. Large lead now for the Vikings. Savage Jackal trying to come back. And they're going to come back and get into maybe the lead. Yep, they will make a pass for the lead. And in the final portion of the course, it will be... It's the Vikings, and then Savage Jackal. They'll advance. The Lynx Rufus crew will come in third, and the Speedy Hunters really struggling there. By the way, best time so far. And it now belongs to the Vikings. They run the fastest time of the group stage at a 47.216. If you look at the replay of this final group stage. A lot of back and forth between the Vikings and the Savage Jackal. As you can see, they just kept going back and forth and didn't seem like either wanted to let the other one get ahead. Ultimately, it is the Savage Jackal that get the win. The Vikings, excuse me, that get the win, but the Savage Jackal to advance as well. They'll have a chance to avenge that second place finish. As we move on to our semifinals, 9th through 16th will be based off of their times. Well, that's how they'll award points, or for one unlucky team, no points. Meanwhile, we're down to 8. First semifinal, it is the Janitors, Flush, Snow Wolves, and Blue Jackets. And again, those two blue marbles, just about everybody's blue in this event. They got off to a fast start. However, it's the Janitors that get through the first funnel. They're followed by the Blue Jackets, then the Snow Wolves, and here come Flush. But everybody's in this same portion of the course right now. It's awfully close. And look at the move by Flush. They get to the funnel first, followed by the Vikings. Now here comes everybody else. They're all in the second funnel at the same time. It's the Blue Jackets that get out first. And they're a little bit of a mistake from the Snow Wolves. They got stuck for a moment. They get unstuck by the Janitors there. And now again, it's Flush who comes out of nowhere. Last out of the funnel, first down into the next portion of the course. And they maintain the lead, followed by the Blue Jackets' final portion. Contact all over the place. Flush is in trouble now. Here comes the Blue Jackets. They're going to get it. Flush is going to come up in second, just ahead of the Janitors, as contact was being made all over the place. And it's Flush tied for second in the standings, and a huge advancement there. They're into the finale, and you have to have a look at the replay. What a fascinating event that one was. We didn't have any really very close ones between second and third on who was going to advance in any of the group stages. That's not the case here today in semifinal A. The win in that semifinal goes to the Blue Jackets. The all-important transfer spot goes to the Flush as they're into the finale, and they'll join the top two of this group. The Vikings, the Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Fury Spiders. Oris 1 trying to have a lot of success again. They've won 2 events, and they are in the lead now, only team out of the funnel. They're joined now out of the funnel by the Fury Spiders, but Oris 1 trying to quickly get down to the second funnel and build a big lead. They're in the second funnel. Here comes a couple more. The Savage Jackal and the Fury Spiders are there. The Vikings starting to fall a bit behind, and again, first out is Oris 1. They have really done well in this event so far. Here comes Savage Jackal, a little bit of contact there between Oris 1 and the Vikings. And it is going to be Oris 1 that will come in second there out of that portion of the course, down for the final portion, the final green area of this course. It's Oris 1 and Savage Jackal. They're both trying to slip their way through. They are both down. It's Oris 1 with the win. Savage Jackal advances, and the Fury Spiders and the Vikings are going to settle for somewhere between 5th and 8th. Look at the replay here, and I'll tell you what, Oris 1 might be awfully difficult to beat, trying to be the first team to win 3 events. And they look good in this event. Went back and forth there with Savage Jackal, but ultimately they made the pass at the end that got it done. You can see how close they were all the way down to the end. Luckily for them, that's just between who finishes first and second. And they both advance into the finale to join the Blue Jackets and Flush. Into the finale. Look at this gigantic stadium, and it is packed to the brim with fans. We saw the Oris 1 crew earlier, and I believe we saw Flush there right next to each other, the cheering sections for those two teams. Let's see who comes out on top, or will it be the Savage Jackal or the Blue Jackets? They are underway in the finale. First down was Flush. First out of the first funnel, though, is the Blue Jackets, joined by Oris 1. Oris 1 again having a lot of success. And again, it's the Flush who are going to be the final team out of the funnel. Into the first funnel now, second funnel, excuse me, are the Blue Jackets and Oris 1. Who's going to be first down? Is it Oris 1 again? Looks like they might have the angle. It is. Oris 1 gets down through the second funnel once again. They're joined now by Flush. They're close as we make their way down through this portion of the Plinko course, down onto a slide. Is it Oris 1 first? The answer is yes. A little bit of a bobble there by Flush. They're going to have a little bit of time to make up in this second portion of the Plinko course. Got one more to get through. You see that green slide. That's where you want to go. Now here comes the Blue Jackets, and they've gotten stuck. They're in trouble. Blue Jackets going to be pushed by Flush. That gives a huge lead to Oris 1. Can they get it done and become the first 3-time winner? No, out of nowhere. Here come the Blue Jackets. They'll get it done. Flush finishes second. Oris 1 takes the bronze, and Savage Jackal in fourth. You have to watch this. What a move at the end by the Blue Jackets, who were momentarily stuck on the course. They're able to come back from that, and you're going to see it right there. It was a momentary loss of any kind of movement from the Blue Jackets. They had to be rescued there by Flush. It gave a huge lead to Oris 1, and how did the Blue Jackets pull it off? They got stuck there too. Went right through the middle, and right there. Wow, just waited for Oris 1 to make a little bit of a rocking motion there, and they just took the advantage, slipped right through the hole, and the Blue Jackets take home the gold today. What a run by them. That was a very impressive finale, and a very nice move, the winning move there, made by the Blue Jackets as they get the win in this event. On the left side of your screen, the official event scores and the results for today. 20 points for the Blue Jackets. Flush is going to make up 2 points on Oris 1, but Oris 1 will maintain the lead all the way down. It's Swiftblade today who doesn't pick up any points, as it was Blue Jackets, Flush, Oris 1, Savage Jackal, and the Janitors who finish in the top 5 of today's event. Which means now, through 13 of 16 events, it is a 5-point lead for Oris 1. They win their second bronze, as they now hold a 5-point lead, and then it's 13 more points between Flush and Savage Jackal. The Snow Wolves are 4th. The Steel Brothers have dropped back to 5th. So now it may be more of a 2-team event, or 2-team championship showdown as we get to the final portion of the season. However, we've seen a lot of big jumps in points one way or another. Congrats to Oris 1. They're up to 141 points after a third place finish. Flush picks up a couple of points on the championship lead as they're now up to 136 points after their silver. But today, they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. A winning move for the ages gives them the gold as they look to build on that for the last couple of events here in this season. An impressive run by a couple of different teams, and again, Oris 1 and Flush showing that they may very well be the two teams to beat for this championship. It is crunch time in the 2021 Marble Champions League season. Just 3 events to go in this 16-event season. We have come a long way, but still a lot to be determined. Left side of your screen showing you the overall standings. It's a 5-point lead for Oris 1 over Flush. It's then an 18-point lead over the Savage Jackal, Snow Wolves in 4th, and the Steel Brothers in 5th. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersky. Glad to have you here for today's event. You can see a very large course for today's event. The 14th of 16 in the Marble Champions League. And as we said, kind of coming into this event, could change, but right now it seems as though it's a 2-team race between Flush and Oris 1. Those are the 2 teams that have won multiple events so far this year, and they are the top 2 in the overall standings. So we will see how they do today. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the halfpipe. And there are 5 sets of halfpipes to go through. All of them those orange halfpipes that you'll see, and they're numbered there 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that you can see how far down the course you are. There's the finish line. As always, this is a group event. And we're going to really pay attention to groups B and C. That's where the top 2 stand. Oris 1 in Group B, and Flush is in Group C. But first, we'll start with Group A. This is the Snow Wolves, Tattoo Bola, the Sphery Spiders, and Swiftblade. Quickly down to the second set of half pipes are 3 of the 4. Now everybody's in their second half pipe. Who gets down first? The answer is going to be both the Snow Wolves and the Sphery Spiders. Now everybody's down to 3. Now all the way down to number 5. Here we go. It's Swiftblade and the Sphery Spiders. Here comes Tattoo Bola. It is Swiftblade. It is the Snow Wolves. Tattoo Bola comes in 3rd, and the Sphery Spiders really hurting what's going to be a low-scoring day for them. 28 seconds the time there, and let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, you can see these ones go very quickly here. Tattoo Bola got through the first half pipe first. Ultimately, they weren't really seemingly in it that much. Although as you got down to 3 and then 4 and 5, things really tightened up. So an advancement for the Snow Wolves and Swiftblade as they'll advance into the semifinal. Here is Group B, the Janitors, the Vikings, Oris 1, and Lynx Rufus. Let's see what Oris 1 does. They're the last one out of the first half pipe. They're going to be the last one out of, or the third out of the second half pipe. However, here they go, down to the final half pipe. Oris 1 and Lynx Rufus going side by side. They are both through. They both advance. And the Lynx Rufus runs the fastest time at a 15.567. That happened in a hurry. Vikings take 3rd. Janitors are 4th. But even with a 4th place finish for the Janitors, that was 6 seconds faster than our last place finisher from Group A. That was a whirlwind of an event there. And Oris 1 able to advance after Lynx Rufus picks up the win. And there at the bottom of the course, you wondered if they were going to knock each other out. The answer was no. Pretty easy there for Oris 1 and Lynx Rufus to advance into semifinal A. So down to Group C now. This is where second place running Flush is, along with Savage Jackal the Archangels and the Speedy Hunters. And right now it's the Archangels in the lead, followed by Flush. They're both down to funnel number 3. Now it looks like a pass is made. That's Archangels and Flush. Here comes Flush. They're down to number 5. They're in the lead. Can they hold on? Who's going to get down first? Uh-oh, here comes everybody down to the final portion. Flush and Savage Jackal advance. The Archangels go into the 5th set of half pipes in the lead. They will come out 3rd and will not transfer. Obviously a disappointing end for what was a pretty solid run by the Archangels, and they have really been full of disappointments for the majority of the season. They have an event win, an extreme surprise there. However, for the most part, it has been disappointment. As you see, there was the winning move by Flush and the transfer spot for the Savage Jackal. So they are in the semifinal B, and they will face the top 2 finishers of our final group. And we'll see, can the Steel Brothers, who have really, really struggled, can they finally get back out of the group stage? They're joined by the Trojans, the Blue Jackets, and Onyx. Right now it's Onyx and the Blue Jackets, joined now by everybody. And Onyx is going to come out of that one last. Everybody's down on to number 4. Now Onyx is in the lead alone in the 5th set of half pipes, trying to get this win and do it without any kind of drama. Here come the Trojans. Now here comes the Blue Jackets and the Steel Brothers. Everybody through, and it will be Onyx, followed by the Steel Brothers. And the Trojans and the Blue Jackets going to make up the rear here, and they're going to have the slowest time, so they will not pick up any points. Wow, that's really disappointing coming off of a win. The Blue Jackets will score no points. The Steel Brothers finally advance again. It has been quite a while for them, as they had that lead and had a pretty big cushion in the championship overall point standings, but they gave all of that up. They've fallen out of the top 5. Excuse me, into 5th, I should say, coming into this event. They will advance after Onyx wins the final group. So they're into semifinal B. Both of our top 2 advancing into the semifinals, which again for Flush continues to cause some problems because they are not picking up enough points. Trail by 5 coming in, picked up 2 points in our last event. Although they're down 5, and if they were to pick up 2 in each of the next 3 events, they would be the champion. Semifinal A, this includes Oris 1 along with Lynx Rufus, the Snow Wolves, and Swiftblade. They are off. And Oris 1 is still in the first set of half pipes. Now all of a sudden they are making a big move. They're down to number 3. Down to 4 are Lynx Rufus and the Snow Wolves, trying to advance into the finale. They're down to the 5th funnel. Here we go, onto the final half pipe. It's going to be Lynx Rufus getting the win. Transferring is the Snow Wolves. Oris 1 knocked out in the semifinal. They'll try to take 3rd place here. Get down as quickly as they can to gain as many points as they can, but the door is open for Flush. And it will be a 3rd place finish for Oris 1 with a time of 33.929. Keep an eye on that. They can finish no worse than 7th. Obviously, since they finished 3rd in this event. Swiftblade with the slowest time, 35.047, but they were 15 seconds slower than either of the first 2. That was not close at all. Oris 1 had a lot of success the first time in the group stage, not so here. So they're knocked out in the semifinal, opening the door for Flush to continue to pick up points. They could end up in the lead. You never know what happens. Obviously, we'll see what happens here in semifinal B, and if they can at least get into the finale and really pick up some points and make it very interesting for the final 2 events. Here we go. Steel Brothers, Savage Jackal, Onyx, and Flush. Savage Jackal is 3rd place in the standings right now. They're a little further behind, 18 points back right now, but if they could win an event maybe, really make it interesting. They're still in the first set of half pipes, though. It's Flush in the lead. Flush is down to number 4 along with Onyx. And they've got a pretty big lead. Nobody's in 3 yet. And down to 5 goes Flush. They are just inches away now from making their way to the finale. Onyx is in the final set as well. Here is Onyx to get the win. Flush will advance. And a huge, huge transfer there by Flush, as Savage Jackal will try to take third. And they will. The Steel Brothers finish fourth in this one, and they'll finish 7th and 8th, respectively, which means a 5th place finish for Oris 1. So we'll see how many points can Flush make up. They get the transfer there as we look at the replay. That wasn't close by any stretch. It was easily the top two and then the bottom two. With a pretty big gap in between seemingly there. And into the finale. Here we go. In event number 14. Could we get our first 3-time winner? Not Oris 1, but rather Flush. These are the two that have won 2 events. And have an opportunity to really do something big here. Snow Wolves, Flush, Onyx, Lynx, Rufus. What can Flush do to try to make up the lead? They are second as we make our way down quickly into the third set of half pipes there, and Onyx is all the way down to number 4 already. Onyx is all the way down to the 5th. They might run the fastest time. Yes, they will. Fastest time belongs to the champion, Onyx. Wow, what a move there. A 14.191. Here comes Snow Wolves. They're going to finish in second. Flush is trying to medal here and see if they can get through. Now here comes Lynx Rufus. It'll be Lynx Rufus that'll pick it up. And a disaster strikes for Flush in the finale. They'll take 4th, but it could have been a whole lot better than that. And if you are Oris 1, thank you very much. You've got to be saying to Onyx, the Snow Wolves, and Lynx Rufus. How about Onyx? That's an impressive run there. A 14.191. Wins it by over 8 seconds and wins it by nearly 20 seconds over the 4th place finisher, Flush. That was an absolute pure dominance by Onyx in the finale to take the win and the gold today. Impressive on so many facets there. As we'll have a look at the results with a quiet course behind us now. Onyx takes first, second to the Snow Wolves, third to Lynx Rufus, 4th is Flush. As we said, Oris 1 ends up in 5th. So just 1 point gained for Flush. It could have been a whole lot better. They could have gained 9 points and the lead if they had won that event. Instead, because they finished 4th, they get just 1 point on Oris 1. And so Oris 1 remains the championship leader. You look at the overall standings, it's down to a 4-point lead. It's now a 14-point lead over the Snow Wolves, who are in 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, Steel Brothers are 5th. Onyx picks up their first win. They're in a 3-way tie for 10th after their first event win of the season. We are 14 events down with just 2 more to go. Congratulations to Lynx Rufus. They're in that 3-way tie, up to 102 points after a 3rd place finish. The Snow Wolves are into 3rd place after a 2nd place finish. But today, they all aspire to be Onyx. An impressive run in the finale. They run the fastest time, and they saved it for the final time. They get the win in event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it sets up just 4 points the difference in 2 more events as we get ready for the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This has been a presentation of Marble Fubeca, and until next time, I'm Keanu Bittersaki. Thanks for watching. We are down to just 2 events to crown a champion in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we are back for event number 15. Well, again, friends, I'm Keanu Bittersaki. Glad to have you here as we are really coming down to the final push for a championship. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings. It's really mostly a 2-team race between Oris 1 and Flush. The Snow Wolves also within 14 points. 20 points back are the Savage Jackal in 4th, and the Steel Brothers have fallen all the way to 5th. With 129 points, so really just a 2-team race as of right now. Lots of things can change. As we saw earlier in the season, it seemed as though it was almost inevitable that the Steel Brothers were going to win the championship, even though they hadn't even won an event. They were so dominant early on, they have severely fallen off, and so we're down to Oris 1 and Flush as the 2 main competitors as we get ready for today's event. Look at the trophy they'll compete for today, 1 step closer to a championship in this league. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 15 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is baseball. As you have a look at our course, a lot of the ways that you've seen many of these events go that involve different courts or fields that they're being played on. They'll go through a course, a typical marble course, onto the field. There it is right there. And they'll score either 8, 10, or 5 points, or maybe none at all if they're not able to score off that fidget spinner bat. Down to straightaway center field, going to get you the most points, 10, if you can hit it straightaway center. There are the groupings on your screen, as always. A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each group will advance. Meanwhile, the bottom 2 will sort their way out through 9th through 16th. We'll start with Group A. Top 2, Bola, Onyx, Archangels, and Flush. Big one early on. Flush right now running in third. Again, it doesn't really matter how you get down, just what you score. Got a couple of 8s there from Onyx, and I believe that was Tatu Bola. Nope, that was the Archangels who picked up 8. Flush does not score. Let's have a look at the replay. Flush knocked out early, and a big blow to their hopes. There's the score easily for Onyx, and there were the Archangels just off to the right of the left field opening was Flush. They are unable to score. They are knocked out in the group stage. And now Group B becomes a very important grouping. As Oris 1 is a part of that group, they can really separate themselves. They're along with the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, and the Snow Wolves. The Janitors taking a long time to get down. That might actually work in their advantage. They'll have maybe a little bit of field to play with. There's a score, look like 8 for the Snow Wolves. There's 8 more for the Janitors. No score from Oris 1, they're knocked out, as are the Sphery Spiders, they don't score. Oris 1 with an opportunity to take a huge lead. If they're able to score some points, advance further in today's event, they failed to do so. They really never had a chance, as you see on the replay here. I'm surprised that the Janitors were even able to score, as it looked like there just wasn't a whole lot of momentum. There it was. Wow, man, just got it to knock in the left field opening. We've seen 4 scores, all of them into the left field spot for 8 points. So that is going to make it very interesting now as we go into the final event between these top 2. Oh, by the way, could we get maybe one of the next 2? 3rd and 4th place, could they get into this as we go into Group C with the Lynx Ruffus, the Blue Jackets, Swiftblade, and the Savage Jackal? They're one of them. That was a score, I believe, from Swiftblade. There's another score. I believe that was 10. Yep, Lynx Ruffus picked up 10. Swiftblade picks up an 8. Savage Jackal picked up 8, but they're eliminated off the timed tiebreaker. And the Blue Jackets unable to score. There's the 8 that's going to get Swiftblade in. There's the 10 to straightaway center for Lynx Ruffus. Blue Jackets didn't score, and there were the 8 points, but it was too late at that point based on the tiebreaker for Savage Jackal. They're eliminated and will not advance into the semifinal. In the Group D, Vikings, Speedy Hunters, Steel Brothers, and Trojans. Did the Steel Brothers make a late gasp attempt at this? Looking for a score. I don't think we've gotten one yet. There was one. 5 points for the Trojans. They advance, as do the Speedy Hunters, and that's because they were the first team down. With a time of 7.783 over the 7.910 of the Steel Brothers. They're eliminated, as are the Vikings. So they can't do anything about it. Maybe the Janitors could have a chance to try to get a little bit closer in this one, but a very interesting group stage knocks out a lot of big-name competitors as we move into the semifinals. Off they go, the Archangels, Onyx, Janitors, and Snow Wolves. First one down to the Janitors. There's 8 points. There's a 10. Gonna need some big scores. Instead, no score from the Archangels or Onyx. Snow Wolves put up 10. They get the win in the semifinal. And the transfer spot goes to the Janitors. So the Janitors got down in a hurry. They scored quickly. And wow, look at that. A ricochet off of Onyx puts in the 10 points for the Snow Wolves. That is huge, and a killer for the Onyx as they will be eliminated in the semifinal round. It moves the Snow Wolves and Janitors into the finale. Semifinal B now. See what happens. First one down is going to be the Trojans. And our first score, looking for it. There's 8 points. And that's going to be it. Quickly, no one else scores, and the Trojans, by virtue of being the first to hit the field, they are advancing into the finale. Swiftblade scores the 8 points. Wow, look at that. That was in and out for 5 points for Swiftblade. Then they knocked it into left field for 8. So they scored twice, kind of, as they couldn't quite hold on to those 5 points down the right field line. Picked up 8 instead. Either way, any score was going to do it for them. And the Trojans were the first to hit the course, so they're able to advance as well based on the time tiebreaker. As we get to our finale. Going to try to shake it up here as we get late into the season. Just one more event after today. We'll see where everybody shakes out with that group staging as far as where they're placed, 9th through 16th. Will fit somewhere in there, but first we've got a champion to determine. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Snow Wolves, and Trojans. First one down is going to be Swiftblade. What late get for the Trojans there, as the Trojans picked up 8, as did the Janitors. The Janitors, as we'll see on the replay, win the gold with 8 points to left field. Let's have a look at it. First one down was Swiftblade, but they didn't score. Where's the game winner? There it is. Perfectly done off the left field foul area. Off the corner of this field. Perfectly placed. And actually, for that matter, the Trojans did the exact same thing. The problem is they did it 1.7 seconds later, and so they'll take home the silver. The bronze goes to Swiftblade based on the time tiebreaker, and the Trojans come away without a medal in 4th place. Congratulations to the Janitors. You can see their cheering section loving it here as they get the win. And we'll look at the event results for today. The full results, which will give us a little bit more clarity of what we're going to look at coming in. 4-point lead when we began the event. As it pops up, Oris 1 picked up 2 points. Flush picked up 3 points. They gain only 1 point. But it's a 3-point game going into the final week of the season, so this is going to be very, very close. The Janitors win it over the Trojans, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, and Lynx Ruffus, the top 5 from today's overall standings. And now we're going to move into the total season standings. Here we go with one more to go. It's a 3-point lead. The Snow Wolves, with a big week, move within 4 points. It's a 3-team race for the championship. Oris 1 at 154, Flush at 151, the Snow Wolves at 150. It is tight as we go into event number 16, the final week of the season. And these teams certainly going to have some thinking to do. Congratulations to Swiftblade. They will take home 3rd place. The Trojans take home 2nd, but today everybody aspires to be the Janitors. They get the win in baseball here in today's event. Going to make them feel a little bit better about what's been an up and down season for them. And it is certainly going to be a very interesting final event of the season. The 2021 Marble. 16 teams began. 15 events have been run, but yet it all comes down to this. As we welcome you to the finale of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki. Glad to have you here for what will be ultimately a championship deciding run. You see the overall standings on the left side of your screen. Oris 1, Flush, and the Snow Wolves all within 4 points of each other as the top 3. Then 11 points back to the Savage Jackal. 3 more points back to the Janitors. 2 more points back to the Steel Brothers. Those are the 6 teams that are within 20 points of the leader coming into today's final event. We have seen a lot of ups and downs. We have seen a lot of momentum shifts. And maybe today we get yet another one, and we end up with possibly a surprise champion. No clear favorite, obviously, in the catbird seat is Oris 1 with a slight 3-point lead, but it really is anybody's game as we see the course for today's finale event, which is a 4-lap race. It's a long lap, so we're not going to just rush through today's event to crown a champion, but certainly going to be an exciting event. And again, you never know what's going to happen in the 2021 Marble Champions League, so we don't have any idea who's going to come out on top and come out as the victor. For the final time, the teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 16, the finale of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the lift run. Our course for today's event is a long, winding course involving everything from funnels to those switchback portions of the course, even to those climbing stairs there. You see the blue and white stairs will cause an interesting, different portion of the course that we've never seen before. That's down in Sector 3. It's a 3-sector course. And then there is the lift hill, which will bring you right back to the start, which is also the finish. See there at that green flag, the first green flag on the left side is where you set up for the start. It's also where you'll restart the next lap. So ultimately that's our finish line as well. 4 laps to determine a champion, and we are off. Here we go. Let's see who grabs the quick lead. It's going to be Swiftblade in the lead, followed by the Steel Brothers and Onyx. Now in the lead of the Blue Jackets. They make their way down to the 3rd funnel very quickly. They're followed closely by the Janitors, it looks like. Theirs is maybe Flush in there as well. That's the case. It's a crowded funnel there as they're looking to make their way through those 2 different areas with the funnels, or with the, the windmills as they make their way to the switchback portion of the course. It's a crowded course here. Right now it's the Janitors in the lead, followed by Swiftblade and the Speedy Hunters, and now the Speedy Hunters are stuck. They're going to get hit eventually. Let's see how much time it costs them. Doesn't look like it cost them a whole lot of time. It's the Janitors in the lead making their way up the stairs for the first time, followed by Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Sphery Spiders, and the Speedy Hunters, the top 10. Horus 1, your championship leader coming in, runs in 7th right now. And the Janitors, who came in, as we said, the 18 points, I believe, 18 points back. They're going to need a whole lot of help, but it's not impossible for them. Now it's the Speedy Hunters in the lead, followed by the Steel Brothers and the Trojans. The Janitors running 4th, the Sphery Spiders are 5th, Horus 1 still running back in 7th. Flush has moved their way up to 5th. They're now in a good spot championship-wise. And now they're all the way into the lead here in lap 2. Big run for them. Horus 1 has made their way onto the 2nd lap, but it's now Flush who's pulling ahead. They're the only one in that lone first blue funnel there. Let's see if they can pull. Not going to happen. Here comes Swiftblade. They're going to try to make a pass for the lead, and here come a couple more. That's the Steel Brothers and Lynx Rufus. Who gets out first? Here comes Horus 1. They're now into 5th. They're making themselves known in that blue funnel there. And now they're the first through that funnel. They're in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here come the Trojans, Lynx Rufus, and it's Lynx Rufus that comes out first. They're going to make their way down onto the portion that's going to lead us to the switchbacks. And right now it is Lynx Rufus ahead of the Janitors. Who's going to come out first? It's going to be the Steel Brothers. They're going to be followed by Lynx Rufus. The Janitors running 3rd. Now here come Horus 1. Can they get it done? Through that first orange funnel toward the lift hill here are the Steel Brothers. And here come a couple more. Right now it's the Steel Brothers in the lead. They're alone on that lift hill mechanism as they make their way into lap number 3. They've got the lone lead right now, trying to build an advantage here over Lynx Rufus. And the Janitors who just came through there, they are going to take over 2nd place. Now they might take over the lead. They're going to try to make the pass. And they may have gotten it done. We switched away from that camera momentarily to show you that Flush has moved into 3rd. 4th is the Lynx Rufus. Horus 1 is in a battle for a championship. They're running in 5th. It is close right now between Flush and the Lynx Rufus, and the Vikings have gotten the blue flag to get out of the way. They're moving awfully slow. They've been lapped. Well, that's certainly not what they wanted to see. And now a yellow flag is out for the Trojans. They are stuck on the course, and now they're going to be knocked back on. That could have been a big problem. Meanwhile, it's Lynx Rufus ahead of Steel Brothers. Horus 1 has moved into 3rd. Flush has dropped all the way back to 8th, but now Lynx Rufus is in trouble. They're going to get out of that issue there where they were stopped. They're still the leaders ahead of Steel Brothers. Horus 1 up there as well. Now here comes Flush. They're going to retake 2nd place. Lynx Rufus again is stopped on the switchback portion of the course. Things are getting wild right now on lap number 3. It is Flush who may be in the lead, or maybe it's going to be Tatu Bola out of nowhere, followed by the Steel Brothers. Flush is in 3rd. Horus 1 has dropped all the way back to 7th. It's just a 3-point lead, remember, coming in. Flush right now in position to be the championship winner. Now they're going to drop back to 4th. Things get a little more muddy. The Steel Brothers are now the leaders. They were the championship favorites almost the entire season. They have fallen back severely, and we are into the final lap. The Steel Brothers take the white flag, followed by the Blue Jackets. Lynx Rufus ahead of Tatu Bola. The Flush have dropped back a couple more spots. It's moving them out of the championship lead. Horus 1 running in 7th right now would be your champion. And they are running side by side. along with the Snow Wolves. Those are the top 3, and they're all running very close. Now the Snow Wolves have jumped all the way up to 3rd. They're in advantage now. They're trying to make some passes. Tatu Bola just made a pass for the lead ahead of the Steel Brothers, followed by the Snow Wolves. Flush has moved up to 4th. Oris 1 stays steady in 7th place. Things are getting awfully tight as we've still got marbles making their way onto the final lap, but who really cares about them at this point? It's all about Tatu Bola in the lead for the win, but then also the Snow Wolves, who may have just taken a pass for the lead. Yes, they did. Followed by the Steel Brothers. Tatu Bola is going to drop back to 3rd, and now the Steel Brothers are in the lead ahead of the Snow Wolves. Flush is in 5th. Now they're in 4th. Oris 1 stays in 7th, and the Snow Wolves are in 2nd. Things are getting awfully tight. The Steel Brothers still in the lead. Oris 1 has dropped off the top 8 leaderboard. They are in severe trouble of losing this one. The Sphery Spiders getting a blue flag there, telling them to move out of the way. It's a battle for the win, maybe a battle for a championship for the Snow Wolves. Right now the Steel Brothers in the lead. Now it's a 3-way race between the Blue Jackets, Snow Wolves, and Steel Brothers. Boy, things are getting insane at the end of this one. Coming across for the final time, it's the Blue Jackets that get the win. They're going to take the 20 points. Here come the Steel Brothers for 2nd. Flush is going to take 3rd away from the Snow Wolves. 15 points for them. The Snow Wolves pick up 12 points. The Janitors finish in 5th. It is all over. Flush is going to win the championship. Oris 1 finishes 5 points behind. They came in with just a 3-point advantage. They came back to finish in 6th after struggling and falling all the way off the top half leaderboard, but ultimately, it's not enough. Flush is going to pick up 15 points. Oris 1 gets just 10, and that's enough to get it done. Unbelievable by Flush. A back and forth race here in the lift run that really could have seen anything as we're waiting for these last few marbles to finish up. Coming across the line is Swiftblade and the Archangels, and now Savage Jackal in 11th, 12th, and 13th. And we're going to go ahead and close this one out. Boy, that is one heck of a finish. There are the official results. The winner is the Blue Jackets, who win yet again. They've done that multiple times this year. But the real winner today is Flush. They win the championship. We'll show the final overall results in a moment. And here they are. Any second now, they'll pop up on your screen and we'll get to see the official results. There they are. By 2 points, Flush is your champion of the 2021 Marble Champions League. 166. Oris 1 will finish 2nd at 164 points. The Snow Wolves are 3rd. The Steel Brothers are 4th. The Janitors run in 5th. Followed by Savage Jackal and the Blue Jackets, who won that event, finish in 7th overall for the championship series. Gonna go ahead and pull up the podium. Flush picks up enough points to take the lead after finishing 3rd. They get the bronze. The silver goes to the Steel Brothers. I normally would say that today they all aspire to be the Blue Jackets. However, today everybody really does aspire to be Flush. They get the championship win. Don't take anything away from the Blue Jackets, who definitely had an up and down season. They get the win to finish out this year, so congratulations to them and what they were able to do. But ultimately, it's Flush that gets the victory. Party is on for the green and black and their fans, who, as we've said, this entire season have done a fantastic job of packing the house. They do it once again today. There is the specific cheering section for Flush, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of cheers throughout the entire crowd. Those that were rooting specifically for the team in green and black, those were that were rooting just for a great round of racing. We certainly saw that today. A lot of back and forth, and like we said, anything can happen. Ultimately, it is one of the top 3 that gets it done, and they get it done with a bronze finish in the event. What a run for Flush. They get the 3rd place finish today, but they get the big prize. They are the 2021 Marble Champions League champions. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'm Keanu Bittersicki, and you've been watching a presentation of Marble Fubeca. Korea's Asian tournament rolls on as we begin event number 2 of the Asian tournament. I'm Rick O'Shea here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Today we have our billiards contest, which will be a very exciting, another collision sport, which Marble Fubeca has become known for. You see the billiards table right there. And here for event number 2, the goal is to have the most marbles remaining on the billiards table, kind of the opposite of the traditional game, in which the goal is to knock the balls into the pocket. The goal instead is to knock your opponents into the pocket and to stay on the table. You'll have 3 marbles from each side, as you see the team statistics so far this year. 3 marbles from each side representing their countries, and they will do battle on the billiards table, and whichever country comes up with the most marbles still on the table at the end of that run will advance, as we will finish out the field of the 8 teams that will remain in the Asian tournament through the 2 events. We have our first event that determined half of the field for the quarterfinalists, and the other half will be determined right here. Here are the teams that have already survived and moved on to the quarterfinals. There are 4 of them. They are Georgia, China, India, and a bit of an upset in the top right quadrant, it's Brunei. And here are the countries that are competing today. Japan will take on Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. And then in the top left quadrant, it is Pakistan against Myanmar, and Kyrgyzstan will take on Nepal. And so we'll have 4 more competitors advance to the second round of competition here for the Asian tournament. And we will go from there. Again, the top 4 are going to advance to our world tournament, which will feature 5 different continents. First up is Uzbekistan against Japan. Japan will go from the right side, Uzbekistan from the left. They've got a little bit of green in them, and they win 2-1. Japan's going to take this one, as they're able to get 2 of their marbles to stay on. There was 1 and 2 that both fell in. They almost had a clean sweep there, as one of the Japanese marbles actually fell into one of the pockets and stopped Uzbekistan from potentially having all 3 of their marbles unable to finish on the board. So Japan is through, and now Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. Korea on the left in mostly clear marbling, and it is a mint green for Bangladesh. Wow, nice run here, and Korea is going to have all 3 of their marbles stay on. Only 1 fell through the entire round. It's Bangladesh, and they are eliminated. Look at the replay here. Wow, look at that one. In and out for Korea. And there was the one that fell in on the bottom left, or bottom right, rather, for Bangladesh, as they are eliminated. Very impressive run, and a good job of avoiding some trouble there for the Korean Republic as they move on. Pakistan against Myanmar now. Pakistan will go from the right with mostly green, some yellow, and like a little bit of red there for Myanmar. They are down first. Oh, that's not good at all. Myanmar had all 3 shoot straight through, and Pakistan is going to have a clean sweep. 3-0. Look at this. 1, 2, and one of Myanmar's marbles didn't even make it onto the board. It fell out off of the billiard table. That was a dominant performance there by Pakistan, helped out by the fact that it took them so long to get down the course. And so Myanmar with an unfortunate end to their tournament. And now it will be Nepal on the left in the black and red, and Kyrgyzstan in the red and yellow. They come down similar times, and Kyrgyzstan is in trouble. They're going to drop 1 and lose this matchup. Nepal, again, another country able to remain with all of their marbles on the billiard table. And right there it is, the one that falls for Kyrgyzstan and eliminates them from competition. So we've got our 8 competitors now, as Nepal joins Pakistan, the Korean Republic, and Japan on the left side of the bracket as they move on to the second round, eliminating their competitors. We've got a lot of big names, not too many small names here surviving the first round from this Asian tournament. Japan will take on Korea, Pakistan against Nepal in the second round. On the other side, it would be Georgia against China, and and India against Brunei. So some small countries like Brunei, Nepal, Pakistan don't typically be featured from Marble Fubeca, but then we've got some big countries as well. And we will have event number 3 coming up. That will determine our 4 competitors from the Asian tournament in the World Tournament, and we'll also crown our champion for the Asian tournament. So until next time, I'm Ricochet, and you've been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Today, for Marble Fubeca, we have a unique twist on one of our more common races, as another time trial race between countries for our tournament, and there is a very different aspect. There it is right there on your screen. It is a literal conveyor belt, which will be incorporated in the middle of the time trials here today. For this 16-team field, there are the team statistics for 2019. And for MSPN, I'm Ricochet, welcoming you to today's tournament. As you see the statistics, and now you'll see the teams that are going to compete. It's the Philippines, Russia, Australia with a rare appearance, and Germany in the bottom left quadrant of the bracket. And then the top left consists of Brazil, Vietnam, all eyes are going to be on Indonesia, and they'll take on Argentina, Colombia, the United States, Portugal, and Iceland, and then Mexico, Japan, the Netherlands, and Malaysia. First matchup is the Philippines against Russia. It's going to be very interesting to see this matchup here, just because it's the first one, and see how the conveyor belt moves. It's going to be a lot of banging back and forth as they are continuing to make contact with each other early, and right now, Russia jumps to the lead. There they are on the conveyor belt, making their way through. I don't think there's any chance that these marbles will fall. Look at that big drop into a funnel. And through first, it's going to be a pass. The Philippines has the lead. They're down to the second funnel now. Let's see if Russia can make that same pass. The answer is no. Now we make their way towards the pegs that they have to make their way through. And now this large portion, and all the way to the finish, as the Philippines finish, and Russia's actually going to get stuck. So they are disqualified and will not finish, but they were far enough behind anyway, and with too little track to remain, that it wouldn't have mattered. As the Philippines move on, they win the first matchup. One thing to note there is that it does come to a sudden end, as it's the Netherlands against Malaysia now. Look at that very large view. I love that view of the course there. And lead right now belonging to Malaysia, and they're going to take that lead, making their way up the conveyor belt. Great look there. There they come into the funnel. And they are now going to be joined by the Netherlands. Malaysia in the gray, in the lead, and not for long as the Netherlands pass them up. Another pass happening in one of those funnels. That has been a very common happening recently, and I think that's because they've noticed that you're able to make those passes if you come in hard and make contact. Near stop for the Netherlands. They're slowly making their way through. Trying to get down towards the bottom, and they will finish ahead of Malaysia. And they will move on. And that's going to be the end of the day for the Malaysians. They finish 4 seconds behind and are eliminated. One thing to note here is that there's not as much time. We saw in our last video Indonesia, and here they are, trying to defend their crown yet again. I should note as they continue to win, and they've got the advantage right now, but now it's going to be passed up. That was so tight. They almost ended up in the same one. Very close with each other. Slight advantage for Argentina. Now here comes Indonesia. There's not as much time for them to make up a mistake, though, so it's really important to see who gets out first. And right now, through the first funnel at least, it's going to be Argentina. And now here comes Indonesia trying to make that pass. It looks like they've got the angle. Do they have the finish? No, they do not. Not quite. They are very close with each other. Who can get through first? Argentina making quick work. Here comes Indonesia. It's going to be too little, too late. Argentina wins, and they have eliminated Indonesia in the first round to end their reign of terror against the other countries. 3 consecutive podium finishes, 3 consecutive finals appearances, and consecutive back-to-back wins. 2 in a row have gone to Indonesia. That will change now. As here is Colombia against the United States, and the U.S. trying to bounce back from an early exit in our last video, which was the elevator video, which I've referred to in the past before as a conveyor belt. Definitely not as much of a conveyor belt as this. Oh, look at that pass! Are you kidding me? Colombia came in behind. They just bumped the U.S. right out of the way and said, I'll take that. They've got the lead. Now they're both in the funnel. Let's see if the U.S. can return the favor. The answer is no. Colombia's got that lead. Wow, a little bit of bully ball being played here by Colombia, just pushing the United States out of the way. And now the U.S. gets back in the lead, making their way down. The pegs right around the corner. Great run there by the United States, and they are going to start to slow, and they're having a little trouble, and now here they come towards the end. Here comes Colombia. They push them out of the way again and get the win. Wow. Colombia just dominated the United States there and shoved them right out of the way and said, "We will be moving on. Thank you very much." They get the win over the United States by just over a second. And now it is Brazil against Vietnam. That was a shocking run. Ooh, big contact there between these two marbles. Facing off, another contact made. Ooh, big run there. Slowing and falling back a little bit was Vietnam. It cost them a spot on the conveyor belt. They've still got the lead, though. Very interesting the way this conveyor belt works. You can kind of just push people out of the way. And if you line up wrong, you could potentially lose your spot and have to drop back a spot. Vietnam still got the lead over Brazil. A couple of favorites out early. The United States, two-time defending champs, three-time defending final appearances for Indonesia, and they lost. Not going to be the case, though, here for Brazil. They'll move on. And so they are able to advance to the second round, and now they will face Argentina. It would have been a second consecutive appearance, or tournament at least, that we would have seen Brazil against Indonesia in the second round. That's not to be, though. They'll take on Argentina. And now back towards the top. Iceland's got a very beautiful white marble with some blue, yellow, red mixed in. Classic green and dark red for Portugal. A lot of banging back and forth there, and stealing that spot is Iceland. They have the lead. It's tight, though, here early on. Really interesting, the strategy involved here for this tournament. Different aspect here, as Portugal is going to take that lead right back. Pass them in the funnel. That's clearly, if you're not going to get the lead and have it consistently. Oh, look at the move there by Iceland. They pass them back. They've got the lead. They're heading down right through the middle of the course. They've got one more move to make. Now they're starting to slow. They get stuck. They get stuck, and Portugal's going to win. Iceland blows it at the last moment. Oh, what a helpless feeling. They had it, and they had it easily, and at the last turn, they get stuck. That is heart-wrenching, heartbreaking for Iceland. Oh, my. Germany takes on Australia now. Germany's got a different look. They're black and white here today, and Australia's got blue and red, and they are clear as well, and they've got a lead right now. Oh my goodness, that's just heartbreaking for Iceland to lose in that fashion. Now here comes Germany trying to circle it. They will get through the first funnel, making their way down. Here's Australia. They look good, and they're going to take the lead right back. You don't want to head down the middle. That's exactly what Australia did. Maybe opening the door for Germany if they can head down the side. Nope, they're going to follow suit. And meanwhile, Australia is going to win. 42:03 the time. Germany's starting to struggle, but they will at least cross the finish line. 7 seconds later, they're eliminated. And one more spot. It's Japan against Mexico. We've seen a couple of our either fan favorites or favorites in terms of their success rates go down. Japan and Mexico. Mexico's definitely one of them. They've had a lot of success, and they are right now following ahead of Japan, but Japan jumps ahead at the last second, and Mexico passes them up as they're waiting for a spot on the conveyor belt. We saw Colombia do that to the United States, and Mexico just did it to Japan, and now Japan trying to pass them back up. They do. That is the perfect way to combat that. Let's see if they can get out of the second funnel okay. They do. They've got the lead, headed to the final portion of this course. Getting through pretty quickly, making their way down towards the bottom. Last move to make. They've got it, and Japan is going to take out Mexico. Very fast time, 42:01. A respectable 48:18, but still well too slow against Japan. Mexico is eliminated. Japan's moving on. And our quarterfinal matchup is set. First one will be Brazil against Argentina. Argentina with the upset of Indonesia. And Brazil with their onlookers and supporters sitting right next to the Argentines. Contact made there. Ooh, Brazil really struggling right now. Getting stuck. And meanwhile, Argentina able to build a lead, but it goes right away. That was a big comeback early in this race for Brazil. For a moment, it looked like they might just get stuck all entirely. Instead, they're able to come back. Get right up next to Argentina here as they enter the first funnel. Ooh, this is tight. Argentina, though, holds on to the lead. That's big for them. And now here comes Brazil again, trying to make that pass. And they will. They've got the lead back. Argentina following them very closely. It'll come down to the end. Argentina with a little stumble. And it is enough for a very close win for Brazil. Wow, only a tenth of a second. But Brazil is moving on. Now it's Portugal against Colombia. Colombia there, the yellow, red, and blue. Big contact, and the lead right now to Colombia, trying to make quick work here. Oh, look at the move there by Portugal, and they've got the lead. Passed them up at the last moment and stood their ground. Colombia bullied the United States right out of that spot. That time, Portugal would not oblige. Big move there by Colombia. Who's going to get out first? It's going to be Colombia. Good move. Weren't able to force Portugal out of the way, but they did still pass them in that funnel. And now Portugal will pass them right back. Starting to build a lead. Colombia struggling in that second funnel. That might be too late. Portugal, one more move to make. They're starting to slow, but it's not going to be slow enough. They're going to finish first and advance to the semifinals. And now Colombia is going to get stuck, and so their day will end with a disqualification as they are eliminated. Just trying to finish the course, and they couldn't. And now Australia will take on the Philippines. Philippines won our first matchup. There they are. And over a couple is Australia. Australia has not been a very common opponent here today, or here, I should say, this year, in terms of making appearances in tournaments. And a rarity here. There's a spot separating these two on that conveyor belt. That hasn't happened very often. And the Philippines, they don't care. They pass them anyway. Wow. Big comeback there by the Philippines. And now Australia passes them back. This one's going to be tight. Here comes the Philippines. There goes Australia down towards the end. They've got one more move to make, but they're not going to make it. They're going to get stuck. Oh, the pass at the end. Australia does come back to win. Back and forth they went, and they made the move at the last moment. Almost looked like they were waiting, praying on the Philippines, waiting for them to move out of the way so that they could make the move. Don't know if it was intentional or not, but if it was, that is a great run. Either way, it's going to get them into the semifinals and get us to our next matchup, which is the Netherlands against Japan. Pretty tight right now. Japan is going to move on into the conveyor belt first, and pretty large lead. There's 1, 2, 3 spots on that conveyor belt separating these two. I just said that hasn't happened very often. That's the largest lead heading into the funnel that we've seen from anyone. Let's see if that's going to be able to matter. It doesn't look like it will. There goes the Netherlands. They not only eliminated that deficit, but they take the lead. And now Japan trying to take it right back. They will. Back and forth they go in the funnels. That's been a theme for today's matchups. Japan trying to make quick work. They do. One more move to make, and they're moving on with a time of 45-16. Pretty quick run there. Pretty quick for both sides, but a little bit too slow for the Netherlands as they are eliminated. And our last matchup, our first semifinal matchup will be Australia against Brazil. You're guaranteed a spot in a match to get on the podium. That's if you lose, you'll play for third. If you win, you are into the final. Brazil, Australia, like we said, the Aussies haven't played very often in these tournaments, but they are showing up here. Good start. And they're going to have the lead. Ooh, just barely. No separation right now. First funnel. And then Australia, yep, they will take the lead. They will have it out of the first funnel. Now here comes Brazil. Australia trying to pull the upset. But here comes Brazil. They will get towards the pegs first, making their way down into the final portion of this track, making quick work. Brazil. Now here comes Australia, and they pass at the end. They did it again. Back-to-back times, Australia makes the move, and they are moving on to their first final of the year. And they'll face either Portugal or Japan. Now that is a very dangerous move in terms of trying to block it. If the opponent is doing that, which we've seen from Australia a couple of times now, that's hard to beat. Good size lead right now for Japan. Portugal trying to figure it out. They're having a hard time doing so. That is 1, 2, 3, and then Portugal. So a good size lead for Japan. Let's see if they can continue that. They do keep the lead into the second funnel. Still in the first funnel is Portugal. Now they're making their way out, trying to distract Japan, get them to not be able to finish the funnel. It won't work. They're on to their final portion of this track. Can you finish it quickly? The answer for Japan is going to be quick enough. They're going to get the win. 47-12. Portugal is going to get stuck. Another disqualification. This time it's Portugal. They are disqualified from this match. Doesn't disqualify them from a chance to play for third, though, so they will take on Brazil. It's Australia against Japan, but first the third place match. There have been some close calls in this one. Brazil fell victim to that. Australia passing them at the last moment. Portugal coming off a disappointing semifinal matchup in which they were unable to finish, and they do take the lead now here against Brazil. No separation. As they enter the funnel. It looks like that's Brazil with the upper hand. It is. They are going to take the lead over Portugal. Now they're all over the place. And it is... looks like that's still Brazil. It is. Brazil still in the lead. And now they are stuck. They're in trouble. Here comes Portugal. If they hit them, they've got a chance. If they don't, it's over. It's going to be over. Portugal's going to win third by virtue of another disqualification. Brazil had a huge lead, but they see it slip away just like we saw with Iceland in the first round. Brazil misses out on a spot on the podium. And now it is Australia against Japan. Look at the metallic looks on both these marbles. At least from our camera, that's how it looks. Ooh, look at that move right there by Japan. They're going to take the lead. They are silver and some white mixed in. A lot of clear, blue-red involved for Australia. And it's Japan through the first funnel first. Moving on to the last funnel. And then the final portion of this track. And they're going to be mixed up in there with Australia, trying to confuse them, distract them, and take the lead themselves. They cannot. Japan towards the final portion of the course. Now here comes Australia. It's going to have to be a mistake for Japan. Will they make that mistake? The answer is no, and the luck runs out for Australia. Japan wins this tournament. Australia did it on their last two times, where they were able to catch their opponent in a mistake and make a move with the killer instinct. That's not to be this time. Japan got ahead, stayed ahead, and finishes in first. Third place goes to Portugal. They're on the podium. Australia with a very strong second, but all eyes are on Japan as they get the win in the first conveyor belt tournament. Very interesting aspect added to these time trial tournaments, as the conveyor belt allowed some passes to be made that we may not have normally seen, and it added an extra element of surprise and excitement to our tournament. So we're glad that you watched it, and we're glad that we were able to have a fun and exciting tournament. So again, congratulations to Japan. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching. It is the ultimate test of teamwork, of communication, and of skill. Welcome to the relay race. Hello friends, I am Ricochet here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. As you see, our large relay race course. Once again, a 16-team field as always for these tournaments, representing their countries and representing each other. This is a very difficult course to manage. It is a very difficult style to manage, as it's not just you, but it's your entire team that is representing your country and depending on each other. As you see some of our onlookers and some of our competitors for this relay race. Should be a fun one. There's Brazil and China. Belgium is being represented here today. Of course, there is England. The United States will, as always, be here. It is a very large and daunting course. And it should be a very interesting and very passionate, I think, matchup. There are the teams Sweden, Italy, Mexico, and Canada in the bottom left quadrant. Top left consists of Peru, England, Brazil, and Germany. On the right side, you have China, Belgium, Russia, and the United States. That's a powerhouse quadrant there. And then it's Portugal, Cameroon, the Netherlands, and Iceland. Very nice to see Iceland here with us. First matchup, though, is Italy and Sweden. And this is a timed race. Italy in the dark blue, light blue is, Sweden in the dark blue, and Italy is the light blue. Here they go. Winding their way around. They're going to come down towards the funnels. It's a very quick race. Let's see if we can get through that first funnel first. The answer is going to be undetermined. Yep, there it is. Sweden through first. They're through one. There goes Italy. They're through their first. Sweden down to their final funnel. Here comes Italy. Is it going to be too little too late? It's going to come down to the final funnel. Who gets through it first? The answer is going to be Sweden, maybe. Here they come. Circling. There's Italy. Too little too late. Sweden finishes at a time of 40 seconds to 41.13. And Sweden moving on. And now it's Iceland against the Netherlands. You can see there it's a very quick matchup for these opponents. Iceland in the dark blue, and the Netherlands with an early lead. Iceland got off to a slow start there. The Netherlands trying to take advantage as they come down towards their first funnel. A little bit of a lead there for the Netherlands over Iceland. Looks like the Netherlands have maybe orange. Hard to tell with the lighting on the funnels there. It makes everything look a little bit orange at least. Both are in their second funnel. It may come down to the final funnel here. Netherlands are through to the final funnel first, and they made it right through very quickly. 28.15. And it's a dominant win for the Netherlands. They got a very quick transition from funnel 2 through funnel number 3 and down to the end. They win it by nearly 12 seconds. And by the way, Iceland finished at a time of 40.03. That would be good enough for a dead tie with the first matchup's winner, Sweden. So they still put up a respectable time, but Iceland is coming home, and the Netherlands are moving on. Germany takes on Brazil. That was not a close one, which is what we've seen a lot from the Netherlands. A lot of close matchups. Here's Germany against Brazil, and down first, very tight. Germany in the black, and yellow is Brazil. They are nearly in a dead heat as they come to that first funnel. We'll see who gets through first. That may be the determining factor. Who can get through that first funnel first? The answer is Brazil. Down to the second funnel. Who gets out of that one first? The answer is still Brazil. They're into their final funnel. Still in the second funnel is Germany. They are running out of time. Here comes Brazil. At the end, it's Brazil with a time of 33-1. They win it. Ahead of Germany, who had trouble in that second funnel and is going to go down with a time of 39-4. Again, a respectable time. They beat three of those. They beat three marbles there. Three teams unable to score what Germany did, but unfortunately for them, their opponent, Brazil, finishes first. Here is China against Belgium. China is red and black, and they are in last right now, trailing to Belgium. Artistic look on the Belgian marble. But speed is the key here. They are pretty tight with each other. Belgium's all over the place, but they get through that second funnel first. Down to their final funnel. Here they come. Here comes China. At the end, it's Belgium to win it with a time of 28-2. And China comes across at 33-1. Just under 5 seconds later, Belgium moves on. Here is Canada against Mexico. Canada in the dark red. Mexico in the green. Seem pretty tight with each other, and it's almost dead even. Looks like a little bit of a lead for Canada. Let's see who gets down to the funnel first, and the answer is going to be Mexico. They make up a lot of time there. Relatively speaking, of course, it's all very tight in terms of actual time, and look at Canada. They may have come to the funnel second, but they are all the way down to the final funnel. What a move by the Canadians! They are down to their final funnel. Can they surround it and get through first? Mexico still has a long way to go. Canada built a huge lead. Can they survive? The answer is yes. Mexico did a great job, but unfortunately for them, they finished 1 second too late. 40-01. Good enough to move Canada into the quarterfinal. And now it's Cameroon against Portugal. These two teams very tight early, and it is Cameroon that gets to the funnel first. We've seen that not necessarily matter. Mexico got to the funnel first and could not close the deal. Cameroon down to their second funnel. So is Portugal. A little bit of a lead, it looks like, right now for Cameroon. But you can make up a lot of time very quickly, and they are going to be dead even. Almost. Oh, what a move! Portugal, with a time of 31:07, ran right through the final funnel, and they win it by over 5 seconds to a time of 36:22, as Portugal is moving on with a very quick final funnel. You can't come back from that when it's at the very end of the course. Great run from Portugal. They're moving on. And now the matchup moves to Peru against England. It is Peru. I'm not sure exactly what color that is. Oh, okay, there it is. It's black and red. They come out second, though. The lead right now belongs to England, who is in a lighter colored marble. They get to the funnel first. Pretty good job, though. It looked like Peru picked up a little bit of time there. You could visibly see as they get through the funnel first. England stuck in the first funnel. Now they're down to their second, but Peru is down to the third. Last funnel to go for Peru. England trying to catch up. They do, but they are going to come up too late. 28-4, the winning time. Peru moving on. England, a 32-15. Peru with a nice move. They will face Brazil in the next round in our final matchup. Russia against the United States. Russia in the dark red. The U.S. typically, as always, in their silver. Looks like the United States with an early lead. Let's see. It's Russia who gets out first. Took a turn when they came out of our view. And Russia with a noticeable advantage as they get to the funnels. But the United States look like they're circling that funnel. They get down to the second funnel first. Russia still in the first funnel. They're down to their second. The United States circling the second. They're down to the final funnel. Russia running out of time. They had a big lead. They have blown that big lead, and the U.S. is going to win this one easily. A time of 32-19, and it's going to be, what, nearly 10 seconds? Almost 9.91 seconds later, a time of 42:10. Russia is eliminated after blowing a pretty big lead. So now on to our quarterfinal matchups. Sweden against Canada. And they are off. Very slowly making their way down. Looked like the lead belonged to Canada. It does. Very quick-fire, fast-paced action course and tournament. Sweden circling, so is Canada. This is looking to be pretty close. Right now, the lead belongs to Sweden and very tight. Sweden, though, makes very quick work. They got through that second funnel incredibly fast. Now they're trying to work on the third funnel. Here comes Canada. They're trying to come back. Canada, watch them to the top side. They are going to come up a little short. Sweden moves on with a time of 44:19. Canada nearly came up with that one. 50:05 is their final time. Sweden, with that big second funnel, moves on to the semifinals. And it's the Netherlands against Portugal now. It's a pretty interesting matchup we just saw. We saw a lot of determining factors, which included that very quick second funnel. Here's Portugal against the Netherlands. They look pretty close. They were. It's just a slight lead for the Netherlands. They grow the lead as they came out of our view, and when they come back in, the lead was definitely larger for the Netherlands than it was when they came out of view. But Portugal makes it up in the funnel. They come out of the first funnel first. Now they're circling the second funnel. The Netherlands needs to pick up their speed. Here comes Portugal. They're into the final funnel. The Netherlands struggling to get through the second. Portugal all over the entranceway. They are headed to the semis as they get the final funnel down with a time of 39:02. They win it, and the Netherlands struggle with the funnels and finish with a time of 47:08. They are eliminated. And Portugal will at the very least play for a spot on the podium. Back to the top left, it's Brazil against Peru. Really like that splatter look on the Peruvian marble. Very interesting look. Very classic yellow and black look for Brazil. Let's see who comes out first. It's Brazil. They're ahead a little bit. But we've seen this area right here, when they come out of our view, a totally different look potentially when they come back in. Not that time though. Brazil holds the lead. But look at Peru. They take advantage, and they're all the way down to the final funnel. Another very quick second funnel. Peru is making very quick time. They are through and into the semis with, I think, the fastest time we've seen. That's a time of 24:09. Very impressive. And Brazil still going to put up a good time, but it's too little too late. 34:11. Peru is into the semis. Very impressive run. And the final matchup of this second round is the United States against Belgium. Again, the artsy look of Belgium. Classic silver for the U.S. Looks like it's Belgium in the lead, and it is. Pretty tight. But we've seen this first funnel can become very important. Look at that. The United States taking advantage. They're out first. Second funnel, the United States. Once again, here comes Belgium. But the U.S. is through. An impressive time, 27:06. They're on to the semis. Belgium at a time of 31:11. They're going to be eliminated. We've seen some impressive runs that have not resulted in moving on. Just saw a couple of them in a row. Brazil put up a good time, and Belgium also put up a good time, and neither moved on because the teams they were facing put up a better time. Here we go between Peru and Sweden, and it was Sweden to come out first when the relay portion of the course happened. Sweden gaining the lead here. Peru's been really good with the funnels. Let's see how well they do. They continue to do good. They're into the second funnel first. They are into the third funnel. Sweden still on the first. Sweden still on the first. They drop down to the second as Peru drops to the finish. Another great time, 22:05, and Peru is just flying through this course. Sweden will finish respectably at 33-14, but they are gonna be relegated to the third place matchup. Peru is into the final, and they have just dominated this course over the last couple rounds of Portugal. So who comes out first? Looks like it was Portugal with the lead. It is. They've got a sizable advantage, and we'll see who comes back out to the funnel first. Really, who can do the funnels better is going to be the team that's going to win. They're pretty tight right now. Who can get through it first? It's the U.S. Pretty tight on their heels is Portugal. Second funnel's going to become important. Portugal all over it. The U.S. and Portugal both very tight. It's going to come right down to the finish. Here they go. Left side is Portugal. Right side is the United States. It's the U.S. that's going to win and move on to the final. A time of 34-22. Just under 2 seconds ahead of Portugal as they are into the final to take on Peru. And now it is the third place matchup for a spot on the podium between Sweden and Portugal, who both put up good times, but as this course has gotten more and more used, it looks pretty even there, and just a slight advantage for Portugal. But as we've used this more and more, you've seen these times have gotten shorter and shorter that they've been in this course. At least that's been the case typically. Portugal got their second, and they will get out of the first funnel second as well as Sweden holds their lead. Sweden is into their final funnel, trying to finish it up. Both times will be plus 30 seconds. And, oh, what a move by Portugal. They went right through the final funnel. Slowly getting there with Sweden, but there was nothing you can do to beat that. Portugal is going to earn third. On a pretty impressive run as we get the finale now. The cup is on the line between the United States, a powerhouse, and Peru, who has put up some very impressive times. Under 25 seconds in each the quarter and semifinal matchups for them. They've got the spattered black and red look, the classic silver of the United States. And the attention goes to the starting posts. Here we go. The U.S. has had a little bit of trouble here. This time they've got a tiny, tiny lead. And they go out of our sight, and when they come back in, we'll be at the funnel. U.S. gets there first. Let's see what Peru can do. They've been incredibly good at the funnels. And again, they take the lead. The U.S. trying to hang in there with them. Peru is through their second funnel. The United States is through their second funnel. Here comes Peru. They're circling it. They've got it, and they win it. A time of 26:07, another sub-30-second time. The U.S. finishes at 31:10, but Peru gets the win. What a run. Peru just destroyed this relay race course, and they just absolutely dominated the funnels at the end. Peru is the champion. Give third and the bronze to Portugal. Give second and the silver to the United States, but you can give the gold to Peru. They dominate the course, and they win the tournament with incredibly 3 consecutive sub-30-second times, including the 2 fastest times in the tournament. Peru gets the win. They are the champions. Congrats to them and to everybody participating as they win this matchup of the relay race. It was a fun one. It was a very fast-paced and quick-hitting competition. As Peru gets the win, the United States settles for silver, and third place being earned as well. Congratulations to Peru. They get the win. And until next time, I am Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet here as we bring you another collision tournament. A look at our large course. It is a pleasure to be back with you for another collision style tournament, which will face, and we will see a lot of different teams. 16 teams once again in this field. A smaller, less time-consuming, I guess you should say, tournament, as we will get just one round. There are the 2019 team statistics for these countries. There are 13 of them. We have 16 in this field. It is the United States, Cameroon, India, and Germany, and then Russia, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico on the left side of the bracket. The bottom right quadrant has, that is Belgium, and Portugal, and then Spain, and Brazil, and then Japan, England, the Netherlands, and Argentina. As we get ready for this tournament, this is a smaller, less time-consuming tournament. Same amount of teams, but instead of multiple goes, it'll be just one turn, as you'll make your way into the arena, make contact with those spinners. As you can see, this is a course that really throws you right in there with the spinners. The United States in the blue and red, Cameroon with green, and they make their way toward the course. One is in for Cameroon, everybody else rolling around, and it looks like nobody else is going to land. The United States doesn't get a single marble to go in. You'll have to watch up at the top of your screen, almost blocked by our view, but there it is. The only score is 3 points for Cameroon, and so maybe a what will be considered an upset by many, as Cameroon moves on first. They beat the United States, and we head to the other opposite side of the bracket. It is Argentina against the Netherlands. Argentina in the blue, and the Netherlands in orange. These matte colored marbles. All together, they make their way in. Everybody slowly over toward the 4 is almost everyone. Nobody gets in again, and so it's one, again, single marble that will end up as the score. Watch here, contact made with a spinner, knocked it right in, and it's 3 points for Argentina, and they move on to the quarterfinals. An interesting start, as both Cameroon and Argentina score just one, and the Netherlands and the United States are shut out, and they go home. Now to Mexico against Colombia. Mexico sporting a new marble with almost entirely green, and they scored all 3. Let's see if any go in for Colombia. They get one to go in the 8, but that is too little too late. Mexico scores 13 points. There was one that lands in the 7, one in the 2, one in the 4. And then some help from the spinners to score a point, but just one single score is not going to be enough from Colombia, as Mexico's 13 points will stand up, and they are into the quarterfinals. Back to the bottom right corner now, and it'll be Portugal against Belgium. Belgium in the black, Portugal in the green. Love the matte coloring of these marbles. In they go. Everyone making their way around. Everybody is still on the course right now. Will anybody find their way in? Wow, at the last moment, Portugal gets one to fall in the 7, and they will score another shutout. It took a little bit of time. For a second, it looked as though there may have to be a rerun, as almost a possibility there that nobody was going to score. But Portugal takes out Belgium, and now it is Germany against India. India in the white, Germany with mostly black, make their way down toward the course. And there are marbles going every which way. One landed in the 10. I think that's the only one that's going to land, because the one for Germany is over by the 6, but it's not going to go in, and so the points won't count. A 10 for India. They move on by a shutout score of 10-0. And yet again, issues with some of these teams to even score. Now we get England against Japan. again is the white with blue. Looks like that's dark red for England. There's a 2. And I missed the other one for England, but they scored another one as well, and it looks like Japan trying to get something to go. Getting knocked around a bunch of times, but they are not going to be able to score. They will fall just short in front of the 2. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, I missed right there at the bottom of the screen. You saw the 7. And then 2 more for England. Yet another shutout. England is on. They'll face Argentina. And our last 2 spots, one will be occupied by either Chile or Russia. Interesting how this shoot puts you right in with the spinners and forces action. Chile in the white. Everybody making their way down. There's a couple of 8s for Chile, and 8 put on for Russia. Everybody else is going to hold as they are, and Chile is going to win and move on. Looked like Chile had one of their own marbles knock in another marble, and so they both score 8, and they win it by a score of 16-8. And the last matchup in this first round is Brazil against Spain. Spain is on the left side in the red, Brazil with mostly yellow. And of course they come. I think that was a 10 for Brazil. Everybody trying to find their way in. That's 2 more for Brazil. Spain trying to get something to go. Almost knocked it in the 10. Still going. Knocked in Brazil. Brazil picks up another one. They score 15 with an assist from Spain at the end. And Spain cannot knock one of their own marbles in. And so the quarterfinals are set. It is Cameroon against India, as they will determine the first of our final 4. India in the white, Cameroon in the green. It was an interesting matchup where Spain helped out Brazil. That was a 7, and then a 4 and a 2. And so India with their 7 that you'll see right there. And then the 4. And there is the 2 for Cameroon. If they had been able to knock the other one, and they could have advanced a low-scoring 7-6 win. And now Argentina against England for a spot in the semifinals. England again in the red. Argentina with the baby blue. Matching the color of their country's flag. A 2 for England, and that might be it. It is. Everybody else holds. There's a 6 and a couple by the 10s, but neither are able to make their way into or through that area and lock in the points. So England wins it by a final of 2-0. Mexico and Chile now. Mexico hasn't knocked anybody in now. Now they have a 4. There's a 7. One more left. It is not going to go in. And it's a tie, but Mexico is going to advance. There is no rego, or like an extra overtime period, as Mexico scored in the larger holes, and so they get the tiebreaker win. They're into the semifinals. That'll be controversial, as Portugal and Brazil take on each other now. There's a 4, a 6 for Brazil. See if anybody else can score. There's a 4 for Brazil. A 6 for Portugal, and a 4 for Brazil again. They will advance with a 14-10 win. There's one of them. There goes the 6 for Brazil. There was a 4. There was a 6. And then we'll watch at the end. Brazil gets the bounce, and they knock it through the 4 to advance to the semifinals, which is set. Mexico, India, England, and Brazil. As Mexico wins on the controversial ruling. And now they'll try to take on India and see if they can beat India as well. Make their way into the finals. Saw a couple 2s. There is another 2 for Mexico. There's a 10, and that'll do it. Mexico needed help, and they got it. At the very end, they score a 10 after the first 2 went to 2s, And you see India at the bottom right corner at the 8-hole, unable to knock it through. Mexico advances to the championship. And they will face either England or Brazil. Loser will take on India in the third place matchup. Winner gets Mexico for all the marbles. There was a 10. And a 7. A 2. Let's see if Brazil can come up with a clutch shot near one of the one of the spinners. It will not collide, and that's that. England wins it thanks to that early 10. The 2 at the end helps, and just 1-7 for Brazil, so it's England against Mexico. But first it'll be India against Brazil for a spot on the podium. Brazil starts from the left side, India from the right. Make their way. There was a 10. An 8. Brazil highly scoring early. India unable to score, period. They knock in a 6. They are running out of time. They need a big hit. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. They do score a 6, but Brazil puts a 10 and an 8 on the board. There was the 10. And here comes the 8 right there. And just that 6 for India. As they are unable to get onto the podium, Brazil wins third place. And now it comes down to the championship match. It is Mexico against England. And back to the top to the starting gates for the final time. The gates lift, and it's England in the red, Mexico in the green for the gold. Here we go. It's a 7, and there's a 3, both going for England. Mexico is having trouble. It looks like all of Mexico's marbles are going to stall. They are. England's going to win it. They knocked in a 7, and then at the end they get a 3, and Mexico had all of their marbles stall, and so England wins it by a shutout of 10-0. Mexico gets second. Brazil will get third, as they are placed onto the podium. But bragging rights, the opportunity to sit higher than the other countries, and that giant trophy all belong to England, as they are crowned champions here in this collision tournament. The effort was there, but Mexico at the end, after getting through on a technicality and then winning against India in the semifinals, they could not compete with England, as the Brits are able to take home this championship win. So congratulations to England, to Mexico, to Brazil, and to all of our competitors, as England wins this one in the tournament for the collisions with the spinners. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Some of the most entertaining and intense marble racing comes from half pipes, the ability to bump and run, the ability to change places at a moment's notice. The same could be said for funnels, and in today's race, we get both of those, combined one after another, as we welcome you to our funnel and half pipe race. Glad to have you here, friends. I'm Ricochet, back with you for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca, as we show you the team statistics here for 2019. Again, a lot of teams with 2 competitions won, as we look at who's going to have a chance to win today. Ghana will take on Brazil, and then Costa Rica and Colombia in the bottom left quadrant of our tournament, and then Cameroon against Mexico and Japan against England. That's the left side. The right side consists of Chile, Argentina, and then Portugal against Russia. Indonesia will take on Spain in round 1, and then the United States, who will take on Paraguay. First matchup, though, as always, will go from the bottom left, and that's Ghana against Brazil. And it looks like it's Brazil with the early lead. And that is the case. And now Ghana goes one way, Brazil goes the other. They're both in the second half pipe. You've got to get through 3 half pipes here before you get down to 2 final funnels, and then a decision on which way you're going to fall before you have the opportunity to make your way to the finish line. Lead belongs to Ghana, and they've got a pretty significant lead. They're into their first funnel, And Brazil is still in the half pipes. Ghana is down to the final funnel, and Brazil is on the verge of being upset in a big way early on. Circling around that final funnel. Here comes Brazil. Can they do the bump and run? You bet they can. They're going to pass them at the last moment and get the win. What a move by Brazil, and a back-breaking and heartbreaking loss for Ghana, as they led almost the entire way there. After they got to the half pipes, they led for most of that race, but they cannot come up with the win. As Paraguay takes on the United States now. And in our last video, the U.S. was in the red, white, and blue marble. This time they're back to their silver metallic look, and they are very close. They get through the half pipes very quickly. Now they're down to the funnels. Let's see who gets through the first funnel first. It's the United States. What about Paraguay? Not going to matter what they do. The U.S. is going to win this one pretty easily by over 3 seconds. A very quick matchup there. Only took them 20 seconds to get through that course right there. As we'll go back to the left side, and it's Japan against England. Japan with the white and blue, and it's white and red for England. Making their way to the half pipes, and another bump and run. You see a lot of that with the half pipes. They are both on the third half pipe now, and we'll see what they can do. Who gets down first? The answer is Japan. They're going to get to the funnel first. They're going to get through the first funnel. Now they're down to their last funnel, and England's going to have to make a quick run. It's not going to happen. Japan's going to get the win, as they led the entire way for the funnels at least, and were able to get that one by over 6 seconds. Impressive run there for Japan as they move on to the next round, and they'll be greeted potentially with Mexico. Now Argentina against Chile. Argentina, as always, light blue and some black involved there. And Chile is really, really going slow. Let's see if they can make that comeback. You bet they can. They're right back in there, and they're going to make a lot more contact. They're down to the third half pipe. Out first, though, still is Argentina. And again, Chile starting to struggle. You can't afford those long time lapses, as there goes Argentina, and they're going to get the win. Still in the half pipe when they crossed the finish line was Chile, as they'll try to quickly get through these two funnels and try to put themselves out of their misery, as they will go home after just one round, and they finish just under 15 seconds behind as Argentina advances to the next round. And now Costa Rica against Colombia. Costa Rica in the blue and dark red. Yellow, blue, and red for Colombia. Colombia really moving slowly on that first half pipe. Now they're both into the second, though, and so it becomes anybody's game. We'll see who gets down first. It's going to be Colombia. They make the pass there on Costa Rica, and now they're into the funnel. Costa Rica in their third half pipe. You got to move quickly through that, though, because these funnels have proved that they're pretty easy to get through. And that is going to be the case. Colombia is going to get the win, 32:09. Just under 2 seconds later, Costa Rica finishes. And so now Spain will take on, again, one of the fan favorites, Indonesia, and Indonesia gets out first. Indonesia typically with a clear, or not a clear, but a rather solid white look, but they are clear today with some red involved. They've got the lead. Oh, there goes Spain making a pass. Indonesia going to need to get through that first funnel. Can they make a pass? Yes, they can. They pass back Spain in the final funnel, and they'll get the win and eliminate the Spaniards. By just under 5 seconds, 22:04 gets it done for Indonesia, and they will take on the U.S. in round number 2. And now Cameroon against Mexico. This is a big favorite here in Mexico. They are one of the preeminent stars of these tournaments for our countries in what are always 16-team fields, but Cameroon's got the lead. In the, looks like dark blue. They're in their third half pipe, as is Mexico now. Mexico's going to get down first, just ahead of them. Cameroon, though, makes quick work of both of the funnels, and they're going to take the win, 21 seconds flat. And that's enough to do it. They upset Mexico in round 1. Mexico still put up a pretty respectable time of 26:05, but over 5 seconds after it was finished up. That's an impressive run right there. As we get Portugal against Russia now. And Russia with an early lead. And now Portugal makes one move. Let's see if they can get through that funnel. Russia's slowing it down. They're in some trouble, and Portugal's going to get the win. You just can't afford to take as much time as, even with, well, you see what Russia's doing here on this one. They're going to, wow, very slowly through that last one. They finish over 9 seconds later. You cannot take that long in the funnels if you want to have any chance of surviving. That's just not going to happen. Here's Brazil. And they will take on Colombia here as we begin round number 2. Brazil gets out first. That come from behind win in round 1, taking out Ghana. Colombia very slowly moving. Both, though, in half pipe number 2. Now down to the third half pipe goes Colombia. They are in a slight advantage. Here is Brazil going back and forth very violently. Let's see if they get out first. Colombia really slowing it down, but they will get to the funnel first. But Brazil gets through the first funnel. Now they get through the second, and they're going to get to the finish line first. 26-22. That's good enough for the win. And Colombia had no chance. Just a matter of just a couple of seconds as Brazil got very quickly through the funnels, and so they are into the semifinals. And now the other side of the bracket will have one of their semifinalists determined. It's the United States against Indonesia. Fan favorite against heavy favorite. Feel like the United States is a fan favorite as well. A lot of Americans watching. Pretty dead even right now. Let's see who gets to that third half pipe first. Both slowing it down significantly. It's going to be Indonesia. Now the United States in half pipe number 3. The advantage really does, if you can get out of this and have a chance to be in the funnel by yourself for just a moment, like it's about to happen for Indonesia, you've got a huge advantage. Indonesia's through their first. They're all the way down to the second. They're circling. Indonesia is going to take out the U.S. That was an incredibly slow round. 41-15 isn't going to beat many, but it will take out the United States here in round 2. Nearly 12 seconds later, the U.S. finishes. Not a very good run for the United States. As they are eliminated, Indonesia moves into the semifinals. And now Cameroon against Japan. Japan's got the early lead. Cameroon trying to see how long they can make this magic run last. Like some jockeying for position there. They're both in the second half pipe now. Both in the same half pipe, and Japan comes out in front. They're in the second funnel. Cameroon's time is running short, and the magic is about to run out. There it goes. Japan gets the win by less than a second. Good comeback attempt by Cameroon, but they fell a little bit too far behind in that first funnel, and so Japan is into the semifinals. And now our last quarterfinal matchup is Portugal against Argentina. And Argentina gets out first, making their way down. And now through the easier portions of this course down to the half pipes. Argentina quickly to their third half pipe. Here comes Portugal. And Argentina to the funnel. Argentina through the first funnel. Portugal is still in one of the half pipes. And Argentina is circling the final funnel. They're going to get this win easily. 29-10, and just now making it to the funnel well after it's over is Portugal. And they will finish almost undoubtedly double digits in seconds behind, and that will be the case as they finish around in a final time of 43-16, 14 seconds plus after Argentina. So the semifinals are set. First matchup is Brazil against Japan. And Brazil comes out first. Indonesia will take on Argentina in our second semifinal matchup. Brazil's got a sizable lead, but here comes Japan. They're going to take the advantage. Japan down to half pipe number 3, and they're through the first funnel. They're trying to finish off Brazil easily. Let's see if they can do it. Brazil making their way down to the funnel. Is it too little too late? We like to say that here on Marble Fubeca, and it will be too little too late. Japan gets the win. May have been helped by Brazil. It looked like Brazil may have actually made contact with Japan and knocked them down through the funnel. If so, that's going to be a very disappointing loss and a relegation to the third place matchup for Brazil. Now Argentina against Indonesia. Either way, this championship matchup is going to face some very similarly colored marbles with Japan in there Right now the lead belongs to Indonesia. And Argentina's going to pass them up. They take the advantage. Now they're even back up again. And they go opposite ways, almost even with each other still. Indonesia gets to the funnel first. Indonesia gets through the first funnel. They're in the second funnel. Let's see what Argentina can do. They're through the funnel. And they pass them. And they stop on the course. They make contact. And Argentina gets the win. Oh, an impossible spot for Indonesia to be in. Argentina made it through the funnel. They died at the bottom of the funnel, which meant as soon as Indonesia made contact, there was no choice but to have contact there with Argentina, and they just could not get the speed. That's a backbreaker right there. And now Indonesia will take on Brazil, and this is for third place. Pretty even right now. Oh, there's a lot of contact being made as they both make their way to the funnel. And Indonesia passes them up. Brazil is now down to the final funnel. Who gets through first? It's going to be Indonesia, and they stopped. They stopped, and now they're able to get themselves back going, and they're going to take third place. Back-to-back times. It's the first time we've seen it in this entire tournament, and it just happened on consecutive runs that the leading marble has gotten stuck at the bottom as we now make our way to the championship. Hopefully we don't see that here. That makes it a lot harder as we get Argentina against Japan. As we've seen in some previous finals, it is going to be 3 marbles going for each team, and so whichever team is able to finish all 3 marbles first is going to get the championship win. The more blue-looking marbles is Japan, and the marbles with more black on them is Argentina, as they both have light blue prominently featured. And they both have, it looks like, 1 more to go. Right now, Japan is in the lead as they just passed them up. Argentina still has 2 more to go. Japan only has 1 left. Now they're both down to 1. Japan down to the final funnel. Here comes Argentina. Contact! And Japan, or rather Argentina, is going to get the win. Contact was made. Japan was in the funnel. Argentina made contact with them as Japan made their way into the funnel, and it allowed them to propel themselves down through the funnel and through the rest of the course to get the win. Congratulations to Japan and Argentina, as Argentina gets the win. Japan with a hard-fought second-place finish. Indonesia gets third, but Argentina gets the championship as they add another one to their standings for the year. And so congratulations to them. We promised as though there was going to be hopefully some exciting action with the half pipes and all the action they can bring, and then combine that with some very exciting racing that we have seen in the past from our funnels. And so we put them together, and it looked like we got a pretty entertaining race. At least we hope that's the case. And so until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet here for our final part of this 3-part tournament. This is target shooting, which will be the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and then of course the final of our event tournament today. As you see the team statistics for our countries here in 2019. We had the 2 separate videos that compiled the first round, and now we move on to target shooting for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finale of this tournament. So the supporters and the teams themselves have shifted gears, made their way to the grandstands of this target shooting arena, and they have the opportunity here to watch hopefully some high scores and some very interesting and entertaining marble competition for today's event. And so we are into the quarterfinals. In case you didn't get a chance to see, or you need a refresher on who's in, Italy and Argentina will face off. Uruguay and England are the other 2 teams on the left side of the bracket. Portugal against Russia, and Brazil will take on Chile. And our first matchup today will be Italy and Argentina. So Argentina will be on the left and Italy on the right. They're all going to go through the same way. Italy with the darker blue marbles. They make their way down first, and after the scoring, it is going to be A win for Italy as they get a couple in the middle and win this one by a score of 200-80. They scored 100 right there. There's a 50, and then everybody else made their way either in the 20s or the 10s. And so a pretty dominant win there for Italy. They move on to the semifinals with a 200-80 victory. 120-point margin of victory there as Uruguay will take on England now. Pretty easy win. England in the white, Uruguay in the blue. It looks like most of England is going to be there first. Who gets the opportunity? It's all Uruguay. Easy win. They win this one 220-90 as they themselves scored 100 and a 50. They scored a 30 there. And mostly 20s and a 10 for England. So they had no chance as Uruguay got down the course first. And if you have the first shot at the target shooting course itself, you're going to have the better opportunity to win that matchup. Moving to the right side of the bracket, it's Portugal against Russia. So Argentina and Uruguay, or I'm sorry, Italy and Uruguay will face off. Now Portugal and Russia look rather even. Coming down, and this is going to be Russia as they win this one by a score of 210-180, much closer. And they did give Portugal the 100 points for their marble that was kind of stuck in between the 100 and the 50. They gave them the 100, but it still wasn't quite enough as they are eliminated, and Chile will now take on Brazil. Brazil trying to pick up their third championship of the year. They, of course, have been one of the powerhouses. And they will take on Chile. Chile has the first marble. And Chile, this one's going to be close. Chile gets the win, 130-100. 50 of those 100 points for Brazil came right there. Besides that, they scored a 20 and 3 10s, and Chile gets the win, the upset victory as they take out Brazil. And they move on to the semifinal. Back to the left side of the bracket now, it's Uruguay against Italy. In the semifinal matchup of this long 3-video tournament, and Italy, they're closest to the shooting range. These marbles very similar in color. The darker blue is going to be Italy, though, and they are out first with the first 2 chances. And the scoring is going to go to Uruguay. Italy scored a 30, but everything else landed in the 10s, and so it's a pretty convincing, easy victory there for Uruguay, who won it right there with that 100. They didn't even need the other 70 that they got. But they win it by 100 points and move on to the championship. Italy is relegated to a third-place match and a chance at the podium, but no guarantees. Russia will now take on Chile. Wow, look at that. That was so close, and Chile is going to get the win by being the only one to score one of their marbles on those inner circles. Everybody landed either in the 20s or in that 30. Very nice round, but 130-100, Chile takes out Russia now. 2 very impressive wins for the Chileans. And now it is Italy against Russia for third place. And a spot on the podium. And here they go. Russia gets the advantage early. They will get the first shot at the range. And they make it count. And they are going to win this one. No, Italy with the 100. They're going to win it. 2 50s. But the advantage because of the 100 points goes to Italy, and they steal away a spot on the podium. 170-150. And Italy takes third place. Impressive run there for them. And now Chile against Uruguay. Uruguay with a dominant win in their last matchup, beating Italy. Chile winning it by 30 points in a hotly contested match with Russia. Let's see who gets the advantage and who gets the victory here. And who will have to settle for silver. Uruguay comes out first. Everybody in the 20s for the most part. It's the 50 that's going to win it for Uruguay. 110-90. That is the final score as Uruguay picks up a 50. They did have 2 10s, and all of the marbles for Chile landing in that 20s area for the most part. So third place is going to go to Italy. You can give them the bronze. Chile, with an impressive run, they were able to upset a couple of heavyweights, but ultimately it's Uruguay that comes out on top. They get the championship win as they beat out 15 other countries in this 3-video tournament. So congratulations to Uruguay as they get their win here in 2019. Chile comes in second, Italy in third. And so that'll do it for our tournament and for today's video. Congratulations again to all of those teams who even made it past that first round. Long, grueling tournament and a tough round and a tough tournament all in all for these teams to compete in. So that'll do it for us here today. But until next time, I'm Ricochet, and this has been MSBN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
And now I can give you the official welcome to Event 1 of the Quadrilla World Cup, the Dribble to the Goal event. How this event will work, we'll have marbles going down the quadrilla track, down to the soccer field, and then they'll have to try to get through the line of goalies down into the goals. And if you get into the goals, that will give you more points than if you do not go in the goals. You still get points if you don't go in the goals, but the goal is to get into the goal. So we'll have to see how these marbles do, what strategies these marbles will take to get through the goalies and actually score the goal in this tournament. Let's talk a little statistics here. We have 4 countries that have not competed in the Hophead Quadrilla tournament before, and those countries are Qatar, Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So those are the 4 countries that you want to keep your eye on and see how they do in this tournament. And we also, of course, want to keep our eye on the other 16 teams competing. But they have had some experience in this type of tournament before. So we'll have to see how the 4 new rookie teams are going to do in this tournament. The fans are excited. All in the respective fan groups for each country. See China there, Switzerland, Portugal, Argentina. They're all there. All waiting for the start of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the first event in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We have the first group, and then the bottom 2 from each of the first groups will be eliminated. And the bottom 3 from the second groups will be eliminated until we get to the final. Now it's time for Event 1, the Dribble to the Goal. Time for Group A. Japan, the United Kingdom, Spain, Qatar, and Vietnam will be starting us off. Who gets out to the lead first? Looks like Qatar and Japan. But it is Spain and the United Kingdom who are in that funnel. And who comes out first? It's Japan. Japan gets up there, not in the goal. We don't have any goals so far. Japan lands in a 2 slot, as well as for Qatar and the United Kingdom. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they will be eliminated by time. So if there is a tiebreaker, it will be broke by time getting to the goal first. So Vietnam was the slowest marble to score, even though he had a 2. So did all the other teams that would eliminate Vietnam because they were the slowest one. A time of 15.567, which almost a whole second behind the United Kingdom. You can see there. All 3 of those marbles had already made it before Vietnam even got there. So Vietnam and Spain will be eliminated. And that will advance Japan, Qatar, and the United Kingdom to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Which marbles will it be? China, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil. And they are off. China having a rough start all the way down in last place. And everybody's being led by Brazil and Argentina, two rivals. Let's see who gets out first. And it is Brazil who will score a goal first. Look at that. Some of the goalies are dislodged. And Canada gets a goal. That gets them 8 points. Instant advancement for Canada. Mexico comes in at second with 2 points. And Brazil in third with also 2 points. All the other teams did get 2 points, so pretty much at this point, it's all up to time. And Mexico and Brazil were the first two down. Argentina coming in third, but unfortunately, Canada scored a goal. And if they hadn't scored that goal, they would have been eliminated. You can see how important these goals really are. Also, an interesting note, 2 of the goalies got dislodged from their locations. Look at that, China bumping Canada into the goal. They really are regretting that now. So Canada, Mexico, and Brazil will advance to the semifinals in this first event. Now it's time for Group C. India, Portugal, the USA, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And it is Portugal and the Switzerland who is coming out first. Look at that. There's the Netherlands and India. And India gets out first, but no, it's Portugal who is running away with it. But there goes Switzerland. They get the first score. And then the USA and Portugal up next. India and the Netherlands, both blocked by the goalies. They have lost all momentum. They are not moving anymore. And that will eliminate both of them because they did not finish. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to the semifinals of this tournament. You see there, Netherlands and India fighting in that funnel. Before they can get out, there goes Portugal and Switzerland, as well as for the USA. And they overtook India for first place, and that's ultimately what caused their problems, and they were eliminated. Lucky for Portugal, India and the Netherlands didn't score. They were the last one down who actually finished. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D, the last group stage in this tournament. Indonesia, Germany, France, the Philippines, and Italy are competing in this group. Who comes out first? It's the Philippines and Italy in that funnel. But the funnel in the middle seems to be the slowest one. And here comes Indonesia and Germany. And there goes the Philippines. They get 2 points. But there they go. They are in third place because Italy and France both get a score, 8 points. So Germany will be eliminated with 2 points. Barely, because Philippines also had 2 points. But they were there first. And then, of course, Indonesia, they did not finish. They got blocked by the goalies. Unfortunate for them in this first tournament. It really was a wild round. Lots of marbles all going out at the same time. Philippines taking the quick route. But that only scored them 2 points. And then they later found out Italy and France both got 8. The Philippines were lucky. So is Italy, France, and the Philippines advancing to the semifinals of this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. And here are the results for 13th through 20th. All the marbles who have been eliminated at this point. We only have 12 more marbles left in this event. And in the next round, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated. So we'll only have 6 left in the final. Here we go, semifinal A. Japan, Mexico, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Qatar. And it is Brazil leading the pack in that middle funnel. But as we've seen before, the middle funnel can be slow, but Brazil is still able to get out there first. And it is Brazil going to get a goal. And then there goes Japan, who gets 2 points, as well as for Canada. And all those other 3 marbles up in the left also got 2 points. So really it came down to time, except for Brazil. Brazil in first, United Kingdom in second, and Qatar in third place. That will eliminate Japan, Mexico, and Canada. United Kingdom and Qatar both having 13-second finishes. Japan having 15-second, and everybody else below him was slower than 15 seconds. So pretty big gap between the advanced and the eliminated. See there, 2 of the marbles going quick to the left, and that's what advanced the United Kingdom and Qatar. They both were actually faster than Brazil, but Brazil got the 8 points for the goal. So Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Qatar will advance to the final round in this event. Now it's time for semifinal B. The Philippines, Switzerland, France, Italy, the USA, and Portugal. And who comes out? It's the Switzerland being followed by the USA in that middle funnel. But here comes Italy as well, and they overtake. They get 2 points. And here comes Portugal and the Philippines as well. And Switzerland flirting with the goal, but they just aren't able to do it. So really, it came down to time. Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines were the fastest marbles down. Italy with a 12.772 seconds. See, Switzerland and the USA were fighting there, but they just were overtaken by Italy, as well as for the Philippines there and Portugal, who all went towards more of the left side, which seems to be the better side, because if you go to the right side, it's only worth 1 point. So it is Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines who will be your final 3 marbles to advance to the final of this event. So this is the final round, and here are the results from 7th to 12th and the points associated with each of the ranks for these marbles. So it will be the final round. This is all just for the podium. Top 3 get the medals. The bottom 3 still get good points, but it's no medal. The first medal of this tournament is up for grabs right now. Who comes out first? It's Italy, being followed by the Philippines and Brazil in that middle funnel. But here comes the United Kingdom as well as Qatar. The United Kingdom gets a goal as well as Qatar. And here comes Portugal as well. That will seal his bronze. Qatar gets the silver, and the United Kingdom gets the gold. The first goal, as well as being an actual goal, not just points. A phenomenal finish by the United Kingdom. Qatar also having a phenomenal finish, coming very close behind the United Kingdom, going in the other goal. And then there was another goal, a comeback by Portugal, who I believe was the last marble to finish, and they got a goal as well. Yeah, Portugal 16 seconds. The second slowest time was Brazil at 14, so really a comeback for Portugal, getting 3rd place. All the Portugal fans have to be happy with that one. So it will be the United Kingdom who will be your first champion of the first event in the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Here are the full results and the points associated with the results. United Kingdom getting 25 points, Qatar getting 20, and Portugal getting 18. We'll have to see how this changes as the event goes on. So here are the overall standings. Pretty much the same, but the United Kingdom does get the 1 for the gold medal, as well as Qatar and Portugal for silver and the bronze. Definitely something worth being proud of. Also, Qatar, one of the rookie teams, getting 2nd place. They are also going to be the host of the 2022 World Cup. So they are doing good in the Quadrilla World Cup. We'll have to see how they do as this tournament goes along. Also, another rookie team, Philippines, got 5th. They're doing good as well. Japan got 8th. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they got 14th. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for getting 1st place in the first event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Qatar coming in at 2nd and Portugal in 3rd place. An incredible performance by the United Kingdom, getting the first finish of the final as well as scoring the goal. So combined, that was the greatest run. Hello and welcome back to the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to the 2nd event of this tournament. In the last event, in the United Kingdom won, getting 1st place, Qatar coming in close at 2nd, and Portugal in 3rd place. How will these 3 teams do in event 2? We're about to find out as we enter the race to the goal. As we take a look at today's track, it is a little bit different than normal. Also, don't forget to use the coupon code Hoppe Marble Run at the Quadrilla Marble Run website to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Here is the layout for today's track. As you can see, it's different than last time, and the goal of this event is a little different as well. The main goal, get to the goal as quickly as possible, and that is how you will win this event. As we take a look at the track, we have funnels, we have chutes, we have the blue catching bells, as well as a plinko section at the very start of the course that will stratify the marbles right at the beginning of the race. And now it is time for event 2 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup Race to the Goal. Here's the bracket system for this event. 4 groups as normal, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated, going down to the semifinals, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated from each semifinal till we only have 6 left in the final. Now it's time for Group A. Indonesia, Brazil, China, Germany, and Portugal will be starting us off through the plinko for the first time, and Portugal gets a huge boost of speed. They bypass the entire plinko section, but since then, they've already fallen down, and it is Brazil and China leading the pack in that left funnel. Into the bell they go, and now they're going to start going through the domino section, and who's going to get to the goal first? It's Portugal with the comeback win. China coming in at second, Brazil in third place, and that will unfortunately eliminate Indonesia and Germany, which I'm not sure if Germany even finished. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see Portugal there really just going off to the right side and bypassing the entire plinko section. But then they have a hard time getting through these little metal catching bell elements, and that allowed Brazil and China to come and overpass in these little plastic spirals. Somehow, though, Portugal was able to catch back up. Let's take a look here. They were neck and neck with China. I think China got deflected by one of those dominoes, and that's what let Portugal take the win for this first heat. So we'll be Portugal, China, and Brazil advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Group B, we have Netherlands, the Philippines, Switzerland, Qatar, and Vietnam. And there goes the Netherlands straight through the plinko like we saw with Portugal in the last race. Let's see if they can come back and take the win like Portugal did, or will some other marbles be able to overpass them? They're still in the lead, a little bit different than Portugal in the last time, but here comes Vietnam and Netherlands back for the win. Vietnam almost took it, but they got slowed up by the dominoes there. And Philippines does come in third place. That will be the last marble to advance out of this group. So Netherlands, Vietnam, and the Philippines will advance from this group. Qatar and Switzerland will be eliminated in this group stage. You can see there Qatar way back in the spiral. They didn't even finish last, though. I'm not sure what happened to Switzerland. You see there Vietnam getting slowed down by some of those dominoes, allowing the Netherlands to catch up, and they were able to take first place. And then Vietnam, and then the Philippines. Qatar and Switzerland were way back there, and Qatar was able to get fourth. So it's Vietnam, the Philippines, and the Netherlands that are going to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. We have Mexico, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, and Japan. United Kingdom, the last event's champion. Let's see how they do in this second event. They're in third place right now. Mexico is in the lead, being followed by Canada and then Japan. The United Kingdom is down there in fourth place. Now they're in fifth. And it is still Mexico in the lead, but it's being followed very closely by 2 other marbles. But who's that? That's Japan. Comes out to lead, but hits a marble. Not a marble, a domino. They still are able to take first place. Mexico coming in barely at second. And Canada in third place. The United Kingdom getting eliminated in the first round. That will definitely hurt them in terms of points. India in fifth. They will be eliminated as well. See there, Mexico was in the lead, but somehow Japan came through the other spiral while the camera was watching Mexico fight off those other 2 marbles, and Japan was able to do a comeback win. Didn't seem like much of a comeback, though. Once they got to the field, it was Japan in the lead by a lot. So they have secured their spot in the semifinals. So Mexico, Japan, and Canada will advance to semifinals B Now it's time for Group D: Spain, Italy, France, Argentina, and the USA. And they're off, and it is Italy who comes out through the Plinko first, being followed very closely by Spain and the USA. France and Argentina are having some trouble, especially Argentina. All the other marbles are already in the other spirals. Argentina's still lagging behind, and it is Italy coming out with the win. But here comes Spain, and they overtake, but they mess up, and it is Italy who comes out with the win. USA getting third, barely over France. What a crazy round. Also, Argentina getting a DNF. They didn't even get to the field. Let's take a look at that replay. A lot of action there. Spain was the first one to that little metal bell, but Italy was actually able to exit first. Let's take a look at this finishing replay. Italy in the lead by a lot, but then they have some trouble with that domino, and Spain uses that domino to deflect, passes Italy. Then they have a rebound off of that wall, and Italy just keeps it straight and strong. And they got the first place. And then France hitting that knocked over domino. They almost had third place, but USA came out with the third advancement spot at the last second. Great move by the USA as well. Spain, Italy, and the USA will advance to semifinal B after a frantic round. Now it's time for the first semifinals. After we take a look at the results from the 13th to 20th place of this event. Qatar, the last event's second place finisher, did not do very good. He already got eliminated in the first round. Now it's time for the first semifinal. The bottom three marbles in the semifinals will be eliminated. We have Brazil, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Portugal, and the Netherlands. And off they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil. And then China coming in second, Philippines in third. To the first spirals they go, and Portugal is still in the lead now, being followed very closely by China and the Philippines. And here comes Brazil, and a surprise win by Brazil. China coming in at second, and who comes in third? It's the Philippines. Let's take a look at that replay. No marble really came out really quick, and then Brazil was able to kind of get out of that Plinko quick before any other marbles could. And they were able to get out to the lead first. But I think Portugal actually was able to get to the spirals first. See there, Portugal was the first one out of the spirals. But then China was able to get out of that catching device first. But I think they lost out to Brazil. They hit a domino there. And Brazil just went without hitting any dominoes. And Philippines came in at third. And unfortunately for Portugal, they're the first one out of the spirals, but they lost out just because of that little blue bell section. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go into the next races. Brazil, Philippines, and China advance to the final. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have Mexico, Japan, Canada, the USA, Italy, and Spain. And it is Italy and Spain who come out first. Spain has some trouble in that little blue bell. And it is Japan and Italy in the lead in that spiral. But don't forget about the USA. They're over on the other spiral. Into the bell they go. And it is Japan going out for the win. But they hit a domino, slowing down quite a bit. And a bump from behind from the USA. And they get first place. USA gets second. And Mexico gets third. Spain gets fourth. And Italy and Canada have both a DNF. So there's Italy. They were doing so good in the spiral section. What happened? Canada didn't even get past the Plinko section. Very surprising. Unfortunate for Canada. Let's see if we can see what happened to Canada in the replay. They're still moving here. They just aren't able to get past that peg. See Italy in the lead, entering the first spiral. And their first went into the bell as well, but then the other marbles pushed them aside. They were able to get out though. I think they hit a domino here and slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, almost to a stop. And Mexico and the USA both pass. And that's all they needed to eliminate Italy. See there, Spain also trying to get up, but they weren't able to do it because of that domino. So Japan, the USA, and Mexico will be the final three marbles advancing to the finals in this second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hape Toys. We have 6 marbles, 3 of which get to sit on the podium, 3 do not. We'll have to see which marbles are able to do the best in this final round. The final round is about to start. The USA, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, China, and Mexico. And they are off. It is China and Japan coming out to the lead. But here comes Brazil and Mexico, as well as the Philippines, who are leading off the pack. But it is the USA who's probably going to get out of that first spiral first. And to the field they go. It is the Philippines in lead. But here comes Mexico. And they are able to take first place. And they will be the champion of Event 2. Brazil coming in at second. China in third place. Philippines and the USA both DNF on that domino. A great performance by Mexico. Brazil coming in at second with the silver. China with the bronze. Mexico with the gold. Let's take a look at the replay. China was the first one to get out of the Plinko section, being followed very closely by India. But it was the USA and the Philippines who came out to the first spirals. Mexico and Brazil were following closely to the USA and the Philippines. And let's see what happened after that. The USA and the Philippines were the first one to the little bell section, but Mexico was the first one out with the Philippines. The Philippines were actually ahead, but then they hit a domino on that left side. That allowed Mexico to just go straight, barely hitting that domino. And that allowed them to take the win. The USA and the Philippines stuck on that sideways domino. And then Brazil and China coming in second and third. China pushing Brazil into the goal. So it will be Mexico who will be the champion of the second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Congratulations to them. Now let's take a look at the full results. It is Mexico coming in at first place, Brazil coming in at second, China in third, Japan fourth, the Philippines in fifth, USA in sixth, Portugal seventh, Vietnam in eighth, Netherlands in ninth, and Spain rounds off your top 10. Here are the overall standings. It's Mexico who has taken over first place with 35 points, Brazil in second, Portugal in third place, the United Kingdom has fallen down to fourth, the Philippines are in fifth place. Unfortunate for the United Kingdom. We'll have to see if they can have a comeback in the next couple of videos of this tournament. Congratulations to Mexico for being your champion of Event 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Brazil coming in at second and China in third place. Mexico getting the 35 points. Brazil has 34 and China with 22. We are back here at the Fubeca Stadium for the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hape Toys. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to Event 3 of this tournament. The stands are packed, all cheering for the respective countries in the respective cheering sections, all rooting for their country to be crowned champion of this World Cup. We have another event for you today, Shoot to the Goal. So it'll definitely be an interesting event. Here are the overall standings. We have Mexico in first place with 35 points. Brazil very close in second, only 1 point behind with 34. With Portugal coming in at third with 31 points. Don't forget you can get 25% off any Hape Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hape website using the discount code Hape Marble Run. Also go down to the link in the description and guess which marble will win in the upcoming events. And if you guess correctly, you can have a chance of winning $149 worth of Marble Run sets. Let's take a look at today's track. It starts off with the Plinko, down into the little blue stairs, wooden spirals all around, down to the bell, and then down to a red spiral, down to this final section. And how this will work, the marbles will exit on either side, and the goal is simple, get into the goal, past the goalies. And now it's time for Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, Shoot for the Goal. Let's take a look at the bracket system for today's tournament. We have Group A, B, C, and D. As always, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Indonesia, and India will start us off. And we are off. Who comes out to lead first? It's India, being followed by Switzerland and then Italy. And they all go on different paths, so it's a little bit hard to judge who's in the lead. India and Switzerland are up there. But here comes Spain as well. There goes Italy first into the bell, or India, and then Italy, being followed by Switzerland. India has a lot slowed down there, and they're all neck and neck in the spiral. Let's see who gets a goal first. No goals yet. There's one for Spain and one for Indonesia. And there's one for Spain. So those will be your 3 marbles advancing to the next round of this tournament. Unfortunately for India and Italy, they were both eliminated. So if there's a chance that there is a tie in the 3rd and 4th, or if no marbles score, it will be time, of course. So it is a racing aspect, but it also is the scoring of the goals that is the most important. And that's what Spain, Switzerland, and Indonesia did the best. Indonesia would have for sure been eliminated because they were the last one to the field. They did get that goal. So that's what allowed them to be advanced. Bumping India aside. Some ruthless play by Indonesia. And then Switzerland barely getting into that goal right there. They had originally hit the goal post, but they were able to score. So Switzerland, Spain, and Indonesia will go to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Japan, the United Kingdom, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Brazil. So going with Group B. Who comes up to lead first? It's the Netherlands, being followed by Japan, and then Brazil. Portugal is in that first funnel as well as Brazil. And who comes out to first? It's the Netherlands, but they're stuck on the track. They get hit by the United Kingdom. That allows Japan to gain the lead. Let's see if Japan can make any goals here. Netherlands close behind. There's a straight goal for Japan. Netherlands having some trouble. They get blocked by a goalie. And there's a goal for Brazil and Portugal. So Japan, Brazil, and Portugal will be advancing to the next round. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Possibly because the Netherlands got stuck on that little curved section of the track. The United Kingdom had to push them forward to even get to the end of the track. Let's see if we have a replay on that. So the Netherlands being first at the beginning, but they did get stuck after the funnel. See that little curved section right there? They were stuck in the entry of the after that section into that little block element, and the United Kingdom had to push them forward, and that cost them the win. They both kind of lost their bearings after that, and neither of them scored. So Japan, Portugal, and Brazil will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. The Philippines, Germany, Qatar, and then who else do we got? We have Mexico and the USA. And they are off. It is the USA and Mexico off to lead. 2 rivals in this tournament. They go in separate lanes on this track. Let's see who can get out first. Mexico and it looks like the Philippines are in the lead at this point. Philippines overtake for the lead, and Mexico is gone. Where did they go? Mexico is off the track. I think they're going to have a DNF. Philippines, though, going, and they miss a goal. And here comes Spain and the USA. They both get a goal, as well as for Germany. Philippines don't get a goal, and what happened to Mexico? There they are on the ground. What happened to Mexico? An unfortunate event for the leaders overall in the points of this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Mexico's definitely going down on the leaderboard after this event. They may not even get any points. If you DNF, that might even put you last place. They got hit off of the track by the bell. The Philippines hit the bell so hard that it hit Mexico off the track. Very unfortunate event for Mexico. Now it's time for Group D. China, Canada, France, Argentina, and Vietnam. And they are off. It's Canada off to lead, being followed by France, and then Argentina and China. Vietnam is in last place, but they all get stratified in this wooden maze. Who comes out to the lead first? Looks like Canada, being followed by Argentina and then Vietnam into the red funnel. So Canada will have an advantage on terms of time. Will he be able to score? No, he misses completely. Argentina gets a goal post. Vietnam scores. France misses, and then there's China. So Vietnam and China will score. Canada will also advance because they were the first one down. Just like I was saying, they did have the time advantage. Even if they didn't score, they were the fastest ones down. So unless Argentina or France had scored, Canada would have advanced. So luck of the draw for Canada. And unfortunate for the two blue marbles, Argentina and France. They were both eliminated. And hopefully some of these marbles are taking note on the safety of that bell element. Make sure they hit it correctly. Make sure that they don't get hit off the track like Mexico did in the last heat. China almost hit Canada in that goal there, but would have still advanced Canada anyway. So Vietnam, China, and Canada will go to the semifinals with Qatar, the USA, and Germany. Now it's time for semifinal A. Here are the results for the 13th through 20th place. And unfortunately for Mexico, they get 0 points, as I thought. So their overall score is still at 35. And they're going to be overthrown from the leader position in this tournament. And they are off. This time it's the bottom three who are eliminated from this round. And it is Portugal, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, Spain, and Indonesia competing in this first semifinal. Who is out first? It's Portugal, being followed very closely by Japan and then Switzerland. And where is Switzerland? I think somebody fell off. It wasn't Switzerland. I think Spain fell off the track by the bell. Who gets a score? There's Brazil, Switzerland, and Indonesia. Portugal and Japan, both the first marbles to get down to the bottom, but neither of them score. And again, we have a marble on the ground. Unfortunate for Spain. Let's take a look at the replay. Take a look at the yellow and red marble. That's Spain. They were more near to the back of the pack when they were entering this kind of stair section. Kind of a unique element from Hape Toys. But let's keep our eye on Spain. There they go through that little blue teeter-totter section. Alright, here we go. There's Portugal. And then Japan. Spain was in third. The same problem that happened to Mexico. They just get shoved off by the bell. The officials of this tournament are definitely looking into the safety of this bell element for the better well-being of these marbles. Qatar, Vietnam, China, Canada, and the USA will go up in semifinal B. They have started. Hopefully you don't have any more accidents like we've seen for Mexico and Spain. We'll have to see. USA in first. So the first marble is not usually the one who's hit off. It's usually the third or fourth. USA survives. And there goes, who is that? Canada? Canada falls off again. We've had another accident here on this course. USA scores. Nobody else has scored yet. There's a score for China and Germany. So Qatar, Vietnam, and Canada will be eliminated. We've had another accident here in this event. USA, China, and Germany will advance to the next round. They're lucky they didn't get hit off the track like Canada, Mexico, and Spain. 3 marbles this time. What is happening in this event? Let's take a look at what happened again in this replay. Probably the same thing that happened to Mexico and Spain. Where is Canada? They're in third, going down this left side. See, there's Vietnam, and then Canada getting hit by the bell. The main problem is you have to pass the bell while it's traveling away from the track, not when it's traveling towards you, because it is big enough that it can hit you off the track. It has more weight than a marble can weigh. I am getting word that the placement of the bell has been moved so the marbles will not actually contact it after passing to ensure the safety of the competitors of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We definitely want safety for these marbles, and these finalists will not have to go through the trauma of dreading being hit by that bell. As we get started with the final, USA, Germany, China, Switzerland, Indonesia, and Brazil are your competitors. It is the USA and Germany who is in the lead, but here comes China into second place. No marbles, hitting the bell, and it is the USA who has the time advantage. Will they score? They don't score. Let's see who else can score. There's Indonesia and China, and no other marbles so far, and that will make China the winner of this event, being the fastest marble to score. Indonesia coming in at second, and the USA in third place by time. Let's take a look at the replay. Very nice to know that these marbles are safe from the bell. China coming in at first, Indonesia, and then the USA, Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil, unfortunately not making it to the podium, but they still did get in the top 6 overall in this event. They'll definitely get them some more points. You see there, the bell was not moved when the marbles passed them. A very good decision by the people at Fubeca's Marble Runs and Hoppe Toys. And you can see Germany getting blocked by the goalie there. And Indonesia and China were the first 2 to score and the only 2 to score. I believe China scored first. No, it was Indonesia, but China was the first one to the field. So it is China who will be your champion of Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Congratulations to them. And now it's time to look at the full results. China, Indonesia, USA in your top 3. Germany, Switzerland, Brazil in your top 6. Portugal, Qatar, Japan, and Vietnam round off your top 10. Unfortunately, our previous points leader, Mexico, in last place. Mexico has fallen all the way down to 6th place. Brazil has rose to 1st place overall. China in 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place at the end of Event 3 of this tournament. We'll have to see how this continues as the entire World Cup continues. Congratulations to China for being the champion of Event 3 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Indonesia coming in at 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place. You can see their point standings. Brazil is our overall points leader as we get started with Event 4 of 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. As I said, Brazil is in the lead, the home of Fubeca's Marble Runs, being followed very closely by China, and then the USA in 3rd place. 3 powerhouses in the world of marble sports. As we start Event 4, you can see the overall standings here. Brazil with 48, China very close to 47, and USA with 45. We only have 2 more events to go until this overall tournament is complete, and we will crown a World Cup champion. Here we see the layout for today's tournament. The starting gate is a little bit different than the last couple of events in this tournament. We have spirals, we have splitters, all of the best things from the Quadrilla Marble Run series, all to lead down to the next World Cup field. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run to get 25% off any Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe store. Also, go down to the link in description and guess the winner of the next event, the final event of this tournament. And if you guess correctly, you will get $149 worth of Marble Run sets from Hoppe Toys. You can see the field here. We have a little Plinko section that will block the marbles from getting into the goal. We'll have to see how they react in this tournament. Time for Event 4, Plinko Soccer. Here you can see the group system. We have Group A, B, C, and D as normal. Starting off with Group A, Qatar, Germany, Argentina, Switzerland, and the USA. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's the USA, being followed by Qatar, and then Argentina in 3rd place. Argentina, the bottom sitter in the overall point standings. Let's see if they can climb the tables and get themselves some good points in this event. And the USA is still in the lead, being followed by Argentina now, who has taken over 2nd place as they go through these splitter elements. Let's see who comes out first. It's Argentina Through the xylophones they go into the field for the first time in this event. Who will score? No scores yet. There's one for the USA. And no other scores. So the USA will get first in this first group. Argentina in second because of their quick finish. The tiebreakers, of course, are the quickest times to the field. So Argentina and Qatar had the two quickest times after the USA, who of course scored the goal. So they three will advance to the next round. Germany and Switzerland will be eliminated from this tournament. They still have a chance to get points in the final event of this tournament. So I wish all the best to them. As we take a look at the replay here, the USA was in lead through that spiral section, but then somehow Argentina was able to overtake the lead through the split section. Argentina and Qatar, for that matter, both having some trouble because they hit that little Plinko section, and that kind of deflected them from getting a goal. So the USA, Argentina, and Qatar will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Vietnam, Japan, Portugal, Indonesia, and China will be joining us for Group B, and it is out of the gate. Vietnam out to the lead, being followed by China, our second overall leader in the overall standings. We'll have to see how they do in this first round. If they get eliminated, for sure, they're going down on the table. But at this point, they're in first place, being followed by Vietnam and then Portugal. As we go through the spiral to the xylophones, they go through the little spinner section. It is China first to the field, and they get a goal. Instant advancement for them. No other goals so far, and it'll stay that way. So Vietnam and Japan were the two other quickest marbles to get to the field, so they will advance along with China. Portugal and Indonesia will be eliminated, unfortunately, from this tournament. Vietnam and China both quick out of the gate, and they kind of held the lead for the entirety of the race up until the field section. Let's see how China scored there. Straight through the Plinko with ease. And Indonesia, no, that was Japan. Japan barely missed out. They hit the side of the goalpost. They weren't able to just go a little bit to the left and get into the goal. So China, Vietnam, and Japan will join the USA, Argentina, and Qatar in the first semifinal. Now it's time for Group C. Brazil, the Philippines, France, Mexico, and Spain. Brazil, our overall points leader, coming out to first place out of the gate. Let's see what they can do in this event. It is still Brazil, the first and only marble for a while to be in that first plastic spiral, and they're for sure the first marble to be in that first wooden spiral. And Mexico having a lot of trouble getting out of that plastic spiral. I'm not sure what happened, but they are losing motivation. They had a lot of trouble in the last event, which caused them the overall lead in the overall tournament. And it is Spain who gets out to the field first, but Brazil gets a goal, as well as France. Let's see if Mexico can redeem themselves. No. So Brazil and France both have a goal, and then Spain had the quickest time. So three marbles will advance to the semifinals. The Philippines and Mexico will be eliminated. A downfall for Mexico, 2 events in a row. They're definitely having some trouble. And I'm not sure if they are even in contention for the overall championship because there's only one event left. We'll have to see how they do in that final event. Brazil, the first marble to score, and France, of course, scored as well. Mexico was actually the last one to the field. Not only did they not score, but they were the last one. So definitely a poor performance for Mexico. Brazil, France, and Spain advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for the final group in the first group stage. United Kingdom, India, Canada, Italy, and the Netherlands. And they are off. Who comes out first? I think that was India, being followed by Canada as we go through the splitter. And this is where a lot of passes happen. And there's Canada and Italy fighting there. Italy has some trouble, and they slow down in that spiral section. As we go back to the overall camera view, who comes out to lead? It's Canada, being followed by, I think that's the United Kingdom. Canada through the xylophone, and let's see if they can make a score. Through the Plinko they go. No scores so far, and all goes to the left side, and Italy is the only marble to score, which is very lucky for them because they were the last marble to get to the field. So the goal really is the make or break situation in this tournament. Canada and the United Kingdom, the first 2 marbles to get to the field, they will also advance along with Italy. Your last first place in this event. All the marbles going over the xylophone. Must be fun for them. A little bit different from Hoppe Toys. See, all the other marbles had already gotten to the field. All of them but India had already passed the goal before Italy even got to the field. But they were able to score and will advance to the semifinals. Now it's time for semifinal A. In the second group, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, not the bottom 2. And here are the results from 13th to 20th for this event. Of course, Mexico getting 0 points, 2 events in a row. They may be injured from the last event because they actually got hit off the track from a bell. If you saw the last video, we had a couple incidents with a bell, and that has not been added back to this event. Luckily for these marbles, it is China coming out to lead in the first semifinal. China, Vietnam, Argentina, Qatar, the USA, and Japan all battling for only 3 spots in the final. And this closer funnel here really having some trouble. It is China off to the lead by a significant margin. Then Argentina and the USA coming close. And China first to the field, but they don't get a goal. Argentina doesn't get a goal. No goal for USA or Spain. Let's see if Japan can take it. No, they don't. So it's the first 3 marbles that got to the field, and they will advance to the next round. China, Argentina, and the USA barely coming out over Vietnam, about a second. These 3 marbles, like I said, will advance to the final round of this tournament, the second finals that we will see in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Vietnam, Qatar, and Japan will be eliminated from this semifinal. China first down, Argentina in second. They weren't really close. The USA was definitely not close. Maybe if they had made it over that little peg, they may have been able to score a goal. And for a moment there, I thought Japan may have been able to score a goal and kick out the USA from advancement, but they weren't able to do it, which is lucky for the USA, who advances to the final along with Argentina and China. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have 6 marbles competing for 3 spots yet again. Canada, Brazil, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and France. And they are off. They are being led by Canada, who is another marble that actually got hit off the track by the bell in the last event. Let's see if they can redeem themselves in this event and get more points than they did last time. They are leading the pack at this point. Let's see if they can hold it. France wants to pressure them, and it is not happening. And Canada will be the first one to the field, being followed by France. And France gets a goal. Canada does not. So they will advance because of time. France, Canada, and Brazil are your 3 marbles who are advancing. And it looks like Italy had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay and see what happened. United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy all being eliminated from the semifinal. And Canada first to the field, but they didn't score, but France was able to, just ensuring that they would advance from this semifinal. And I believe Italy got caught on the xylophone, which is unfortunate for them. Here are your finalists for the event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 3 spots on the podium, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and of course we have all our marbles competing for it, and Brazil is one of them, as well as China. We'll have to see if one of these marbles can pull off a victory. Brazil got a silver in the last event, but that got them enough points to actually take the overall standings. So let's see what they do in this final. And they are off for the final round of this tournament. Canada coming out to lead, being followed by France, and then Brazil and China as they go through the splitter for the first time out of 2. And it looks like Canada is in the lead still. France and then China, as well as Brazil. They're all in there. The USA and Argentina having some trouble, and they're lagging behind. So their only hope at this point is to get a goal. Through these xylophones they go. Canada is the first to the field. No goal for them. And France and China as well. And no goals for them except for France. France and Argentina both getting a goal. France getting the first one. So France will be your gold medalist of Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in second, Canada in third, and China getting fourth, Brazil in fifth, the USA getting, looks like a DNF. An unfortunate event for the USA, getting so close to getting some more points. I believe the DNF may even cause them to get less points. They might even get down to the bottom of the standings. We'll have to see at the end of the event. But France and Argentina, as well as Canada, your 3 podium sitters for this event. See, Canada was the first one down. They didn't score. And then France, of course, got a score. And Argentina actually was the last marble to get down to the field. And they got a score as well. Let's take a look at the replay there. Great moves by Argentina. So it will be France who will be your overall champion of the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Here they are, France in first, 25 points, Argentina in second with 20, Canada in third, 18, and the USA, even though they did DNF in the last event, still get sixth, and they get 14 points. So they didn't go down to the bottom of the standings. Here are the overall standings. China and Brazil have tied for first place, but China does have the gold medal, so that is the tiebreaker. They're in first place by a very slim margin. USA is still in third with 59, only 4 points behind. It's definitely possible for them to win the overall Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup title. Congratulations to France for being the Event 4 champion of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in at second and Canada in third place. Our 3 podium sitters. After 4 exciting events, it all comes down to this. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 20 countries who have all competed in the previous 4 events, with China leading the pack with 63 points, only above Brazil because of the gold medal. Brazil has a silver, but they also have 63 points. So for Brazil to be able to overtake China and take the World Cup, all you have to do is place over China in this event. We'll have to see how this plays out as this event continues. As we take a look at today's track, we have lots of spirals. We have a very large blue section. I believe this is Hoppe's packaging that the track comes in, that also doubles as part of the track, which is definitely a unique feature from Hoppe Toys. You can see it's just a race to the goal. The first marble to get there will be the champion of this event. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run at the checkout over at the Hoppe store to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Also, I hope you guessed which marble will win this overall tournament, and I hope you guessed correctly, because if you did, you will get $149 worth of Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Now it's time for the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, the mixed race. Here we look at the groups A, B, C, and D as normal. First off, we have Group A, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. And get our first look at this final track with this first 5 marbles. We have Brazil competing in this event. They are in second place, tied with China. Only by medals are they behind. We'll have to see how they do in this event and see if they can even advance as they keep on going. Right now, it's Mexico in the lead, being followed by Spain, and then Argentina and the Philippines as they go all into this red inverse spiral and into the orange spiral. This is the first time we've seen this in this tournament. Orange funnel section. Who comes out to the lead? I think it was Brazil, but Spain had already gotten down into the bottom of that funnel, but they got stalled, and Argentina really slow through that spiral. And here comes Spain into the red box section, and they're going to be first place. Who will come in at second? I think it'll be Brazil. Yes, it will. And then Mexico in third place. So Brazil will advance to the next round, as well as Mexico and Spain. And Argentina and the Philippines will be eliminated. So Brazil making it to the next round. That's definitely making their chances greater of overtaking China. We'll have to see how they do in some of the upcoming groups. You can see Spain got into that hole of the second orange funnel first, but they weren't able to exit. They got stalled underneath, which is very unfortunate for them. They still were able to get first place because they got bumped out by another marble. I believe that was Brazil. Also a pretty fun element, the quadrilla marble run box used in the set. That just shows the resourcefulness of Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for Group B. Canada, Portugal, Italy, Qatar, and France. And they are off. None of these top marbles are in the top 3. Portugal is in 4th, but there's a very big gap between 3rd and 4th in the overall standings. Portugal has 48 points, and then the USA has 59, so an 11-point gap, which isn't impossible, but is very difficult for Portugal to even pass the USA, not to mention China and Brazil. Let's see how they do. And right now, looks like they're in 3rd place, and France and Canada are looking like, oh yeah, they're in the back funnel there. And Canada way up in the front. They already entered the blue lid from the quadrilla marble run set. And they're all getting here first. It's going to be a race to the line, but it is France. Comes out to the goal first, being followed by Canada. And who comes in 3rd? I believe it was Italy. And Portugal all the way down in last place. Unfortunately for them, they will not be placing in the top 3. They'll probably be going down on the leaderboard. Take a look at the replay here. A couple of the marbles kind of got ahead pretty quickly. And we're just kind of silently leading the pack. Outside from the camera view, you see there Canada was not in the camera view for a lot of the time. And then a lot of the marbles caught up. And France was able to get there first because they were on the left lane to enter the quadrilla box there. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the semifinal A for the final event of this tournament. Now it's time for Group C. We have Switzerland, India, Japan, China, and Germany. China, our points leader, are having a hard time in the first Plinko already. And it is Germany leading the pack, being followed by Japan and India. And India, I believe, has overtaken. No, that's Japan. Two very similar marbles into the red inverse funnel, and we're about to get to the orange funnels now, and this is where Switzerland can come and overtake. Yes, they do right there. And here comes India as well, and Germany. They all are fighting through these funnels, and I believe that's Switzerland in first place. No, it's Germany. And Germany going around this blue spiral section on that lid, and looks like they're going to take first. No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland out of nowhere comes and takes first place. India in 2nd, and Germany will take 3rd. China will be eliminated in the first round of this event. They are the points leader. I think that's going to change after this event. What a mishap for China. So already Brazil has made it farther than China. So Brazil at this point stands in first place unless something happens as we get going in the semifinals of this event. But we still have one more group to go in the group stage, Group D. So we'll have to see what marbles will join the 3 marbles that advance from this event. You see the bells have been returned. Hopefully they have been adjusted to make it more safe for these marbles to use them. So we have Switzerland, India, and Germany advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group D. Final group in this group stage. Only 3 will make it out. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, USA, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The USA, the 3rd place in the overall points. They're in 2nd place right now in this race. We'll have to see if they can advance from this tournament, or if they get eliminated just like China did in the last event. And what's happened here? We have some marbles stuck, and 4 marbles are stuck in the funnel. We're going to have a restart here. An anomaly happening in Group D. USA and Indonesia getting wedged, both entering the exit funnel of that double spiral at the same time, and they got the rest of the field blocked. Looks like we have a cleaner exit this time, but still they are pretty close, and it is the Netherlands coming out to lead, the United Kingdom coming in at 2nd, and Vietnam in 3rd, but they're all about to get stratified through the orange funnels, and it is still the Netherlands in lead, being followed by Indonesia and then the USA. The USA in the last spot that's not eliminated. Let's see if the United Kingdom or Vietnam can catch up, or if the USA will be able to withstand the pressure, and it is the Netherlands who will come out in first place. Indonesia in 2nd, who will come out in third. Here comes the USA. And no problem for them because the United Kingdom and Vietnam are so far behind. These two marbles will be eliminated. So the USA will make it to the semifinals, and they have a chance to get farther than Brazil. They're only 4 points behind Brazil. If they place high enough, they will be able to overtake Brazil. But at this point, there still is a chance for some other marbles to overtake. But at this point, it's a fight between the USA and Brazil. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Indonesia passing the USA there through that orange funnel. And that let them get to second place. And that got them to their advancement spot. So the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the USA will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. But first, let's take a look at the results for the 13th through 20th places. China gets 0 points. That's got to be hard for them to swallow. They are going down and probably will get thrown off the overall lead in this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. Brazil, Canada, Spain, Mexico, Italy, and France. And let's see if Brazil can withstand another round. They are in the lead at this point, but Italy comes out in the lead through the other funnel, and then Spain. And I think France is in there as well. And Mexico and Canada lagging behind, and Brazil stalled on that track. And they're all fighting through this orange funnel now. And Brazil and Spain really lagging behind. Canada and France already in that funnel right before the blue section. Here comes, I believe that's Italy. And who will come out first? Ooh, France coming out there right over Canada, taking the quicker route on that box. So France, Canada, and Italy will be advancing. Mexico, Spain, and Brazil will be eliminated from this tournament. Unbelievable for Brazil. The USA could totally take this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Brazil will be getting not very many points. They won't be getting 0 because that's what China had. But this leaves them very vulnerable for the USA to come over and take first place in the overall leaderboard. So they just had trouble with Spain getting out of these orange funnels. I think that's what cost them the win. And France coming out through that quicker section of that box. There's multiple lanes you could take. And France did the right one. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the final round of the final event of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for semifinal B. Here comes the USA. This is their time to shine. The USA, India, Switzerland, as well as India, Germany, and Indonesia. We are going here. Who is in the lead? It's the Netherlands, being followed by India and then the USA. Let's see who can come out first. Oh, look at that. A shortcut by Indonesia, skipping multiple lanes in the inverse funnel. That takes them to first place. Is that legal? You're going to the red spiral section. Indonesia using that advantage very well. I've never seen anything like that here on the World Cup. Who is that? Here comes Germany, and they're in first place out of nowhere. Indonesia coming at second. Who's in third? It's Switzerland. USA has been eliminated from the semifinals. Who will win this tournament? Not even sure if they got higher than Brazil. India, the USA, and the Netherlands will be eliminated from the semifinals. No marble in the top 3 have advanced to the final in this final round. At this point, I have no idea who is in contention for the win. Let's take a look at the replay here. Indonesia taking a shortcut on the red spiral right before these orange funnels. See, that's how they got so far ahead. But they weren't actually able to win. It was Germany who came out and took the lead out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how they did it. I think they were on the far spiral end of the track. But it was Germany, then Indonesia, and Switzerland. And those will be your 3 remaining teams who will advance to the final round of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. It's time for the final. 6 teams left, 3 of which will be able to sit on the podium individually for this event. But I'm not sure who will be able to win the overall World Cup title. Here we go. Final round of the final event of this overall tournament. Canada, France, Italy, Indonesia, Switzerland, and Germany are your contestants. And who is it first? It's Indonesia in the far funnel. And who's leading the near funnel? It's Germany. And Indonesia having a good lead. Let's see if they can do another shortcut. No, they don't. And France is bringing up the back of the pack. Indonesia in the lead, but bad stuff can happen in these orange funnels, but they are able to get through it clean, being followed by Germany, and now France is in that far funnel, and they've gotten out of the back of the pack. It's a race between Germany and Indonesia for the win in this event. Let's see who can do it. Indonesia is in there first. They are going to be the champions of this event. And who comes in second? France overtakes Germany at the last second. France will take second. Germany in third. Italy fourth. Canada fifth. And Switzerland will take sixth. But the real question is, who is the World Cup champion? The officials are tabulating the results as we speak for the final results of this overall tournament. And it looks like Switzerland had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay, see where they DNF'd. It's a good race for Indonesia, in lead for almost the entire race. And then France, an underdog story, being in last place in this section of the race. But they were able to take second over Germany through that last red box section of the track. And they got silver medal in this event. A good accomplishment for them. We'll have to see where they finish in the overall standings. But China, Brazil, and the USA all not making it to the final. Not sure if their points will be enough to withstand some of these other marble teams who finished in the final. Especially Indonesia, who finished first. I'm not sure if they had enough points to advance them to the podium. But we'll have to see as the final results are posted. So Indonesia is your champion of this event. And now we await who will be the champion of the World Cup. So here are the full results from this event. Indonesia gets 25 points, France gets 20, Germany gets 18. Let's see where the USA is. They get 11, Brazil gets 9. So that's not a very big gap between those two. I believe Brazil will still be ahead of USA. But Brazil will be your champion of this overall tournament. The USA coming in close, only 2 points behind. China in third place with 63 points. Congratulations to Brazil, the home country of Fubeca's marble runs. They came out and triumphed in this tournament. But now we get to congratulate Indonesia for their event win with 57 points, finishing off their overall standings. France coming in at second, Germany in third place. But today, everybody aspires to be Brazil, your Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup champions. A complete surprise for the overall results, because Brazil did not make it to the final. Neither did the USA or China, but they all still get to sit on the podium. A congratulations to Brazil for getting first place and being a World Cup champion. USA getting the runner-up. They also had an amazing event. And China coming in at third place, unfortunately losing the overall champion spot, but they still get to sit on the podium. So there you go. The Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup has officially come to a close. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final event? I hope you did. Thank you again to Hop A Toys for sponsoring this overall season. And we look forward to seeing what Fubeca has in store for us next. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's
Hello friends and welcome to a brand new tournament here on MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. This is our Asian tournament, which is the beginning of a larger tournament which will involve 4 continents, which will all come together in the finale. Advancing in the tournament here today will be 8 of our teams. I'm Brooke O'Shea. Glad to have you with us for event number 1 of the Asian tournament. We have 16 teams as always in these tournaments. We will narrow that down in half to 8. As you see the team statistics for 2019, a lot of the countries that are here today will not be featured on that stat sheet on the left side of the screen, as we have a lot of our less well-known countries and some of the countries that have not made very many appearances here on Marble Fubeca. We're glad to have them here. There's one of them, Kazakhstan. Afghanistan is here. Of course, you've got some of the more well-known countries, the Korean Republic and India, China are all here. And we'll get a look now closer at our competitors today. Japan and Uzbekistan will face off, as will Bangladesh and the Korean Republic in the bottom left corner of the tournament. Then we have Pakistan and Myanmar, and then Kyrgyzstan and Nepal. Israel will take on Georgia, and then China against Bhutan. India and Kazakhstan, and Brunei against Afghanistan. So some of the smaller countries will have their opportunity to make it big here. We'll start with Georgia against Israel. And our tournament today is similar to the Plinko style video that we did a little while ago, as these marbles will race down the funnels and attempt to score the most amount of points possible. Israel with the blue, and Georgia has the dark red. There's a 6 for Israel, as they're the first down. Georgia follows with a 6. Couple of 2s for both sides. There's a 6 for Georgia, a 6 for Israel, a 5 for Georgia. And after one turn, 16-15. Georgia in the lead. And that difference was the 1 for Israel. If it had fallen in a 2, then we would have had a tie, but instead, Georgia will move on. So they are through, and now China against Bhutan. Very little room for error here. China in the red, Bhutan is in the yellow. Bhutan down first. They've got both of their 3 marbles went down first for Bhutan before China had 1 drop. First down and through, though, is going to be China. They score 6. Bhutan has 1. There's a 1 for China. They lead at 7-1. Bhutan going to have to do something. There's a 3. They're within 3 now. This could be dangerous. China scores 8. They're up by 11. Bhutan in some serious trouble. They're not going to get it done. 15-7, and you can add 6 more. A trouncing by a final of 21-7, and the 8 for China put them out of reach as the Chinese advance. Bhutan will have a short-lived appearance here in this Asian tournament. They are done after 1 competition. And it will be China against Georgia in the quarterfinal of the Asian tournament. The top 4 qualifiers, so those who would make the semifinals of the Asian tournament itself, will advance to take on the top 4 of the other 3 continents. North America, South America, and Europe will have tournaments as well. Kazakhstan will take on India now. Kazakhstan in the blue, India in the white. And we'll see who comes out first. India has a couple on this lowest funnel. That could be big. 5 for Kazakhstan. They go down first. 5, and now a 3 for Kazakhstan, a 5 for India. Another 5 for India. They've got the lead. Kazakhstan retakes the lead at 13-10. 2 for Kazakhstan. India's got the lead, and they've got the final marble. They're going to get the win, and that'll be by a final of 22-15. Couple of 6s there for India. That ends up doing it, as they will move on and take out Kazakhstan. And now Afghanistan against Brunei. Or Brunei, depending on how you want to pronounce it, but here on Marble Fubeca, we're going to pronounce it Brunei. They're in the yellow, and Afghanistan in the black. Afghanistan has their first 2 marbles down first, but Brunei comes back, and they have the first down to the final funnel. First to finish really doesn't matter, but you can set a tone if you're the first one to finish, and the first to finish will be Afghanistan. They score 5. That's a 7 for Brunei, another 5 for Afghanistan, now a 2, a 5 for Brunei. We're tied at 12. Afghanistan only has 1 more marble. Now they're down by 6. This is a big run. Brunei might pull off an upset, and they will by a final of 24-14. An impressive run. Best run of the day so far belongs to Brunei, as they take out Afghanistan, and did it rather convincingly by 10 points, nearly doubled them up. Brunei will take on India. Marble Fubeca's Asian Tournament rolls on as we begin event number 2 of the Asian Tournament. I'm Rick O'Shea here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Today we have our billiards contest, which will be a very exciting, another collision sport, which Marble Fubeca has become known for. You see the billiards table right there. And here for event number 2, the goal is to have the most marbles remaining on the billiards table, kind of the opposite of the traditional game, in which the goal is to knock the balls into the pocket. The goal instead is to knock your opponents into the pocket and to stay on the table. You'll have 3 marbles from each side, as you see the team statistics so far this year. 3 marbles from each side representing their countries, and they will do battle on the billiards table. And whichever country comes up with the most marbles still on the table at the end of that run will advance, as we will finish out the field of the 8 teams that will remain in the Asian tournament for the 2 events. We had our first event that determined half of the field for the quarterfinalists, and the other half will be determined right here. Here are the teams that have already survived and moved on to the quarterfinals. There are 4 of them. They are Georgia, China, India, and a bit of an upset in the top right quadrant. It's Brunei. And here are the countries that are competing today. Japan will take on Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. And then in the top left quadrant, it is Pakistan against Myanmar, and Kyrgyzstan will take on Nepal. And so we'll have 4 more competitors advance to the second round of competition here for the Asian tournament. And we will go from there. Again, the top 4 are going to advance to our world tournament, which will feature 5 different continents. First up is Uzbekistan against Japan. Japan will go from the right side, Uzbekistan from the left. They've got a little bit of green in them, and they win 2-1. Japan's going to take this one, as they're able to get 2 of their marbles to stay on. There was 1 and 2 that both fell in. They almost had a clean sweep there, as one of the Japanese marbles actually fell into one of the pockets and stopped Uzbekistan from potentially having all 3 of their marbles unable to finish on the board. So Japan is through, and now Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. Korea on the left, in mostly clear marbling, and it is a mint green for Bangladesh. Wow, nice run here, and Korea is going to have all 3 of their marbles stay on. Only 1 fell through the entire round. It's Bangladesh, and they are eliminated. Look at the replay here. Wow, look at that one. In and out for Korea. And there was the one that fell in on the bottom left, or bottom right, rather, for Bangladesh, as they are eliminated. Very impressive run, and a good job of avoiding some trouble there for the Korean Republic as they move on. Pakistan against Myanmar now. Pakistan will go from the right, with mostly green, some yellow, and like a little bit of red there for Myanmar. They are down first. Oh, that's not good at all. Myanmar had all 3 shoot straight through, and Pakistan is going to have a clean sweep. 3-0. Look at this. 1, 2, and one of Myanmar's marbles didn't even make it onto the board. It fell out off of the billiard table. That was a dominant performance there by Pakistan, helped out by the fact that it took them so long to get down the course. And so Myanmar with an unfortunate end to their tournament. And now it will be Nepal on the left in the black and red, and Kyrgyzstan in the red and yellow. They come down similar times, and Kyrgyzstan is in trouble. They're going to drop 1 and lose this matchup. Nepal, again, another country able to
remain with all of their marbles on the billiard table. And right there it is, the one that falls for Kyrgyzstan and eliminates them from competition. So we've got our 8 competitors now as Nepal. The competitors have been dropped from 16 to 8 as we bring you the finale of the Asian tournament here on Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet for MSPN's coverage as always. And we have our grand finale. This is the half pipes, which will result in points. In this finale, we're going to have 3 members from each team that will compete for points. As you can see, the course is layered with different point values for which spot in the course you end up in. You see the team statistics for 2019, but right now our competitors aren't worried about the overall statistics. They're trying to be one of, if not the 4 marbles that will advance to the World Tournament. They're trying to win this competition and take home Asian tournament bragging rights in that great trophy in the middle of our bracket. Japan will take on the Korean Republic, and Pakistan will take on Nepal. On the other side, Georgia and China, and India and Brunei. They haven't faced off in a while. Those were the competitors and the countries that advanced back in our first video. Now Japan against the Korean Republic. Japan with a dominant win in their first round matchup. And here we go. Japan on the left with the white and blue, mostly clear and blue for the Korean Republic. And look at that. Whoa, Korea all the way down near the 7 and 8. Japan is going to lose this matchup. They score 5, 2 in the 2, and 1 in the 1 marker. And it's a final of 10-5 for the Korean Republic. This is a teamwork-heavy competition where you're going to have to try to propel your teammates further and further down the course. That is exactly what Korea did, and they are moving on to the semifinals. Now on the other side, to the top right corner of the bracket, it is Brunei against India. That shows us a bit of what we're going to see. You see you can score as many as 9, but I think you're going to see a lot of 1s and 2s, maybe some 3s and 4s. India is got the white marble, mostly green for Brunei, and Brunei is in trouble. They're going to score 4. 1 over by the 5 and the 6 for India, 1 at the 1-2. India's got 2. They're going to win this one. We'll see if it's 8 or 7. It'll be 8. 8-4 the final. India gets the win. And again, a lot of scoring over near the 1s and 2s. That's where 5 of the 6 marbles landed. So if you can get one of your marbles further down the course, you've got a great chance to advance in this competition. That's what India did. They're moving on. And now Pakistan takes on Nepal. Remember, if you win this matchup, you are in the World Tournament. You don't have to win your competition. All you need to do is get into the semifinals. So Nepal against Pakistan, and a spot on a very big stage is on the line. Nepal is in the red. Pakistan is in the green. And they make their way down. And oh, look at that! A 9 for Pakistan. Nepal is going to score 2. Pakistan puts up a huge number. They got 2 all the way down towards the end of the course. 18 points. And Nepal scores 2. I'm not sure where their other marble went. I guess it somehow landed off the course. Here we go. Let's find out. Yep, there it is. Did not make a clean transition from the first half pipe to the second. It's knocked off the course, adding perhaps some injury to insult there, as Pakistan with a dominant 18-2 victory. They claim the 3rd spot in the semifinals, and now China will battle Georgia for that final spot. That was the blueprint of exactly what you want to do, and then on the other end, exactly what you don't want to do if you're Nepal. Here's China. They're in the red. The dark maroon, maybe, would be Georgia. And we'll see. Georgia making headway. They've got a huge run. They've already got 9. They've got 1 in the 3s and the 4s, 1 in the 7 and 8. China has 2 of their 3 finished. They've got 4 points. There's 8. There is a 3 for China. And it's a huge 20-7 victory. A 9, an 8, and a 3 gets it done for Georgia. They pull off the huge upset against China. Big win there for Georgia on an upset
over the Chinese. Great run, and that's all you have to do. Worry about yourself, don't worry about your competitors. Pakistan against Korea now. You see the Korean Republic was watching on right at the starting gates. Nice run by Pakistan. Korea's in some trouble. They're only going to score 2. Pakistan's got 4 already. They've got another one that'll head for the 5 or the 6. One of the Korean Republic marbles did not finish this competition. And that is an absolute backbreaker, as Pakistan will win this one by a final of 9-2. We'll have to maybe take a look at the replay. Yeah, there it is. Over near the 2 is where that other marble was. And, oh, so close. But the transition, yeah, not quite good enough. You have to have a very clean transition from half pipe to half pipe. Otherwise, you run the risk of not scoring any points at all. And that's what happened to the Korean Republic there. It's the same thing has happened twice in a row now for the competitors of Pakistan. Helping Pakistan with 2 easy wins. Won that one by 7 points, won the other one by 16. Now Georgia against India. Georgia's got the highest point total at any point in this competition. That's not going to happen here. They're in a lot of trouble. India scores 1. Georgia right now has 3. India, though, has 1 over by the 7 and the 8. 3 and the 4. There's a 4 for Georgia. They've got a 7-1 lead right now. Now it's cut to 7-5, and India takes the win 13-7. Now, it just was not going to happen. Once you, if you see a competitor down by the 7, the 8, even the 5 and the 6, and you've got 2 of your marbles landing in either 1 or 2, you're in a lot of trouble. And that was the case there. Pakistan will take on India. But first, the 3rd place matchup between the Korean Republic and Georgia. Winner gets a spot on the podium. Here we go. Korea's in trouble immediately. Korea's got 4. Georgia has 4. But Korea is going to finish with 6. Georgia still has 2 in the air. One is going to get 3. The other will pick up 6. Georgia takes 3rd place in a spot on the podium. So a disappointing run there for the Korean Republic. We had a good start, but can't finish it off. Now it's Pakistan against India. Pakistan has had troubles for their opponents, lead to 2 easy wins thus far in this competition. Let's see what happens here. India has 1 going further, but they've got 2 that are going to have a hard time now. And that's going to do it. Pakistan, it doesn't matter what India does, they'll pick up 6, but Pakistan picks up the win, and they take the Asian Tournament Cup. An underdog story in Pakistan, not featured very often, but they come through with a huge win for their country. Georgia, give them credit, they get a podium finish. India gets 2nd, Pakistan gets 1st, and you can give some credit to the Korean Republic as well, because they will play on in the World Tournament. As you see there, Pakistan gets the victory. They take home the cup, and they earn the bragging rights as the winner of the Asian Tournament here for Marble Fubeca. So congratulations for them. A big win, a big upset, and hopefully some momentum being built for Pakistan. India gave it an effort, but that wasn't the case. As you see, there are the 4 teams that are now going to qualify for the 2019 World Tournament. Korean Republic, India, Georgia, and your champion from the Asian Tournament, Pakistan. So until next time, we will have another tournament coming up. But I'm Ricochet, and you've been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
Women's World Cup in action right now. We bring you our version of the World Cup. It's Marbles Soccer. Hello, welcome to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Rick O'Shea, glad to have you here for our Marble Soccer tournament. There is the beautiful cup that these teams will be competing for. 16 teams. There are many representatives of those teams, and some of the countries that aren't even being represented here today in this competition have some fans and onlookers watching on. See Argentina, we saw Vietnam just a second ago. Large supporting sections as always for Brazil. We've got Indonesia in this tournament. And down, of course, towards the bottom, the United States, one of the powerhouses of this competition. The way that this tournament will work is very simple. You're going to get one run with each other, kind of like collision soccer. And at the end of that one turn, which will be I think it's three marbles we're running at a time, whoever comes up with the most points, most goals scored, will move on. One and done. So the opportunities and the margin for error, very limited here in this competition. As you look at the 2019 team statistics, Brazil, Russia, England, right now in the medal spots, all the way down to Cameroon in 14th. And a look at our field for today's competition. Indonesia against France, and the Netherlands against Brazil in the bottom left quadrant. Top left is Argentina, Russia, Vietnam, and the Korean Republic. On the right side, it's the Philippines, Mexico, Colombia, and India. And then Malaysia, Portugal, and it's Canada against the United States in round number 1. But first we start in the bottom left of our bracket, and our first matchup today will be Indonesia against France. Starting gates, and it is 4 marbles that will go for each of our teams. France in the dark blue, Indonesia in the clean white, and they are off, and the scoreboard shows 2-1 Indonesia. They will take out France. Here's a look at the replay. On the right side, you see France's first goal. There was Indonesia, and there's the winner on the left side of the screen, just sneaking in, and Indonesia will move on, beating France 2-1. The top right of the screen, and it is, or top right of the bracket, it's the United States against Canada. This is a big-time matchup. Canada on the left side in the mostly clear, USA in the silver. The United States has one. Here comes Canada. They're not going to get anything. And the U.S. lands one in the right goal, and that's enough to win it. Right there is the winner. And it looked for a moment as though a couple of the Canadian marbles were going to have a chance to roll their way in. They cannot, and the USA advances to the quarterfinals. Next up is Vietnam against the Korean Republic. There's Korea, there is Vietnam. Vietnam had a lot of success in their last tournament that they participated in. They're in the yellow. And they scored at least one there. Here comes another one. They will score again, and Vietnam with a 2-0 win over Korea. Put one in at the end there for some good measure. Right at the beginning they score one, and then at the end, wasn't the same marble. It almost looked for a second as though it was the same marble that scored twice. It wasn't, but it is 2 marbles for Vietnam that find their way into the goals and win this one by a final of 2-0. Mexico against the Philippines now. Mexico again in the green and black, and the Philippines white, blue, red. Matchups. Oh, that's at least 2 for Mexico. The Philippines won't do anything, and Mexico scores 2 right off the bat in the right corner and are able to win this one by a final of 2-0. There's 1, there's 2, and that's all they need. One held it in the basket, the other one came back out of the goal to try to score another, but it's 2-0 again. And that is 3 consecutive rounds now that we've seen one of the teams being held scoreless. The U.S. won 1-0, Vietnam won 2-0, and there Mexico 2-0. This matchup is the Netherlands and Brazil. Very colorful and unique marbles here. That may have been a couple for Brazil. It's 3-1 as the Netherlands pick up 1. I'll tell you what, that 1 marble for the Netherlands trying to score again. That was the one that did score for the Netherlands, and 1-2. And then on the left side, you saw Brazil put in 1 extra one, and then the Netherlands scored their 1 marble. It's a 3-1 win, and Brazil is moving on. They will face Indonesia in the second round. Back to the right side, and it's Malaysia in the yellow and black. Maybe it's brown, hard to tell there. They'll take on Portugal in the green. They are off, and Malaysia scores a couple Portugal puts in only one, and Malaysia is going to move on to take on the United States. One on each side for Malaysia. Made contact right in the middle of the field there and split off one way and the other, and they both go in. So a good run there for Malaysia. They're going to take on the U.S. And now it's Russia against Argentina, and the winner gets Vietnam. Argentina in the white and light blue. Almost solid red for Russia. And they will be denied. Oh, at the last moment. Nope, that marble is not going to go. Right on the line, it does not cross. And Russia is eliminated by a 1-0 score. There's the one score off the post and in for Argentina. And at the very end, Russia unable to get that last marble to just roll a little bit further. About 50-50, but it's got to go in. It did not, and Russia is eliminated. Argentina is moving on. That is an absolute killer. And now the final first round matchup is India against Colombia. Colombia in their classic yellow, blue, and red. Whoa, somebody fell off the entire course. Here comes India at the last moment to score and win. Look at that. It looks like it was, one of the Indian marbles didn't even make it onto the course properly. Fell off the ramp there. And at the last second, rolling in, and none of the Colombian marbles were there to try to make a block. And so, unimpeded, India goes in for the score and the 1-0 win. And the first round is complete. And now we play for a spot in the semifinals. First matchup is Indonesia against Brazil. Brazil put in 3, which was the most we've seen in the first round. They take on the first game winner, and that's Indonesia, who has 1. Indonesia now has 2, and Brazil doesn't pick up any. How about that? Indonesia with a bit of an upset. They win this one by a final of 2-0. And they've outscored their opponents 4-1 now through their first 2 rounds as they head to the semifinals. And they are now guaranteed a spot, at least in a competition to get onto the podium for Indonesia, who doesn't always participate. Here's one team that always does participate, the United States, as they take on Malaysia. 3 entire rows of supporters for both of these countries. Yellow and black against silver and white. They are off. And the United States has a couple. Malaysia put in 1, but it's 3 for the United States, and the USA is moving on. The left side put in 2 for the US, and the right side had 1 for each, so it's the left side scoring only US goals that ends up costing Malaysia their chance. And the United States is on to the semifinals, and now Argentina takes on Vietnam. Vietnam in the red and yellow. They've got 1, and it looks like that might be all we get. Everybody else is towards the center of the field. It is, and Vietnam wins it by a final of 1-0. They are on to the semifinals in a low-scoring affair, and they're going to get, it's going to be Indonesia against Vietnam in one of the semifinals. The United States waits for the winner of India and Mexico. India winning with that last-second goal. Mexico looks pretty confident in their win. Did Mexico score? I don't know if we had a score there. Yep, we did get one. As the scoreboard shows Mexico won. Yeah, there it is. It came out very quickly, but it did go in at the very beginning. Mexico is moving on as they shut out India 1-0. Into the semifinals now. 2 powerhouses, the United States and Mexico. 2 underdogs, Indonesia and Vietnam. We begin with the underdogs. Indonesia had a nice run there last time. And they're going to do it again. They're going to get another one to fall in. The last one at the end for an exclamation mark couldn't quite go, but 2-1, Indonesia is into the final. Once again, the inability to block becomes very important as that one Vietnam marble unable to block the other Indonesian. And Indonesia nearly put in a third one just for good measure. 2-1 ends up as the final. And now we get the United States against Mexico. And they are off. Mexico's got a couple. The U.S. is in trouble. They're not going to score any. 2-0. Mexico is into the finals. As the U.S. is unable to score. And now we will see Vietnam against the United States for third place. Disappointing finish for the U.S., who looked pretty easy, pretty confident going through those first 2 rounds, but now they're going to have to battle with Vietnam for a spot on the podium. The United States have 2, maybe 3. They do give them that third one. Vietnam scored only 1, and 3-1 is the final. The U.S. takes third place. They get on the podium. And now the sights are turned towards Mexico and Indonesia. Mexico has had a lot of success in these tournaments, getting deep into the tournament runs. They've won a couple of tournaments. They look for another against Indonesia, a huge underdog. But Indonesia has been very impressive. As you see there, 2 rows of supporters, 3 full rows for Mexico. Maybe a little bit of David versus Goliath as they head to the field. Mexico's got a couple. Indonesia scored only 1. Mexico is going to win it 3-1 the final, and the Mexicans again take home the gold. Valiant effort by Indonesia, but they had a couple of marbles that didn't even make contact with anyone else, and when you have a couple of marbles that just run free, makes it a lot harder. Mexico is the winner. Indonesia gets the runner-up spot, and third place to the United States. Impressive run by Indonesia, but it wasn't to be as Mexico gets the win. They take home a very impressive trophy for this competition. First place to Mexico, second place to Indonesia, and the bronze goes to the United States. Congratulations to Mexico and all of our competitors, as this was a very hard-fought competition. And ultimately, the Mexicans take home gold for the marble soccer. So until next time, I'm Rick O'Shea, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
are glad to have you back for event number 2 and video number 2 of this 16-team tournament. Glad to have you here for our second event. I'm Ricochet for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca and our coverage today of the Marble with Racetrack Curves in Kersetti. Very interesting, large, just a ginormous course that will host today's festivities. As you see, another time trial-based event. And on the left side of your screen, the 2019 team statistics. Russia, Brazil, and England leading the way. There is the starting gates, and now on the left side you see the teams that already clinched their way in from the Marble Golf video, so if you haven't seen that, take a look. That's Italy, Argentina, Uruguay, and England. We won in the first of our 3 videos for this tournament. There are the teams that are competing today. Pakistan will take on Portugal, and then Russia against Colombia. Brazil takes on the Korean Republic, and Spain versus Chile. Marble golf involved countries potentially having contact with each other and influencing each other. That won't be the case today, as Portugal takes on Pakistan. This is simply about speed, and unlike the last time we saw a speed trial, you have 3 team members, 3 marbles that need to get to the bottom. That could be very interesting as they are off and running. It looks like a slight lead right now for Portugal, which is on the top rung. Followed, slowing down just a tad bit, is Pakistan. They're going to have to pick this up. Portugal keeping their marbles very tight with each other, continuing to make their way down a very large course. Building that lead. Looks like they've got one more time around. They do. Here they come, and it will be a pretty easy win. 34-21, beat them by just under 2 seconds. Portugal takes out Pakistan. Giving you a little glimpse of what we're going to see in today's video as they make their way into the quarterfinal for this tournament. Next matchup is going to be Russia versus Colombia. Colombia takes the top. Russia goes on the bottom. Right now the top, undefeated in one run, obviously. That course just so big and moving just a little bit every time that the marbles make contact. Colombia has lost one of their marbles, has gone rogue from the rest of the course. Way out in front, but it looks like even their slower marbles, now they seem to be catching back up to each other. It seems like it's pretty tight right now. Who comes around this time? Russia has taken the lead. They are picking up speed and in a hurry. Next time around will be the last time. And it looks like Russia's going to get this win. They will. What a finish for Russia. They come across with the fastest time now, 34-17, and beat them by an even second over Colombia. Great comeback by Russia because Colombia had that lead. And Colombia had by far the fastest marble there before they kind of came back to the pack. So Russia takes over the best time, and they move in to the quarterfinals, and now Brazil against Korea. So the top has won once, the bottom has won once. Brazil goes up top, and Korea takes the bottom. We'll see. Brazil jumps out to an early lead. Still within one length of the grouping of marbles is Korea. But now they've started to slow down just a little bit. Brazil really trying to open up that lead. They're doing so now. Really opening up the lead. Brazil just trying to dominate this course. They've only got one more time around to go, and Brazil is going to win this one by a mile. 33-16. They beat Korea by 2 seconds, and they beat the record, the fastest time, by a full second, 1.01, better than the Russian time. An easy win for Brazil, and they dominate the course there. Wow, that was surprising. As we get our last matchup, Spain versus Chile, our final matchup for today's video, and we will have the quarterfinal set. We'll drop from 16 to 8 from the last 2 videos into our final video. Spain takes the top, Chile takes the bottom. If Chile wins and moves on, then the top and bottom will split, each winning 2. Spain trying to keep that from happening. They're pretty close right now. One of the Chilean marbles is way behind. Needs to pick it up, and they did. Right as I was saying that, they made a great run that time. Coming around still very close. They've only got a couple more times to go.
And it looks like both countries are very tight. Chile takes the lead that time. Last time around, did Chile come back from behind? They did, and they get the win. And whoa, one of the Spanish marbles comes flying off the course. 34.09, beat them by 0.09 of a second. And the Spaniards take a little bit of a injury to insult there, as one of their marbles flies off the course at the end after finishing less than 1/10 of a second behind. So event 3 will be our finale. You see the 8 teams that are now remaining, as we've gone from 16 and dropped it in half. We'll see who fights for that crown and for that trophy in our next and final video for this tournament. But until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends, and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet here for a very interesting race and tournament that we will have with motorized boats powering our marbles. As you see a mock course on the screen right now, we're going to go through a little bit of a practice run to show you what this is going to be like. You see the starting gates there in the clear. Let them go, and then it is simply a motorized boat that is going to make its way and then hit one of those marbles that will help propel it towards a very large course here, which involves a lot of different loops and turns and funnels, making their way around. And there is a very large finishing portion of this course. A lot of different decisions to be made by those marbles, so obviously we'll try to get to that finish line first. Some of the countries being represented, there are the United States and their supporters: Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Italy, France. All very familiar with Marble Fubeca. I believe that is Ireland there. Haven't seen them very much. Belgium. A lot of different countries, and of course, as always, they are fighting to make it on the podium. Here are the competitors: Costa Rica, Italy, Russia, and Japan. And then the United States, the Korean Republic, Switzerland, and Portugal. And on the right side of the bracket, India, Spain, Brazil, and Australia. And then France, Argentina, Belgium, and Mexico. So a good mix of old and new, and some of the competitors that we've seen a lot, and some countries we have not necessarily seen a lot. Here's Costa Rica against Italy. Costa Rica is on the left side, Italy is on the right. Let's see which of these boats gets out first. Costa Rica is in the lead, and they are going to hit well ahead of Italy in the dark blue, who very, very softly made contact. And it is Costa Rica in the lead, making their way now through the red portion of this matchup, or up toward the red portion, I should say. Up and around, and they are now on the conveyor belt. And now the long red part of this course, which we have seen some marbles have had a chance to gain some speed and some momentum before they head into the large funnel, or tunnel, I guess I should say, making their way around. And it looks as though Italy is caught up just a tad bit. Lead still belongs to Costa Rica. Around and now to the final part where you have to make your decision on where you're going to go. It looks like a pretty good run so far by Costa Rica. They are toward the finish, and they finish at a time of 56 seconds to take the win and eliminate Italy, who will finish at 1 minute and 3 seconds. So Costa Rica advances towards the quarterfinal, and we head to the top right of the bracket. It is Mexico against Belgium. Mexico on the left in their classic green and black, and it's Belgium in the yellow and black, and they've got the lead early. A very quick run on the boats, and now around to the relay. And a large lead early on. Let's see if Mexico can slow that down. They do. They pass Belgium in that first funnel. What a run by Mexico. Passing Belgium in the funnel, and they will be one prong ahead as we head on these conveyor belts. Big run by Mexico there at that first funnel to take the lead. And they are first to get down towards the large tunnel. Here they are. They're in, and now they will roll around the long portion of the track, head back towards one more funnel. Let's see if Belgium can teach them a trick. Do it to them as well. They cannot. This time it's Mexico coming in and out with the lead of that funnel. Slowed down just a tad bit. And now Belgium is in some trouble. They're right with each other. Belgium nearly took the lead, but it's Mexico that finishes first. And they beat them by just over, or just under, 0.2 of a second. A very tightly contested matchup with a lot of passes, and it goes the way of Mexico. Next matchup is Portugal against Switzerland. They are pretty even, but Switzerland, in the mostly clear on the right side, is in the lead as they get out first into that first funnel, and it is still Switzerland in the advantage. Long yellow portion of the track now, making their way toward the conveyor belt. They got stuck in a portion where there weren't many prongs, and so that lead evaporated there for Switzerland. They will make their way towards the tunnel first, trying to lengthen the lead. They've got a pretty good sized lead now. Let's see if they can get out of this funnel quickly, or if Portugal can cause problems. It is Switzerland. Mexico had a hard time here, nearly lost their entire lead, and it's going to happen again. Switzerland gets stuck. They get moved by Portugal. They retake the lead and they win it. Portugal thought they were going to overcome them, but Switzerland got stuck on the course and then gets lodged free by Portugal, passes them up, and takes the win. Wow, that is devastating as we get India against Spain now, and Spain with an early lead. Let's see how big of a lead. We're already in that funnel. And here comes India in the white. Very close, and Spain out first. Oh, very nicely done, and it's going to be a one-prong lead that time for Spain. They came in right at the last moment when that prong was about to become unavailable. They are able to widen the lead just a little bit. Pretty good size advantage right now for Spain as they make their way into that big funnel. And now they are in the final funnel. And, oh, India almost made a big pass, but they cannot. And a pretty large lead for Spain right now. They will finish it off and get the win at 56 seconds, fastest time of the day. Finished up at a minute even by India. So Spain moves on. 4 teams into the quarterfinals. We'll get one more between Russia and Japan. They look pretty close right now. Neither really moving too well. Looks like it's Russia in the lead. They will take the lead. Oh, but look at that run. As Japan, with a very quick motion, they are going to pass up Russia, but Russia just passed them right back up. And they are gaining a little bit of momentum there as a long time for Japan to get out of it. And a large lead now. It's at 3 or 4 prongs separating these two as they make their way on the conveyor belt. Already in the red portion of the track, a large lead for Russia. Making that way towards the second funnel. Moved a little slowly there, but still a large advantage. Let's see what Japan can do to try to offset that. Final portion of the track now for Russia. Here comes Japan, but is it too little too late? The answer is yes, as Russia will finish at a minute 6 and Japan will limp their way through at a minute and 10. Just over 4 seconds off the pace. Russia moves on. And now it is Argentina against France. Some of the prettier marbles in this matchup. And very slowly we get off the starting blocks there. And it is very close, but it is France in the lead, and now Argentina surpasses them. France, though, gets the inside line, and they get out of the funnel first. Just saw that happen with Japan and Russia, and now we see it once again with France and Argentina. Not a huge lead, but still a lead nonetheless for France, getting out of the conveyor belt. Through the tunnel and onto that final funnel, and the lead has grown just a tad bit for France over Argentina. Who gets the inside line, and it will be France out first. Let's see if they can build that lead. Not very much. Here comes Argentina. They've got the lead. France really struggling. They've got to hurry it up. It's going to be too little too late. A comeback win for Argentina as they win it by just under 2 seconds, and Argentina moves on. So not a great run there, as the United States now faces off, and they are in a different color than we've seen from them most of the time. They've been a lot of silver and metallic, but they are in white with blue, and a mostly blue for Korea, who is really struggling with this boat portion. And the U.S. has a pretty good size advantage right off the bat, just now making contact with the boat. Is that second marble? Let's see how big the U.S. can make it. Here comes Korea, though. What a comeback in that first funnel, as Korea was way behind in the water portion of this matchup, which involves the boat motorized and making its way towards the relay to connect with their teammate and push them forward, and Korea has done a great job here. They have built a very large lead over the United States. This might be too big to overcome, as they are circling that funnel. Let's see if the United States can pull a fast one on them. The answer is no. Korea will make their way toward the final descent first. That was a struggle for France last time. However, Korea is in trouble. It's going to come down to the end, and at the finish, it's Korea going to come out by just under a tenth of a second. They beat out the United States and move on. They will take on Switzerland, as now we get Australia against Brazil. That was a very close finish. And it is very tight, but it will be Australia in the lead with the dark blue. Lighter blue and a little bit of yellow being represented for Brazil. And we will see how big of a lead can be produced. 3 prongs worth. However you want to measure that. That is the lead right now, and we'll see when you actually get to actual seconds. They were going to hit the funnel at 35, and it kind of went out of the camera view, so it's a little bit difficult to tell where they hit it. Somewhere around the 40-second mark on that one, so about a 4-second lead for Australia, and we'll see when they come out of it how big the lead is. But Brazil just overcame them, and Brazil comes down to the finish first, passed back up by Australia, and now the lead goes back to Brazil, and they are going to finish first. It went back and forth at the... Oh, wait! Did they? Yes, they did. They did make that finish, and Brazil will move on. It was a tight matchup there. Back and forth they went. And we are into the quarterfinal now, and the first matchup is Costa Rica against Russia. And the starting gates moved a little slowly there. Oh, very even. And so Russia being closer towards the funnel, they will get out first, but through the funnel first is Costa Rica. They're still pretty tight. And a close matchup here. Lead belongs to Costa Rica. They're through the tunnel. So is Russia. And now, one of the important aspects here. Who gets out of this funnel first? The answer is Costa Rica. They'll have their first opportunity to make their way down this very decision-heavy portion of the course, and they will finish it off at actually under a minute, 54 seconds. And Russia got stuck. Yep, they're going to get stuck, and they will finish this one off. So Russia's not going to complete the course, and Costa Rica's into the semifinals. So a DNF did not finish for Russia, as they are denied an opportunity. And now we get Mexico against Argentina. Mexico looks like they're in the lead. Pretty tight, though. Let's see who's going to make contact first, and it's almost dead even. You've seen that has been an important part, but at times you've been able to overcome that. We saw that with Korea against the United States. U.S. had a huge lead in the boat portion of the race, and Korea passed them up on that first funnel, and ultimately won it in a tight matchup. Argentina in the lead early here, and they are into the tunnel and making their descent toward the final funnel. They've got that advantage. They've got the inside line, but Mexico passed them up. They are going to have their first shot at the finish, and they are making quick work of it early. Let's see if they can continue that. Down to the final decision. Oh, but Argentina passes them up and gets the win. They finish just under a minute, and just over a minute, and out of the race is Mexico. And now it is the Korean Republic against Switzerland. That was a big comeback there. Mexico passed them up, and Argentina comes from behind to pull a fast one on them. This is Korea against Switzerland. Korea is the blue marble. Switzerland in a very clear look, and they're out of the funnel first. Very tight with each other. They both got stuck on a portion where the conveyor belt is mostly empty. And so they're right next to each other. The lead belongs to Switzerland early. Oh, look at Korea. They really picked up some speed, and I think they may have made contact with Switzerland. And Korea's through first. They are really moving right now, and Switzerland might be in a little bit of trouble. They're still not out of the funnel. Now they are, but only one decision to make, and Korea is moving on. As they came towards that final funnel, all of the speed, and it's nearly an 8-second win. All the speed was belonging to Korea, and they not only did they pick up the speed and make contact, but they also surpassed Switzerland rather easily there. Spain against Brazil here. Both of these boats moving pretty quickly and almost dead even. Brazil in the lead right now. However, we've seen a lot of times that left side has been able to get the inside advantage, and that'll happen once again. Spain gets out first, trying to build the advantage. One prong separates the two countries. About one length of the track there. And toward that final funnel, we'll see if Spain can once again get out first. The answer is yes, they've still got the lead on Brazil. And now it is their race to lose. Here comes Brazil. Will it be too little too late? It is. Spain leads from start to finish, basically, and will advance to the semifinals with a finishing time of 1 minute and 2 seconds. And we have our semifinal now. The matchup first is Costa Rica against Korea. As we make our way on the boats, hopefully both these countries hoping that they will have one more time with the boats. Wow, you've got a lot of speed from Korea as they once again made contact with the other marble, making their way toward a funnel. They get out first, and they've built a little bit of a lead here against Costa Rica. The Korean Republic looks very strong right now. A lot of